Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Lena. A swirl of damp heat hits me the moment I step off the airport shuttle and onto the sweeping driveway of the Coral Bay Paradise Resort. Every cell in my body feels slick with sweat, but the ocean breeze that tangles itself in my hair is a welcome reprieve. Bright, cheerful hibiscus bushes line the walkway, their petals practically glowing in the late afternoon sun. It's the kind of scenery you'd see on a glossy travel brochure, except I'm here in real life, wishing I could somehow appreciate it more than I do right now. I roll my carry-on behind me, each crack in the pavement jarring my already frayed nerves. It's weird how something as trivial as a suitcase wheel catching on a bump can feel like an enormous irritation when you're running on emotional fumes. I pause and tip my head back to study the high arch facade of the resort. Light pink stucco walls, white trimming, and the glint of glass doors. It's stunning, romantic even, perfect for honeymooners, or couples, or anyone who isn't a washed-out divorcee with battered self-esteem, a bruised heart, and the leftover shards of dreams that never came true. A small tightness churns in my chest, but I push it down. This is a vacation, I remind myself, courtesy of my best friend, Avery, someone who insisted I needed a break from everything that's gone wrong in my life over the past year. And right now, as I wipe the sweat off my upper lip with a shaky hand, I'm wondering if any place on earth can really give me a reset. God, I hope so. A tall set of glass doors whoosh open as I approach, revealing a blast of refreshing air conditioning and a gleaming marble lobby beyond. Avery stands just inside, beaming, her thick dark hair pinned up in a messy bun that somehow looks effortless and chic. She's wearing an off-the-shoulder turquoise maxi dress that sways around her ankles when she waves at me. "You finally made it," she exclaims, rushing over to hug me in a blur of warm perfume and tinkling bracelets. "I was starting to worry you got lost at baggage claim." I stiffen automatically, still not fully used to casual embraces, but manage to melt a bit into her hold. I had to find the stupid shuttle. You'd think in an airport this small, it'd be obvious. But no. I drag in a slow breath. Anyway, I'm here. Thanks again for inviting me. I say this last part softly, almost sheepishly, because gratitude never quite fits right in my throat these days, especially after the pitying tilt of everyone's head once news got out that my marriage ended. That I couldn't give my ex-husband what he wanted. Avery's smile widens. "Trust me, you're doing me a favor. I don't want to lounge around this dreamy place by myself. If I had to spend the week alone, I'd go bonkers." She glances pointedly at the front desk. "Let's check in, get you a room key, and then I say we celebrate with mojitos by the pool." That sounds good. Overly sweet cocktails might temporarily trick my brain into forgetting the hyperactive swirl of grief that's plagued me for months. "Lead the way," I reply, trailing behind her toward the check-in counter. The lobby is a cathedral of sunlight, massive windows framing the distant turquoise ocean, and potted palm trees strategically placed around plush seating areas. The overhead fans spin lazily. There's a faint smell of coconut, maybe from a candle or diffuser, giving the space an indulgent, spa-like feel. It's everything my daily life in Pennsylvania has been missing: brightness, warmth, possibility. A cheerful receptionist, wearing a crisp white polo embroidered with the resort's logo, greets us. "Good afternoon. Welcome to Coral Bay Paradise. May I have your names?" Avery does most of the talking. She tends to sparkle in any customer service interaction. Meanwhile, I drum my fingers on the cool marble countertop and let my gaze wander, trying to appreciate the extravagant decor without letting my perpetual heaviness weigh me down. "You're in adjoining suites," the receptionist finally announces. "Rooms 1203 and 1204, Ocean View. We can send up your luggage if you like." "Thanks," I say. I try to match Avery's bright enthusiasm, but I'm not sure it fully lands. My mind is already wandering to the swirl of nightmares I fought last night. The old arguments with my ex, the hospital waiting rooms, the doctor's solemn shakes of the head. I swallow hard. "Not here, Lena. Don't bring that into paradise with you." Avery loops her arm through mine once the key cards are handed over. "Come on. Let's see the rooms. Freshen up, then we can go soak in that Caribbean sun." As we cross the lobby, I let her chatter fill the silence. She's listing off the resort amenities. Apparently there's a beachside buffet dinner tonight, a lounge with nightly live music, and a bunch of water sports I'll probably avoid. Still, the idea of stepping into crystal clear water lures me. If I can't wash away memories, at least I can float for a while. We find the elevator bank, tucked near an indoor garden. Before the doors open, I notice Avery's eyes flit momentarily across the lobby, lingering on a cluster of business types in suits. She has this odd, flickering expression for a second, something like curiosity laced with anticipation. She turns back to me with a radiant smile, and I shrug it off, chalking it up to Avery's typical social magnetism. She can't resist surveying a room, always on the lookout for interesting people. "In we go," she sings, dragging me into the elevator car. The doors slide shut, and the gentle hum of ascent buzzes underfoot. Avery's reflection in the mirrored panel flickers with excitement, but when I meet her gaze in the reflection, she quickly focuses on me instead. "So how are you really feeling?" she asks, her voice softer than usual. I know what she's asking about. My divorce was finalized 3 months ago. I had to box up the last of my illusions about having a family, children, of feeling complete. Sometimes I still wonder if I'm supposed to say something comforting like, "I'm fine," or "I'm over it," but that'd be a lie. So instead, I give her the partial truth. I'm trying to not think about it too much. This is step 1, right? A new environment, a new start. Avery squeezes my hand. Exactly. Fresh ocean air fixes everything. At least, that's what I keep telling myself. Her eyes dart again, but we're in an elevator, so I'm not sure what she's looking for. Maybe just nerves. I can't help but be suspicious that something's going on in that head of hers, but I brush it aside. She's probably just concerned about how fragile I've been. We reach the 12th floor, and Avery leads the way down a wide hallway with cream walls and a plush teal carpet that muffles our footsteps. Our suites are at the very end, overlooking the beach. We step inside mine, and a wave of air-conditioned coolness, tinged with faint citrus, washes over us. The suite is massive, far bigger than anything I expected. There's a king-sized bed draped with a crisp white duvet, a sitting area with a love seat and coffee table, and a balcony that promises an ocean view. I drop my carry-on bag near the door, moving to the sliding glass doors that open onto the balcony. When I slide one open, the curtains billow around me, inviting me to step outside. Holy, I breathe, taking in the panoramic view of the water. The horizon is a brilliant blue, and palm trees sway like languid dancers along the shoreline. I inhale the salty air, letting the rush of distant waves fill my ears. Avery sets her purse down and joins me. Worth the flight, right? Something akin to hope flutters in my chest. It is, I whisper, feeling the sun kiss my face from the balcony. For a moment, I allow myself to imagine I can leave behind all the baggage and heartbreak. Maybe this trip could be the break I need. Avery sighs contentedly. Let's get changed. Bathing suits, then a drink or two. I want you to see the pool area. It's got this infinity edge that looks out over the beach. Promise me you'll at least try to have fun? I roll my eyes but smile. Fine. If it includes rum punch with those little umbrellas, I'm in. I can't be wholeheartedly enthusiastic, but I owe it to Avery, and maybe to myself, to give it a try. She squeezes my arm again before stepping back into the room. I'll be next door. Yell if you need anything. When the door closes behind her, I'm left in a sudden hush broken only by the soft noise of the air conditioner. My heart thuds in my chest. This resort is beautiful, a sanctuary that feels a world away from the gray gloom that has settled over my life the past year. I allow myself a tight-lipped smile. Perhaps I can finally breathe without feeling a crushing weight on my lungs. I fish out my cell phone and glance at the lock screen. No new messages, no surprise. My ex-husband rarely reached out, even when we were married, especially after he pinned the blame for our childlessness on me. My stomach twists, memories creeping in. The humiliating doctor's visits, the stares of pity from his family, the feeling that I'd failed at the most basic biological function. Then the final blow. He left, and I was forced to realize it was never just about kids. It was about how easily he turned me into a scapegoat for his own shortcomings. Gritting my teeth, I refuse to let that darkness swallow me now. I change into a simple black one-piece swimsuit, something supportive that doesn't flash too much skin, yet I still hope it might help me feel a hint of confidence. I rummage for a flowy cover-up, slip my feet into sandals, and make sure to tie my hair into a low bun. Just as I'm about to step out, Avery taps on my door. Ready? I open it to find her looking resort glam in a brightly printed bikini top paired with a sarong. Her expression brightens at the sight of me. Oh, that's perfect on you. Thanks, I murmur, feeling self-conscious but determined. Lead on. We head down the hallway. The smell of coconut and vacation swirling in the air. I can't ignore the slight spring in Avery's step, like she's got a little secret. But I dismiss it. Maybe she's just happy I'm trying to loosen up. The elevator ride back down is quick, and soon we're weaving through the lobby out to the pool deck. The space is as glamorous as Avery promised, a sprawling infinity pool that seems to blend into the ocean beyond. Couples lounge on padded chairs under white umbrellas. A poolside bar staffed by an impossibly tan bartender displays rows of colorful bottles. Music with a lively island beat thrums from hidden speakers. Avery flags down a server. 2 mojitos, please. Extra mint. She winks, and the server nods with a polite smile. I claim a lounger near the pool's edge, letting my cover-up drop onto it before sliding my feet into the water. The sun dips lower in the sky, painting everything in a soft golden glow. The setting is so peaceful that, for a second, I imagine I might actually forget all the heartbreak that shadows me. Cheers, Avery says when the mojitos arrive in tall glasses. She hands one to me, then tilts hers toward mine for a light clink of glass. To new beginnings and ocean breezes. I take a sip, the citrus lime tang mixing with the punch of rum. It's refreshing, maybe even a little freeing. I sigh and close my eyes, letting the sun warm my shoulders. We make small talk. About the flight, about the spa menu, about how Avery definitely wants to try paddleboarding. It's a relief to converse about trivialities instead of the usual gloom. My muscles slowly relax, a sensation that feels foreign after months of anxiety coiling in every fiber of my being. By the way, Avery says, swirling her straw, I thought I saw a familiar face in the lobby when you arrived. But maybe I was wrong. Must have just been someone who reminded me of someone from home. Her casual tone piques my curiosity. Someone we know? She shrugs. No, forget it. Probably just my eyes playing tricks. Something about her quick dismissal sets off a small alarm in my head, but I let it drop. Maybe she's not in a mood to talk about it. Instead, I lean back against the lounger, sip my drink, and watch the sky melt into watercolor hues of orange, pink, and gold. For a moment, I permit a tentative bud of hope to bloom in my chest. Maybe this trip is exactly what I need. Eventually, we wander to the pool's edge, letting the water lap at our thighs as the horizon swallows the sun. The last rays of daylight spark across the ocean, and the breeze carries a gentle hush of rustling palms. Here, in this serene moment, I can almost forget that I'm the woman whose life plan imploded. That not so long ago, I believed I'd be a wife, a mother, a nurturer of a real family. Now I'm merely an ex, saddled with doubts and regrets. Still, I inhale the salt-laced air and make myself a promise. For this trip, I will try. I'll do the activities Avery plans. I'll sip fancy drinks. I'll lounge in the sun. I'll remind myself that life can be more than heartbreak. When night falls, the resort staff lights tiki torches around the pool deck, and the gentle glow dances on the water's surface. It's enchanting enough that I find myself forgetting about my phone, my ex-husband, the fertility nightmares. All I care about is the crash of the distant waves and the soft laughter drifting from other vacationers. Avery sets her empty glass down on the small table between us. I'm starving. Let's get dinner. I push myself off the lounger. Sure, give me a minute to throw on my cover-up. We gather our things and walk toward the open-air restaurant. The hum of conversation mingles with the tropical music playing in the background. My stomach growls, reminding me I haven't eaten since that questionable airport sandwich hours ago. Welcome, ladies. A hostess greets us brightly and shows us to a table with a perfect view of the moonlit ocean. Avery and I settle into seats, and I let out a little sigh of contentment, skimming the menu. Fresh seafood, tropical salads, fruit platters. It all sounds amazing. Our server, another impossibly tanned island local, takes our orders and promises to bring bread within a few minutes. I'm just about to comment on how hungry I am when I catch Avery glancing around again, like she's searching for someone. I tilt my head. You sure you're okay? You keep scanning the crowd. She waves me off. I'm fine. This place is so gorgeous, right? You never know who you might run into. Her tone is upbeat, but there's a tension in her eyes I can't quite decipher. I don't press. I'm too busy trying to preserve the fragile peace I found in the hum of waves and the sweet tang of mojito still on my tongue. We fill the time talking about spa appointments Avery insists on booking for us. Massages, facials, maybe even a yoga class. It's all part of her mission to get me to live a little, as she calls it. Our food arrives. Mine a platter of grilled mahi-mahi with mango salsa. Avery's a coconut shrimp dish. We dig in, occasionally exclaiming how delicious everything tastes. It's a welcome distraction from the heaviness I carried in my suitcase, along with my flip-flops. Eventually, the conversation winds down as we polish off dessert, some luscious chocolate lava cake that nearly makes me moan at the table. I feel pleasantly drowsy, my limbs heavy from sun and swimming, my heart a fraction lighter than it was this morning. Avery tosses her napkin onto the table. I'll head to the bar and settle the bill with our room tab. Then I'm thinking we call it an early night. You look wiped. She's right. Exhaustion tugs at me like an insistent child. But it's a good kind of tired, not the soul-crushing fatigue I've become accustomed to. Yeah, I agree, standing up. Thanks again for dinner. She nods, and I wander slowly back through the pool area, weaving around empty loungers and flickering torches. The night air clings to my skin, but the breeze is gentler now, cooler. I pause near the edge of the deck to look at the moon reflecting across the water, forming a silver path that dances on the ocean. I feel something like possibility flicker in my chest. Maybe this trip can be a turning point. Maybe I'm not as broken as I think. After all, I survived the worst that heartbreak had to offer. A short vacation in paradise can't hurt, right? Something behind me shifts, a soft footstep or movement, and I turn instinctively, but I see no one. Probably just another late-night guest or a staff member moving around. Yet a strange sense of being watched prickles along my nape. Silly. I brush it off. This is a public area after all. I'm not used to feeling so exposed, so vulnerable, after spending months holed up in my apartment nursing my wounds. Shaking my head, I continue inside the lobby. The staff smiles politely as I pass, the air conditioning cooling the sheen of sweat on my skin. I take the elevator back up to the 12th floor, every muscle yawning for rest. By the time I'm standing at my suite door, I realize I never even checked to see if Avery had followed me. Maybe she's at the bar, flirting with the bartender, or finishing up the tab. I swipe my key card and the lock beeps open. The suite is just as I left it, quiet, softly lit by a single table lamp. My luggage has been delivered, and I take a moment to rummage for the few toiletries I need before a shower. I let the hot water run, steam curling in the air, and then step under the spray, letting it wash away the chlorine, salt, and tension. Another attempt to scrub away the pain, the guilt, the doubts that clung to me all year. When I finally tumble into bed, my damp hair against the pillow, I feel more content than I have in months. Maybe I can do this. Maybe I can reclaim a piece of myself here in paradise. The last thought that crosses my mind before sleep claims me is a simple whispered prayer to the darkness. Please let tomorrow bring something good.
Chapter 2. Graham. I'm half listening to my CFO explain the finer points of tomorrow's presentation when the soft sounds of steel drums drift through the open-air bar behind me. The melody floats on a warm Caribbean breeze, mingling with the subtle scents of grilled fish and tropical flowers. I glance at my watch, just after 9 o'clock. I've been at the Coral Bay Paradise Resort for nearly a full day, but I've barely tasted the vacation atmosphere. Typical. This place may as well be my latest office, no matter how many palm trees adorn the view. Across our small table, my CFO, Kevin, leans forward, tapping the screen of his tablet. The Merkle Group's primary concern is the stability factor, he says for the third time this evening. I've cross-referenced their CEO's public interviews. He emphasizes family values and the personal touch. They don't just want a thriving company. They want someone who looks ready to build a legacy. I nod, forcing myself to focus. I know, I reply, though my gaze keeps drifting past him. The bar occupies a large patio deck overlooking the pool area, and from here I can see couples strolling hand in hand, guests wrapped in towels returning from a late swim, and small groups laughing around the lounge chairs. Every so often I catch sight of someone with the same hair color or the same tilt of the chin, and my heart clenches. Is that her? Of course not. It never is. Kevin exhales. Look, Graham, I'm not saying this is fair. You shouldn't have to produce a fiancée or a wife to prove you can handle a cross-Atlantic merger. But that's the reality. Half their board is made up of old-guard traditionalists who want a CEO they can imagine at a Sunday family dinner. My jaw tenses. We're a tech conglomerate, not a father-daughter dance committee. I shouldn't have to parade a relationship around. His lips quirk in sympathy. We've had this conversation a dozen times since negotiations began. I know. And yet, Merkle Group has turned down bigger fish for less. They're skittish about investing in companies that come across as unstable or too flashy. You, with your single status and your, he coughs delicately, wild success story might seem too unpredictable to them. I drain the last of my tonic water, ignoring the bite of frustration in my chest. Unpredictable. Too successful and single. Must be a playboy. The tabloids had their field days last year, pairing me with supermodels or socialites, all total nonsense. Dating became a chore once I felt how hollow it was. I left behind anything truly real years ago, back when I clamped down on that thought. No, don't go there. The memory tugs anyway. A faint image of her pulling me out of a coding trance in her parents' basement when we were just teenagers. That quick, bright laugh, the way she used to. Stop. Let's wrap this up, I tell Kevin, leaning back and trying to sound casual. We have that final pitch meeting tomorrow, right? He nods. 9 a.m., poolside conference room. They want to keep it informal. Show off the resort synergy or something like that. Fine, I say, though my mind is clearly elsewhere. We'll finalize the bullet points in the morning. Kevin packs up his tablet and stands. I'll go over the slides once more, then call it a night. He raises an eyebrow. Are you sure you're all right? You're usually more engaged in these prep sessions. I wave him off. I'm good. Just travel lag, maybe. He accepts that with a curt nod and disappears into the resort's softly lit corridors. Alone, I let out a slow breath. I should head upstairs too, but a faint restlessness keeps me rooted in place. The steel drums have given way to a gentle acoustic guitar, and a handful of couples are swaying in a makeshift dance area next to the bar. Their silhouettes ripple against the torchlight, which flickers on the marble columns. I run a hand through my strands. Tomorrow is a big day, and all I think about is how I've been avoiding my personal life for years. And now, ironically, my personal status is the deal breaker for a major business merger. Family stability. The concept weighs on me more than it should. What the hell do I know about stability? I left behind the only person who truly needed me, and I never found a way back. Would that prove to Merkle Group that I can be a reliable partner? I catch a sudden glimpse of a woman with chestnut brown hair stepping around the edge of the pool deck. My heart jams in my throat. No way. She vanishes behind a row of palm trees, and I press my lips into a grim line, telling myself it's just my mind playing tricks again. She's not here. The last I'd heard, she was living in Pennsylvania, trying to piece her life back together. Shaking off the phantom, I stand, toss a tip onto the table, and head for the exit. Maybe a walk around the resort will clear my head. God knows I won't sleep early. There's too much riding on tomorrow's pitch, and too many echoes of my past haunting these palm-lined paths. A short while later, I'm strolling along the stone walkway that skirts the beach. Tiki torches guide my steps, and the whisper of waves against the shoreline is soothing. The sky overhead is a canvas of stars, no city lights to drown them out. If I had any sense of romance left, I might appreciate the beauty. Instead, I feel oddly hollow, like I'm waiting for something I can't name. I pass a trio of older guests chatting in lounge chairs, then a few sunburned honeymooners returning from a moonlit dip. At the far end of the walkway stands a broad terrace that overlooks the ocean. It's quieter here, away from the evening bustle of bars and restaurants. As I round the corner, I hear a voice, a quiet, feminine murmur. I freeze mid-step. It's just a snippet of sound on the breeze, a soft laugh that sends a jolt through my bloodstream. My heart starts racing because that laugh sounds painfully familiar. Stepping closer, I peek around the tall, ornamental ferns that frame the terrace. A single figure leans on the railing, her silhouette lit by moonlight. My mouth goes dry. I'd recognize her outline anywhere, even after all these years. The subtle slope of her shoulders, the delicate curve of her neck. Lena. My pulse thrums, every instinct screaming turn around, walk away. But I can't move. I stand there, half hidden by the foliage, trying to calm the riot inside me. Memories crash through my mind in a chaotic wave. Afternoons spent huddled over old video games, laughter echoing in her living room, her tears when tragedy struck, the suffocating guilt I felt afterward, and how I ran like a coward. All this time, I've told myself it was for the best that we never reconnected, that she deserved better than my brand of clumsy support. I step back, about to retreat, but my heel catches a small rock on the walkway. It makes a scraping sound, and I curse under my breath. She straightens, glancing sharply over her shoulder. Our gazes lock across the short distance. For a moment, the rest of the world goes utterly silent. No waves, no breeze, no night creatures. Just me and the woman I used to think I'd spend my entire life protecting. Graham? Lena's voice is barely above a whisper. There's astonishment there, and unless I'm imagining it, a flicker of pain. Her eyes widen in the soft glow of moonlight. I force my feet to move, stepping into the open. Play it cool, I tell myself, but my chest feels like it's about to implode. Lena. Her name tastes foreign on my tongue, the syllables bringing back 1,000 memories. I didn't know you were... The rest of that sentence withers in my throat. I didn't know she was here at this exact resort, at this exact time, after all the years of distance. She turns fully, gripping the railing as though needing support. Neither did I, she finally says, her tone guarded. A faint tremor weaves through the words. Small world, I guess. An awkward silence descends. A million questions swirl in my head, but none of them make it to my lips. She's changed so much since I last saw her. Her posture is tense, her face more angular, cheekbones sharper. But there's still something undeniably Lena in her eyes, some glow, a softness that used to draw me in like gravity. She crosses her arms over her chest, either cold or self-protective. Probably both. I'm here with a friend, she explains, stilted. Needed a break. Her voice clips. I'm guessing you're not here on vacation? Business, I say. Trying to finalize a merger. I pause, searching her expression for any sign of how she feels about seeing me. Hurt? Anger? Indifference? I arrived yesterday with my team. She nods, looking away toward the ocean. That's nice. The tightness in her tone sends a pang through me. We used to be so easy together, finishing each other's jokes, passing hours in comfortable silence. Now there's a barrier between us a mile thick. The knowledge that I vanished when her world fell apart. I clear my throat, trying to push away the guilt. How have you been? Her eyes flick back to mine, and I see anger flash there. Or is it heartbreak? Maybe both. I'm managing, she says simply. Then, as if the weight of the conversation is too much, she shrugs. Look, it's been a long day. I should head to bed. I want to stop her from leaving apologize. Ask every question that's haunted me since I walked away. Beg her to understand. But the words aren't there. Right. Sure. Good night, Graham, she murmurs, stepping around me. She smells faintly of coconut sunscreen and salt air, and the scent triggers a sudden memory of summer days in her backyard. The memory slices through me with unexpected force. I turn, about to say something. Anything, but she's already halfway to the main path, her posture rigid, her head held high. I watch her until she disappears into the flickering glow of the torches, leaving me alone under the moonlight. My breath hisses out in a long exhale. You really blew that. But then again, what was I expecting? Lena has every right to be distant, possibly furious. I shut my eyes, letting the distant roll of waves fill the sudden emptiness in my chest. If there was ever a second chance for us to talk, really talk, it won't come easily. Eventually, I trudge back along the path to the main resort building. My footsteps echo on the stone, accompanied by a swirling sense of regret. Of all the places, of all the times, I never imagined fate would throw us back together at a luxury Caribbean resort. The irony is too sharp to be anything but a cosmic joke. I'm up early the next morning, preparing in my suite for the big pitch to the Merkle Group. Despite tossing and turning all night, I force my mind to the present. This deal is crucial. I shower, dress in a tailored linen shirt and slacks, something that screams casual but professional, exactly what these laid-back Europeans seem to want. Kevin texts me that the meeting location has changed to an even more relaxed lounge area near the pool. Great. Right where half the resort's guests might lounge around in bikinis and flip-flops. Still, if Merkel's CEO wants breezy informality, I can adapt. I gather my laptop and a slim folder of notes, then head down. My pulse picks up at the mere thought that Lena might be somewhere on the grounds or strolling between palm trees or sipping coffee in the cafe. The memory of her face last night, the shock and hurt in her eyes, gnaws at me. Focus, Graham. One crisis at a time. When I reach the designated lounge area, a section roped off for private events, Merkel's team is already seated around a low table. The CEO, a stately older gentleman named Gunter, waves me over with a polite grin. He's wearing a short-sleeve button-down with boat shoes, exuding that easy confidence that old-money Europeans have perfected. "Graham, good morning," he calls. "You're a punctual man. I like that." I clasp his hand in a firm shake. Punctuality keeps everything on track, right? He gives an approving nod, then gestures to a seat. Kevin is there as well, exchanging pleasantries with other Merkel representatives. We settle into a half-moon arrangement of wicker chairs, the blue water of the pool sparkling just a few feet away. I begin the pitch, launching into how Lancaster Tech's cutting-edge artificial intelligence software aligns with Merkel's manufacturing expansions. They nod along, occasionally asking questions about our market reach or strategic roadmap. Everything flows smoothly, the well-practiced lines rolling off my tongue. But then Gunter clears his throat. "There's something I'd like to address," he says, glancing meaningfully at one of his board members. "Our group places a high value on the CEO's personal character, stability. We want a business partner who's building for the future, not just chasing short-term gains. I don't mean to pry, but we've read about your bachelor lifestyle in certain tabloids." I feel Kevin's eye on me, as if to say I warned you. I keep my expression calm. "You can't believe everything you read in the papers, sir. My personal life is quite private, but I assure you I'm not the irresponsible type they make me out to be." The board member, a poised woman with a sleek chignon, purses her lips. "Surely you understand that we want to ensure a stable foundation for our joint venture. A family man, so to speak, often makes for a more reliable face of the company." It's like he's saying, "We'd be happier if you had a ring on your finger." My gut clenches. The resort staff breezes by, offering fresh fruit platters and coffee refills, but the tension in the conversation is thick enough to cut with a knife. I muster a polite, confident smile. I'm no stranger to stability. My entire company thrives on consistent leadership. I've been establishing Lancaster Tech for nearly a decade now. If that's not commitment, I don't know what is. Gunter nods, though his gaze remains thoughtful. Yes, of course." Kevin jumps in, tactfully redirecting the conversation back to synergy opportunities. My mind, however, remains stuck on their unsubtle hint. A fiancée or a wife would smooth these negotiations. I despise the notion of staging something so personal just to land a business deal. And yet, losing this merger isn't an option. The deal is worth too much for my company, my employees, and the expansions I've worked toward for years. The discussion lingers for another half hour. We field a few more tough questions, but overall, it seems positive. As we wrap up, Gunter stands and shakes my hand, smiling politely, though I sense he's still not fully convinced about my family man credentials. "I look forward to hearing from you soon," I say, striving for relaxed confidence. He nods. "We'll consider everything and be in touch. Enjoy your time here, Mr. Lancaster. This resort is quite the paradise." Paradise. Sure. The moment they depart, Kevin exhales loudly. "They won't sign unless they see you're off the market," he mutters. "These old-world types are stuck in the last century." I rub the bridge of my nose. "We'll figure it out," Yet a voice inside me mocks that reassurance. If only there was some solution, some fiancé on demand. The idea would be ludicrous, except that it might save the future of my company. After we part ways, I let Kevin handle the usual follow-up correspondence while I wander the resort grounds, lost in thought. Large leafy palms line the walkways, and guests mill about in swimsuits, enjoying the sun. The vantage point near the pool bar overlooks the ocean, glinting like a treasure chest of blues and greens. Suddenly, I spot a familiar figure cutting across the lawn beyond the pool deck. Lena, wearing a floral sundress and a distant expression. My pulse jumps. She seems preoccupied, maybe heading for the beach. She doesn't see me, though. I won't catch up with her, to say I'm sorry, to do anything to fix the chasm between us. But the mess of emotions in my chest feels too volatile, and the possibility that she might shoot me down again is too strong. Instead, I watch her go, vanishing around the curve of a stone path. Family stability. The phrase hammers in my mind, a cruel echo. My gaze lingers on the place where Lena disappeared. She has every reason to hate me for leaving when I did. But now, of all times, I need a partner, someone to stand beside me and show the Merkel Group that I'm not the lone wolf CEO they fear. Someone who means something more than just a press release. Because if I'm going to ask for help, it should be with a person I trust. Or at least used to trust. My stomach twists with both anticipation and dread. The idea that Lena is here, that we've been thrust into the same paradise, can't be a coincidence. Fate is rarely so unsubtle. Could I ask her to pretend to be my fiancé? The notion alone makes me feel like a manipulative jerk. I bailed on her once. There's no erasing that. Now I'd be asking for an enormous favor. She'd never agree unless there's something in it for her. I shake my head, trying to dispel the swirl of guilt. I'm not sure how I'm going to approach it, or if I'll even have the guts to. All I know is that the Merkel Group wants to see me settle down, and Lena's the only woman I've ever actually cared about. Approaching a random stranger wouldn't work. Hiring an actress would risk everything if the tabloids sniffed out the truth. No, Lena is the only option that isn't completely insane. Or maybe it's the most insane. My heart clenches as the memory of her stricken face from last night resurfaces. She'll never forgive me. But what if this is my one shot to make things right and secure the future of my company all at once? A wave of anguish and longing washes over me, nearly buckling my knees. I dig my phone out of my pocket just to have something to grip. My reflection stares back at me in the blank screen, tired eyes, stress lines that used to be smoothed away by the energy of ambition. I feel uncertain, vulnerable even, because I know that if I get close to Lena again, all my regrets and fear and guilt will come rushing out. And I'm not sure I can handle that. Shoving the phone away, I turn on my heel and head back toward the main building. As I climb the stone steps, I can't help glancing again in the direction Lena went. The wind stirs the palm fronds in a lazy chorus, and a hint of salt lingers in the air. If I don't act soon, I'll lose the chance to repair whatever's left between us, and I might lose this deal too. Somewhere inside me, a voice murmurs that fate doesn't hand out second chances lightly. We're both here, in the same place, at the same time, for a reason. Maybe it's time to see if the old bond is still strong enough to fix what I broke all those years ago. I exhale slowly, then slip into the cool interior of the resort, each step echoing across polished marble floors. One thing is certain, avoiding Lena is no longer an option. Whether she rejects me or not, I have to at least try to confront the mess I left behind. Because right now, everything I've worked for and everything I once cared about hangs in the balance. And if there's one truth I can't ignore, it's that seeing Lena again has awakened something in me that I thought I'd buried. A longing, a hope, maybe even a chance at redemption. But if I want any shot at winning her forgiveness and securing the future of my merger, I need a plan. A damn good one. Family stability. The phrase echoes like a mantra, reminding me what's at stake. I press my hand against the polished banister and ascend the grand staircase to my suite, determination hardening my steps. I just hope Lena will hear me out and that it's not too late to prove I'm not the same man who once ran away.
Chapter 3. Lena. I wake to the Caribbean sun spilling through the open balcony doors, a gentle salt-tinged breeze lifting the sheer curtains. My entire body feels heavy, like I spent the night wrestling with ghosts instead of sleeping. In a way, I guess I did. Graham Lancaster. The fact that he's not just a memory, but an actual flesh and blood presence in this resort, kept me tossing and turning until the early hours. My phone buzzes on the nightstand, snapping me out of half-formed dreams. Blinking, I pick it up to find a text from Avery. Rise and shine, Sleeping Beauty. Let's do breakfast. I'm next door whenever you're ready. I drag myself upright, swinging my legs over the side of the bed. The plush carpet cushions my feet in a way that's almost too soft, reminding me how everything here feels surreal, too perfect, like a postcard I can't quite believe I'm living in. Last night's encounter on the moonlit terrace replays in my mind on an endless loop. Graham's silhouette emerging from the shadows, the shock in his ocean blue eyes, the silence that stretched between us for those few excruciating seconds. Exhaling a shaky breath, I push myself to standing. There's a small mirror above the dresser, so I catch sight of my rumpled reflection, chestnut curls frizzing around my silk wrap, eyes smudged with the remains of mascara I forgot to remove. Not my proudest moment. Yet the memory of the way he looked at me still makes my stomach twist. There was regret in his gaze, maybe a touch of longing. But mostly, I remember how seeing him made me feel as though every scar in my chest was fresh again. I shuffle to the bathroom and splash cool water on my face. The quiet rush of the faucet helps me regain a little composure. This is exactly what I didn't want from this vacation: emotional turmoil. I came here to heal, to find some fraction of inner peace. Instead, I'm wrestling with a torrent of old wounds. Surely I can get through 2 weeks without letting him tear me apart again. I change into a light sundress, pale yellow linen that skims my curves without clinging. As I slip it on, I catch the faint gleam of the lotus tattoo on my inner wrist, a reminder of renewal. It's there to remind me that I can rise from the mud, but right now, it feels more like a mocking prophecy. I gather my curls into a loose updo, fix a delicate gold necklace around my throat, and open the door to meet Avery. She's leaning against the corridor wall, scrolling through her phone. The moment she spots me, her face lights up with what I can only describe as suspicious eagerness. "Morning," she chimes, slipping her phone into a beaded clutch. She's dressed in a breezy white jumpsuit that contrasts beautifully with her dark hair. "Ready for some island pancakes? I hear they do this amazing coconut syrup." I force a small smile. "Sure, lead the way." As we walk toward the elevator, I can't help noticing the excited bounce in her step. It's as though she's a kid on Christmas morning. "You look cheerful," I remark lightly. She presses the elevator button and glances at me with a wide grin. "I'm just happy to see you out of your room, not moping." Then, in a more playful tone, "I heard from the hotel staff that there's some kind of big business group here, all suits and hush-hush meetings. Maybe we'll spot them at breakfast." She arches a brow in a way that makes my pulse jump. Business group. My mind immediately flips to Graham. Last night, he mentioned being here for a merger. Could it be his entire team is staying in the same place? A cold knot forms in my stomach. "Is that so?" I say vaguely. The elevator arrives with a cheerful ding, and Avery steps inside. "Yep, figured we might see them around, maybe even snag an invite to one of their fancy parties, if we play our cards right." I blink at her, unsure why she's so invested in running into this mysterious group, but I don't push it. She's always been a social butterfly, Maybe she's just excited about the possibility of networking or meeting new people. Still, a prickle of unease runs down my spine. We ride down to the main floor in silence. I briefly close my eyes, centering myself. My biggest fear is that I'll turn a corner and see Graham. Sandy brown hair, broad-shouldered, and that perpetual 5 o'clock shadow that used to make him look simultaneously lazy and dangerously handsome. Stop thinking about him. I force my mind to breakfast, to fresh fruit, to the possibility of a peaceful day at the beach. The lobby is bustling when we exit the elevator. Families rushing off to day excursions, couples checking in, a few men in business attire scanning their phones. My pulse hiccups. Could Graham be among them? A paranoid voice in my head says that if I scan the crowd too obviously, Avery will ask questions. So I keep my gaze forward, following her to the oceanfront cafe. The cafe's architecture is all sweeping arches and open windows, letting in sunlight and a view of the surf. We're seated at a teakwood table near a balustrade overlooking the beach. A breeze tickles the edges of the tablecloth, and the soft hiss of waves offers a gentle backdrop. A waiter arrives with 2 menus and a bright smile. "Good morning, ladies. Coffee or juice?" "Coffee for me," Avery says immediately. I nod in agreement. The waiter disappears, leaving us to scan the breakfast options: tropical fruit platters, locally caught fish dishes, eggs any style. My stomach growls softly. At least I'm hungry. "So," Avery says, folding her menu. "How'd you sleep?" She tries to sound nonchalant, but a flicker of knowing dances in her eyes. I set my menu aside, trying to stifle the memory of Graham's face. "Fine," I lie. "This place is gorgeous, though. Almost too quiet at night. Hard to shut my brain off." She purses her lips in a way that suggests she wants to poke deeper, but then her expression brightens. "Speaking of quiet at night, guess who I heard might be here?" I brace myself. "Who?" She lowers her voice, eyes gleaming. "Graham Lancaster. The Graham Lancaster." She says his name like it's some mythical beast, her voice practically vibrating with excitement. "The billionaire tech mogul, you know. I heard from the bartender last night that he's staying here with his team. Something about a merger. Crazy, right? He's like the biggest name in the business world nowadays." My heart slams against my ribs. So she knows, or at least she knows of him in some business magazine sense. But does she know that I know him personally? I push away a wave of panic. "That's interesting," I say carefully, picking at a loose thread on the tablecloth. "Let's hope he doesn't buy out the entire resort," I add lightly, trying to deflect. Avery laughs, but there's an intensity in her gaze I can't quite interpret. Right. Rich, successful men can be so full of themselves. But maybe he's a nice guy. Who knows? I force a polite shrug, ignoring the swirl of memories that contradiction stirs. Was Graham Lancaster ever the nice guy? He had his moments. Underneath all his ambition and bravado, there was a quieter, compassionate side he rarely let anyone see, a side that held my hand through heartbreak until he disappeared. The waiter returns with steaming cups of coffee. I'm grateful for the interruption, inhaling the aroma and adding a splash of cream. For a moment, neither Avery nor I speak. We just sip, letting the caffeine infuse our veins. Outside, a group of tourists strolls by on the sand, one of them snapping pictures of the surf. It all looks so tranquil. Avery sets her mug down. Let's do something fun today, yeah? I was thinking about a spa appointment or maybe a catamaran tour. Something to get you out there, living a little. She leans forward, her dark eyes shining with a mix of sincerity and eagerness. I hate seeing you cooped up in your own head. Guilt twists in my chest. She organized this entire trip for me, presumably to help me recover from the worst year of my life. The least I can do is try to be present. I straighten my shoulders. All right, let's do something. A spa appointment sounds great, actually. My muscles could use some TLC. She beams. Perfect. I'll check availability after breakfast. She flips open her phone to note it. As she types, I notice the faint smirk on her lips, as though she's pleased with herself. There's something about her expression I can't read. Maybe just excitement about a relaxing day. Any idea on the time? I ask, forcing casual conversation. I'm thinking late morning or early afternoon, she replies, glancing at the spa's online booking system. Then maybe we can lounge by the pool, and if we're feeling brave, check out the resort lounge tonight. They have live music on Wednesdays. Sounds good, I say, though I feel a flicker of reluctance at the idea of socializing. Still, I'm here to break out of my lonely routine, so I swallow any reservations and put on a small smile. Let's do it. The waiter returns with our breakfast. Mine is a coconut-infused pancake stack topped with sliced bananas, while Avery opted for an island-style omelet loaded with local veggies. The sweet smell makes my mouth water. I dig in, letting the rich flavors distract me from the kaleidoscope of my thoughts. Halfway through breakfast, Avery suddenly waves a greeting to someone behind me. I look over my shoulder to see a tall man in a linen shirt and loafers crossing the cafe's threshold. My heart flips. Graham. He's scanning the room with that composed air of a businessman, yet there's an undercurrent of restlessness in the set of his jaw. And in broad daylight, with the Caribbean sun highlighting his sandy hair and strong frame, he looks devastatingly handsome. A memory courses through me of the day we met in college. Him standing in the library, a stack of programming books under one arm. That same guarded tilt to his lips. Back then, I thought he was arrogant. Turned out he was just shy in his own way, uncertain how to let people past his prickly exterior. That was a lifetime ago, though. He's changed, matured, but I still recognize the purposeful line of his shoulders, the subtle tension in his ocean blue eyes. I wonder if he's searching for me now. Avery, who's flagged him down for reasons I can't fathom, nudges me under the table. Lena, she whispers. Isn't that... I force a neutral expression. He's heading this way, I murmur, panicking. My pulse thuds like a drum. No part of me is ready for a confrontation this morning. She shrugs with feigned innocence. Maybe he'll join us. Then, flashing a too bright smile, she waves again. Graham, over here. I want to sink under the table. Blood roars in my ears as he closes the distance. He stops a foot away, studying me with an intensity that makes me feel both exposed and oddly defiant. He's tall, at least 6'2", his sandy brown hair styled just enough to appear careless. A faint shadow lines his jaw, accentuating the cut of his cheekbones. And his eyes, even in the pastel morning light, they're the color of the Caribbean Sea, clear yet layered with deeper currents I can't decipher. Morning, he says, voice low. He nods at Avery, then lets his gaze flick to me. Lena. My name on his lips is a jolt straight to my chest. Suddenly, I'm too aware of the surgical scar hidden beneath my dress, the memory of every heartbreak that brought me here. I sit up straighter, forcing calm. Hello, Graham? Avery, apparently oblivious to the tension crackling between us, motions to the empty seat. Want to join us for breakfast? I'm Avery, by the way. Her grin is wide, almost triumphant. Graham hesitates. For a split second, I see uncertainty flicker across his features. Then he slides into the chair next to me, and my heart pounds like a drum solo. He greets Avery politely, but his attention drifts back to me. You look well, he says, voice soft. It's nice to see you again. My throat constricts. Thanks, I manage. I glance at Avery, who's watching us with poorly concealed fascination. Suddenly, I realize she must suspect I already know him. But how? Could it be the rumors swirling around the resort? Or did she somehow piece together that my old friend from college was the Graham Lancaster? The tension is suffocating. Graham attempts a polite smile. "So, you two on vacation?" he asks, clearing his throat. "Girls' trip?" Avery supplies brightly. Though it's turning into something of an adventure, I think. She casts me a sidelong look. "Lena had no idea you were staying here. What are the odds, right?" Graham's gaze locks onto mine. "Yeah, small world." The timbre of his voice wraps around me, stirring up old memories I fought to bury. I swallow hard, forcing a nod but staying silent. I can't trust my voice not to crack. Avery sips her coffee, letting a quick silence hang before she wades back in. "Graham, how about you? Business or pleasure?" "Business." He leans back, hooking an ankle over his knee in a casual gesture. "Trying to close a deal, He grimaces. "Let's just say the stakes are high." I notice how the lines of his shoulders tense when he talks about it, as if the stress is already digging in. So he hasn't changed that much. He's always been driven by goals, by the need to prove himself. Except once upon a time, he was sweet under all that drive. The question is, does any of that sweetness remain? Avery feigns surprise. "Sounds serious? Well, if you need a break from a big negotiations, maybe you can join us for drinks tonight? I hear the lounge has great live music." I snap my gaze to her. Why is she inviting him? My heart stammers in protest. The last thing I want is forced proximity, but Avery just beams at me like, "Isn't this fun?" Graham's lips curve in a faint smile. "I might take you up on that. A break wouldn't hurt." His eyes dart to me again. Only if Lena's okay with it. My chest tightens. He's giving me an out, a chance to say no and avoid him. But Avery's foot nudges mine under the table, and I feel cornered. If I outright refuse, I'll look petty. If I agree, I'm stuck pretending everything's fine when it's not. I muster a semblance of composure. "It's a free resort," I say mildly. "You can do as you please." God, I sound so cold. A flicker of hurt crosses his eyes before he disguises it. "Right, of course." Just then, Kevin, Graham's CFO, if I recall correctly, calls to him from the cafe entrance. Graham glances over, raising a hand in acknowledgement. "Looks like I'm needed," he murmurs, standing. He straightens the linen shirt over his broad frame, the morning light catching the slight stubble along his jaw and the faint lines of strain near his eyes. The sight stirs something in me, a mix of desire and sorrow. "I'll see you both around." Then he's gone, walking toward Kevin with smooth, confident strides. The hush he leaves behind is deafening. Avery all but squeals once he's out of earshot. "Oh my God, was that intense or what?" She practically vibrates with excitement. "He's so powerful," she sighs. "And that face. I thought pictures on Forbes magazine were heavily edited, but apparently not." I'm too rattled to play along. I take a gulp of coffee, wishing it were something stronger. "You sound like you planned that whole thing," I accuse gently. "Did she?" She's been suspiciously eager about the idea of crossing paths with him. Avery shrugs, refusing to meet my gaze. "I just spotted him and thought I'd say hi. No big deal." My instincts ping with alarm, but I let it go, not wanting a confrontation. There's a subtle flicker in her eyes, like she's savoring a secret. Maybe she just enjoys pushing me out of my comfort zone, or maybe it's something else. Either way, I'm too emotionally drained to pry right now. We finish breakfast in relative silence. My appetite has vanished, though I manage a few more bites of pancake. Every taste is overshadowed by the memory of Graham's ocean blue eyes fixed on me. That faint tension in his brow that used to mean he was worried, or trying not to show he cared. Finally, we settle the bill and step into the warm sunlight outside the cafe. Avery begins talking animatedly about spa times, listing out the possible treatments. I nod along, letting her words wash over me. All the while, my thoughts circle the same question. Why is Graham here now, of all times? And more importantly, how am I supposed to survive 2 weeks of near-constant reminders that the one person I once relied on walked away when I needed him most? But beneath my bitterness, a tiny spark of something else flickers. Anger, yes, but also a traitorous thread of excitement. Because no matter how furious I am, some part of me never stopped wondering if he'd come back. If he'd find a way to right the wrongs between us. If he could still be the man I remember glimpsing behind all that ambition. I tighten my grip on my tote bag, deciding I'll bury that spark as deep as it will go. I'm not here to rekindle anything, nor am I interested in playing games. I came to the Caribbean to heal, to prove I can stand on my own. And that means keeping Graham Lancaster, heart-stopping grin, regrets, and all, at arm's length. Still, as Avery steers me toward the spa, I can't help the subtle flutter in my chest that says, maybe, just maybe, this trip is about more than a simple reset. It might be a crossroads, a test of whether the woman I've become can truly face her past and decide if there's any room left for hope. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 4. Graham. The mid-afternoon sun is merciless as I step off the breezeway onto the powdery sand, heading for the beach bar on the far side of the resort. If I weren't so preoccupied, I might notice the vibrant turquoise horizon or the breeze rustling the palms above. But my mind is stuck in a loop, replaying the morning's meeting and the tension that practically crackled between Lena and me at breakfast. We parted ways hours ago, Lena with her friend, Avery, and me with Kevin and the rest of my team. I have spent the bulk of the day in an Ocean View conference room discussing corporate synergy for what feels like the 1,000th time. The Merkel group needs more coddling, more "we're practically a family" talk, none of which matters if they decide I'm too single, too unattached to be the partner they want. Now, with the workday winding down, I need a moment to breathe. A sense of restlessness has dogged me ever since I saw Lena again. This beach bar, set apart from the main bustle of the resort, is rumored to serve the best rum cocktails on the island. Maybe that'll help ease the tension grinding behind my eyes. Or maybe I'm lying to myself, hoping I'll see her again, because I can't stop thinking about the woman I once considered my closest friend. As I trudge through warm sand, I pass a scattering of resort guests sunbathing, their soft conversations melding with the hush of the surf. One couple is building a lopsided sandcastle, and their carefree laughter momentarily distracts me. Family. Stability. The concept churns in my head like a broken record. The Merkel group wants proof I can settle down, that I'm not some tabloid-tempting CEO with zero roots. The irony that Lena, the one person who ever made me yearn for a genuine future, might now be my only hope to seal this deal, isn't lost on me. Drawing closer, I spot the beach bar, a thatched roof hut perched just feet from the water. A wide plank deck extends out, furnished with a few high-top tables. Overhead, seagulls circle in lazy arcs. The bartender, a lanky guy in a floral shirt, greets me with a nod as I step under the shade of the roof. "What'll it be?" he asks, wiping down the counter. I hesitate, scanning the menu chalked on a board. Piña coladas, mojitos, every island specialty known to man. "Dark rum on ice, splash of lime," I say finally, not in the mood for sweet or festive. "Sure thing." He busies himself at once, rattling ice cubes into a glass. I slump onto a bar stool, letting the overhead fan ruffle my hair. Part of me wants to shut off my phone and all the responsibilities that come with it. But being CEO means never fully disconnecting. Kevin might text any second with more demands from the Merkel folks. The bartender slides over my drink, amber liquid clinking ice, and I thank him absently. I lift the tumbler, inhaling the heady rum aroma, hoping for a sliver of calm. The first sip burns in a way I almost welcome. "Wake up, Graham. You can't let this slip through your fingers." In the hush that follows, soft footsteps on the deck draw my attention. I glance over my shoulder and my pulse lurches. It's Lena. For a second I wonder if I'm conjuring her out of sheer desperation. But no, she's real. The sunlight edges around her as if she's in a spotlight. Warm mahogany skin, chestnut curls pinned up in a loose style, a white wrap skirt that sways around her hips. She looks both regal and untouchable. A wave of regret hits me square in the chest. She spots me, and I see her entire body tense. For a split second, I expect her to turn around and vanish. Instead, she sets her jaw in a determined line and walks forward, each step measured as though bracing herself for a confrontation. I swivel on my bar stool. "Lena," I greet, my tone hushed. Her name tastes oddly bittersweet on my tongue after so many years. "Graham," she replies, voice carefully neutral. A hush falls as we stare at each other across a short distance. Then, as if determined not to give me the satisfaction of bolting, she claims a stool a couple of seats away, leaving a gulf of space. I don't blame her after how I left things. I deserve worse. The bartender, done serving another guest, turns to her with a polite smile. "What can I get you?" She hesitates, then speaks softly. Mango daiquiri, please. He nods and sets about blending fruit and rum. Lena keeps her attention fixed on the bar top. The overhead fan stirs the strands of curls near her temple, and for the briefest moment I remember how I used to tuck them behind her ear. God, I was an idiot to let her go. When the bartender hands over her drink, she thanks him and takes a cautious sip. I notice the tension in her shoulders, the subtle trembling in the hand curled around her glass. Or is that just me projecting? I decide to test the waters. So, I say, aiming for gentle but not meek. Guess we can't avoid each other in paradise. She arches an eyebrow, glancing my way. Seems not. A sharp exhale leaves her. So let's cut to it. What do you want, Graham? Don't tell me it's just business. I swallow, my thoughts stumbling over each other. It is business, I say quietly, swirling my ice. But it's also complicated. Her lips press into a thin line, but she doesn't interrupt. So I gather the courage to continue. My company's finalizing a big merger. The CEO has these archaic notions of wanting a family man at the helm. And my personal life doesn't exactly scream stable. A flicker of annoyance crosses her features. No, it doesn't, she says dryly. I force myself to meet her eyes. Right. Which is why I'm in a bind. The truth is, I need... The words catch in my throat. I need someone to pose as my fiancée. For a couple of weeks. Tops. My heart thumps, dread and hope colliding. It'd be a charade, but one that could save everything I've worked for. Her mouth falls open. Shock registers first, followed by a flash of anger. You're joking, she says quietly, a tremor in her voice. Then she laughs, a harsh, bitter sound. Actually, no, you're not. Wow. It's ridiculous, I know, I concede, rushing to clarify. I wouldn't ask if it weren't important. My entire merger could fail if I show up as the eternal bachelor. These people value appearances. Ridiculous, but that's the reality. Her stare hardens and she sets her daiquiri down carefully, as if afraid she might throw it at me otherwise. Let me get this straight. You disappear from my life for years, leaving me to handle everything on my own. Then out of nowhere you show up and expect me to fix your business deal by pretending we're engaged? I open my mouth, but nothing coherent emerges. The heartbreak in her voice, even masked by outrage, hits me like a punch to the gut. Lena. She slashes the air with one hand. You think I have any reason to say yes? Why on earth would I do that for you? Because, I drag in a breath, because we have a connection. We know each other better than anyone else, even if we haven't spoken in years. This is purely for show, but it could help me earn the trust of the Merkle board. And then, you can ride off into the corporate sunset proud of your achievement. Meanwhile, I'm left with more scars to add to the collection. She scoffs, voice choked with anger. No, thanks. I realize too late how self-serving it all sounds. In my mind, I pictured some grand redemption, a way to prove to her I'm not the same man who left. But from her vantage, it's just another demonstration of my arrogance, assuming she'd go along with any plan I propose. She slides off her stool, crossing her arms. Is that all I am to you now, Graham? A convenient fix? No, I say quickly, my pulse hammering. That's not it at all. I thought maybe I could help you too. If you need anything, connections, financial backing, whatever. I want to fix what I broke. Her lips tremble. What you broke can't be fixed with money or business contacts. She looks away, blinking hard. You walked away when I needed you. Nothing changes that. I can't breathe. Lena, I'm sorry, I hate that I hurt you. Let me do something. Anything to make it better. This arrangement would be a start. A chance for us to talk. Maybe even heal some of that old pain. She tilts her head back in disbelief. A start? You think lying to people about being engaged is a start? God, Graham, you're unbelievable. Her voice shakes and something in me snaps. Desperation pushes me to step forward, bridging the gap between us. I'm not trying to be selfish, I plead. If you say no, I'll drop it, but please hear me out. She throws me a look so sharp it feels like a blade. You don't get to ask for my help after vanishing all those years. You don't get to waltz in and expect me to fix your problems. Each sentence is like a hammer against my chest, but I deserved it. I understand, I stammer, even though I don't know how to salvage this. But if there was a chance... Her hand clenches at her side. For a moment, I think she might lash out verbally or physically. Instead, her voice comes out hushed, trembling with raw emotion. You said you wouldn't walk away again. That's a pretty promise, but it's empty. A surge of guilt burns my throat. Let me prove it's not empty. I swear. She abruptly holds up a palm as if commanding me to stop. Her eyes glisten with tears she refuses to let fall. No, Graham, you can't fix the past by pushing me into some farce of an engagement. Her breath catches and she shakes her head. You made your choice years ago when you left. I won't let you drag me into another cycle of betrayal no matter how politely you phrase it. My entire chest constricts, panic rising like a riptide. Lena, please. Go find someone else, she says, voice hollow. I'm sure you can pay a model to dangle on your arm for 2 weeks. Isn't that how rich people solve everything? I wince, the truth of her barb hitting deeper than I care to admit. That's not who I am. She grabs her daiquiri, stares at it for a second, then sets it down as though she's too angry to bother. Without another word, she pushes past me, steps echoing on the deck. Lena! I call after her, voice cracking with desperation. I reach out to lightly catch her elbow. My fingertips barely graze her skin before she recoils. Don't, she warns, eyes flashing. Don't you dare ask me for anything else, Graham. Whatever we had is gone. Then she wrenches free and strides away, sandals leaving deep imprints in the sand as she heads up the beach. I stand there frozen, watching her disappear around the bend until all that remains is the faint echo of her footsteps and the thunder in my ears. I eventually release a shuddering breath, aware the bartender is giving me a wide berth now, probably sensing the storm cloud over my head. The rum I sipped earlier sits like lead in my stomach. I can't blame her for refusing. From her perspective, I'm the same arrogant jerk who vanished when times got tough. A wave crashes on shore, spraying brine-scented air around the bar. I stare at the vacant spot where Lena stood, half expecting her to walk back, to call me an idiot one more time, maybe give me another chance to explain. But she's gone, and I'm left with the reality that my brilliant plan blew up in my face. What the hell do I do now? The Merkel group is breathing down my neck, demanding a stable, family-oriented figurehead. I was naive enough to think Lena might help me salvage the deal and maybe let me earn her forgiveness in the process. Now, I'm not sure I have either. I'm not sure I ever will. I run my fingers through my hair, mind spinning with panic and regret. You walked away once. You can't blame her for walking away now. The harsh truth of it makes me feel impossibly small. But if there's one thing I know, it's that I can't give up. I have to find a way to fix this, both the business side and the part of me that can't bear the thought of letting Lena go again. Even if she hates me, I owe her more than a feeble apology. I would have been fine without meeting her again. I probably will go through the rest of my days just thinking about her. But after seeing her again, I just can't be a part of the past. I need to fix us. For now, though, all I can do is watch the last rays of sunlight fade over the ocean, my drink sweating in my grip. I consider texting Kevin with instructions for some new angle, some fix, but it feels hollow. What's the point of a Band-Aid if the wound is still gaping beneath? Exhaling sharply, I set my glass on the bar with a dull thud. The bartender carefully approaches to clear it away, his gaze flicking to me in silent sympathy. I manage a nod of thanks, but inside, I'm reeling. The crisp tang of salt air does nothing to ease the dread tightening around my lungs. I turn and walk away from the bar, my loafers sinking into the sand as I follow the same path Lena took, though she's long gone now, out of sight. The waves churn, a low rhythmic thunder. It matches the pounding in my skull. I came here for a merger. Instead, I've collided head-on with the past I tried to outrun. And right now, I'm pretty sure I lost both the deal and the person who once meant everything to me.
Chapter 5. Lena. I'm halfway to my suite when I realize my hands won't stop shaking. My fingers grip the balcony railing in the hallway, heart hammering so hard I can barely catch my breath. The sharp scent of salt air from the open windows does nothing to steady me. All I think is Graham's outrageous proposition and the surge of anger that nearly consumed me at the beach bar. He wants me to pretend to be his fiancée. Just when I believed he couldn't possibly surprise me again, he's managed to show up in my life and flip everything upside down. I should march right back there, toss that half-melted mango daiquiri in his face, and tell him exactly where to shove his merger deal. Except I already did something similar. I walked away, told him no, absolutely not, and yet, here I am, trembling with adrenaline and an undercurrent of doubt. Could I have missed something? Because for one split second, when he pleaded, I swore I caught a glimpse of genuine remorse in his eyes. He looked desperate. Not my problem, I scold myself, forcing a deep breath. I can't let him manipulate me again. A couple in matching floral shirts sidles past in the corridor, chattering about dinner plans. I plaster on a vacant smile as they pass, then step briskly to my door. The digital lock clicks open, and I slip inside my suite, flipping on the overhead light, even though the late afternoon sun still filters through the sheer curtains. It's quiet here, peaceful compared to the storm inside me. I toss my beach bag onto a nearby chair and sink onto the bed, trying to collect my thoughts. Lena, calm down. This is exactly what you wanted to avoid on this vacation. Emotional chaos. From the moment I arrived, I vowed no drama, no heartbreak, no illusions. And yet I'm smacking what feels like the middle of a telenovela, complete with a billionaire ex-best friend and an insane proposition. My reflection stares back at me from the mirror across the room. Chestnut curls frizzed by the humidity, gold necklace askew, eyes wide with leftover fury and confusion. You look a mess, girl, I think, and I feel it too. My gaze moves to the faint line of the surgical scar beneath my dress, a hidden reminder of everything I've been through. IVF, heartbreak, that horrible day my parents died. On that day, Graham vanished without a word. No call, no explanation, nothing. Just heartbreak layered on heartbreak. Why did he really leave me then? The question is an old ache, one I've buried in my chest for years. I never let myself dwell on it too deeply, partly because I feared I'd unravel. Now, seeing him in the flesh, hearing him talk about second chances, has ripped off every scab. A discreet knock at the adjoining suite door makes me jump. Lena? Avery's voice. You in there? I blow out a breath, crossing to open it. Avery stands in the doorway, wearing a bright coral sundress. She looks me up and down, a crease forming between her brows. You okay? She asks softly, stepping inside without waiting for an answer. I shut the door behind her. Define okay? My laugh is hollow. I just had the most ridiculous conversation with Graham Lancaster. Her eyes sharpen with interest. He's still around? Oh yeah, very much around. And he's decided to fix his corporate crisis by roping me into a fake engagement. The words taste bitter just saying them aloud. Avery's mouth falls open. He wants you to... What? I nod, sinking onto the bed again. He claims his potential business partners value stability, so he needs a fiancée. He apparently thinks I can be that person. I try to keep my voice steady, but the anger simmers dangerously beneath the surface. I told him where he could shove that idea and walked off. Avery's eyes flick with something I can't read. Wow, that's bold. Yeah, that's one word for it. I press my palm against my face, headache forming behind my eyes. As if it's not insulting enough that he disappeared when my world fell apart. Now he wants me to fix his problems. Avery moves closer, her hand brushing my shoulder. What exactly is he offering? Did he say anything that makes you consider it? I frown, her question nagging at me. He offered money or help or connections, like I'm some project he can sponsor. My voice warps with disgust. It felt demeaning. He's done enough damage. I don't want him thinking he can wave his wallet around and solve everything. Avery nods slowly, as if mulling something over. That's fair, but is there a chance you could benefit from it? Beyond money, I mean? Maybe you could use it as leverage. She meets my gaze, eyes bright with possibility. You said last night that Graham's the one who left you in the dark. Maybe this fake arrangement is a way to get answers. You said you never knew why he walked out. I stiffen. Sure, but I falter, not wanting to admit that the thought already crossed my mind. If I let him get close, maybe I'll finally learn the truth behind his vanishing act, or, more specifically, how he could leave me on that day when I lost my parents in that awful accident. The memory stings like it happened yesterday. We were best friends, closer than siblings at times. Then tragedy struck, and he vanished. What was so horrible that he couldn't face me? Avery presses on, her voice hushed. I'm not saying you need to accept, but aren't you curious? I mean, after all this time, don't you want to know the real reason he left? She takes my hand. You've said it yourself. It's like a missing puzzle piece in your past. My stomach twists. Avery, I don't want to be used by him. I already felt worthless once, like no one stuck around when it mattered. He asked for an arrangement as if I'm just a convenient placeholder. She squeezes my hand. I get that. But maybe you can think of it another way. You'd be using him too. If he's desperate for your help, you can set conditions that work in your favor. If you do this, you can demand real honesty. Demand that he tell you why he abandoned you. And if it helps you find closure about that day, she trails off, looking sympathetic. I bite the inside of my cheek. That day might be the mildest possible reference to the worst moment of my life. My parents gone in a flash, and the best friend I leaned on for everything missing. It's the day I learned how heartbreak can stack until you feel like you can't breathe. Maybe, I whisper, voice trembling. Her grip on my hand tightens. And let's be real, your design firm could use some extra eyes on it, right? You've been wanting to expand, maybe open a second location, or do a big marketing campaign. If you had the backing of Lancaster Tech's name or money, she doesn't finish. But I know where her thoughts are going. My finances aren't dire, but growth has stalled. There are deals I keep missing out on because I can't match the marketing budgets or big showrooms of larger firms. It's humiliating to admit, but the idea of having a wealthy, influential ally, however fake the arrangement might be, could push my boutique firm into a new league. Still, the idea of letting Graham do anything for me grates on my pride. It feels so mercenary, I say, shaking my head. I don't want him thinking I can be bought. But what if it's not about his money, but about your future? Avery points out. You'd be using this situation to your advantage, the same way he's using you. Plus, you might finally uncover the truth, why he vanished. Because let's be honest, you suspect something deeper. You've said as much before. She's not wrong. I've always had a gnawing suspicion that Graham's disappearance wasn't just cold feet or typical ghosting, especially the timing. The day my parents died in that car crash, it always felt too big a coincidence. Yet I have nothing but speculation. All these years I've bottled up the questions, too hurt to seek answers. If I do this, Maybe he'd be forced to open up. I stare at the floor, chewing my lip until the taste of blood tinges my tongue. Do I really want to wade into that emotional minefield? Avery rises, strolling over to the balcony doors and peeking outside. The late afternoon sunlight slants across her features. Look, Lena, I'm on your side. If you decide to tell him to jump off a cliff, I'll cheer you on. But I also know how much it weighs on you, not knowing. Maybe this is your shot to finally get closure. My eyes burn. Closure? My voice cracks. Or maybe it's just another chance for him to hurt me. She shrugs, crossing back to me. You won't know until you try. And if it gets too messy, you can walk away. He's obviously desperate. He'll probably agree to any ground rules you set. I let out a ragged breath. You're too good a saleswoman for your own good. A watery laugh escapes me. Fine, I'll think about it. But thinking doesn't mean agreeing. Of course, she says, smiling warmly. Take your time. But Lena, she tilts her head. For what it's worth, I think you're stronger now than you give yourself credit for. If anyone can handle Graham Lancaster and come out on top, it's you. I swallow the knot lodge in my throat, touched by her faith in me. Thanks, Avery. Another wave of exhaustion hits me, the emotional roller coaster leaving me drained. I just need some space to clear my head. She nods, backing toward the door. Okay, I might head down to the pool for a bit. Let you chill here. Text me if you need anything. Then she slips into her suite, quietly shutting the adjoining door behind her. Alone again, I stand by the window, gazing at the horizon where the ocean merges with the sky tinged by the setting sun. My reflection ghosts over the glass, reminding me of how uncertain I look, shoulders slumped, brow furrowed. For a moment, I let myself drift into memory. My parents, the memory of their laughter, their unconditional support, the way they always smelled of gardenias and paint. Losing them both in one evening broke something in me I never quite pieced back together. And Graham, he was my rock, the one who told me I'd never face anything alone. Then, on the day I needed him most, he vanished. Could it have been just cowardice? Or something else? The question twists like a knife. If there's a chance I can unearth the truth, do I dare take it? I move to the nightstand and pick up my phone. My mind flits to my firm's finances, the expansions I've dreamed about. Recently, I lost a bid on a big interior redesign for a boutique hotel because I couldn't compete with a larger firm's marketing muscle. What if I had the resources to go bigger, to hire more staff, to land contracts that set me apart? The idea is intoxicating and aggravating because it aligns with Graham's offer. Graham. I picture his ocean blue eyes, brimming with guilt as he pleaded with me. He seemed genuinely cornered. Why do I care? Because a part of me aches at the memory of how gentle he once was. Because I feel an irrational longing to see if the kindness still lingers beneath the success and arrogance. Because I never got over how he made me feel like I was worth the world. Shoving the phone in my pocket, I leave the suite and wander down to the lobby. Maybe I can distract myself with a walk on the beach, watch the sunset, regroup. The elevator ride is quick, depositing me in the cool marble foyer that bustles with early evening activity. Families in beach cover-ups, older couples heading to dinner, a few business types in pressed linen. I weave through them, stepping outside onto a broad terrace that overlooks the ocean. The moment I breathe in the warm dusk air, I feel a little calmer. The sky is aflame with pink and orange, the sun dipping low. I take the stone steps down toward the sand, removing my sandals once I reach the shore. The tide laps at my toes, the foam soft against my skin. I walk aimlessly, letting each wave wash away the tension in my ankles. Nearby, a group of resort guests splashes in the shallow surf, their laughter echoing across the water. A small pang of envy flickers in me envy for those who can still laugh so freely. For me, laughter and heartbreak have become tangled. But maybe that could change. I continue strolling until the resort lights glow faint in the distance. Here the beach is quieter, less manicured. Bits of driftwood poke out of the sand, and crabs scuttle away when I near. Above me, the sky darkens to indigo, stars pricking through. I inhale the brine-scented wind and let my mind wander. A flicker of memory intrudes. My father's wide grin the day I got accepted to design school. My mother's whoop of joy. I can almost smell the paint on her apron. Then the memory shifts, snapping into the day I learned they'd been in a fatal accident. My fatal accident. In my mind, because I should have been with them. Should have done something. But I was busy waiting at home for Graham to show up. Sure, he'd be by my side. Only he wasn't, and my parents never came back. Tears burn my eyes. "Why, Graham?" I whisper to the silent waves. "Why did you leave me then? Did I misunderstand something? Did something bigger happen?" I was too lost in grief to find him, to demand explanations. Later, pride kicked in, and I refused to chase after a man who abandoned me, so we both let the distance grow. I brush away the tears that threatened to fall. Avery's suggestion ricochets in my head. If you do this, you can get answers. Because Lord help me, I'm still haunted by that one question. And if I can finally lay it to rest, perhaps I could heal the last unhealed part of my soul. A wave surges up to my ankles, jolting me out of my thoughts with a shiver. The tide's rising, chasing me farther up the shore. I considered the logistics. Graham wants a 2-week fake engagement. That would mean dinners, appearances, acting affectionate enough to fool people. My stomach twisted the idea. I can't imagine letting him touch me, let alone loop an arm around my waist in public. The anger flares again, but I also sense something else. An undercurrent of curiosity, maybe longing. Stop it. You'll only get burned. Yet if I let the chance slip, I might lose the one opening to unravel the real reason behind his betrayal. And if I'm being brutally honest, I'm not in a position to ignore the potential benefits for my firm. Sure, I hate the idea of feeling bought, but what if I spin it? What if this entire arrangement is on my terms, not his? I press my toes into the damp sand, gazing at the horizon where the last sliver of sun disappears. The sky ignites with twilight stars. My parents used to love stargazing on the beach, Mom always pointing out constellations while Dad tried, and failed, to recite their Greek myths. My chest aches with the memory. "Mom, Dad," I whisper, letting the gentle roar of the waves mask my voice. I don't know if this is the right path, but maybe I need to see this through. I'd like to think they'd want me to stand my ground, yet remain open to the truth. They never back down from a confrontation. If they believed in me, maybe I can believe in myself too. Taking one last look at the darkening horizon, I turn and retrace my steps back toward the resort. My mind's made up, at least tentatively. I'll propose my own conditions to Graham. If he truly wants my help, he'll have to give me something in return. Answers. Complete honesty. No more running. If he can't handle that, I'll walk away with no regrets. But if he's willing to face the past, maybe I'll find my own closure in the process. The night air is cooler by the time I reach the terrace steps. The resort lights glimmer, illuminating the edges of palm trees and lounge chairs. I pad across the stone, sandals dangling from my hand. A staff member I pass offers me a polite, "Good evening," and I nod, mind still swirling with the vow I've just made to myself. I'm not exactly at peace, but at least I have a purpose. Climbing the stairs, I decide to call Avery. She might be at the pool bar or maybe in the lounge. I'm sure she'll be thrilled that I'm considering the arrangement. Yet I'll need her moral support now more than ever, because if there's one thing I know, tangling with Graham will dredge up every wound I've spent years trying to bandage. By the time I step into the lobby, I'm mentally scripting how I'll approach him. I'll say I want an actual contract, or at least a clear agreement about boundaries and truth-telling. I'll demand he answer every question I have about that day, no secrets. A fresh wave of anger wells up at the thought he might refuse. If he dares to keep me in the dark after all this, I'll end the charade and blow up his precious merger. He can't use me, not without giving me something in return. I'm so lost in these thoughts that I nearly collide with a woman hurrying past in a silky gown, possibly late for a dinner reservation. Murmuring a distracted apology, I sidestep, heading for the elevator. In the reflection of the polished brass doors, I see my own expression, determined, wary, a slight flush from the ocean breeze. This is me gearing up for a battle I never asked for. The elevator dings open, and I step inside, pressing the button for my floor. As the doors slide shut, I clutch my sandals tighter, the pounding of my heart matching the hum of the elevator's machinery. Breathe, Lena. I remind myself I'm doing this for answers, maybe for a chance to heal. And if that means cutting a business deal with the last man I ever wanted to see again, so be it. The elevator whirs upward, and my mind drifts to the days ahead. 2 weeks of playing engaged, wearing a ring that isn't real, smiling at dinners with business elites who think we're madly in love. My stomach flips. Can I do it? Probably. I've survived worse heartbreaks. I survived losing my parents. I can survive a pretend relationship, especially if it gives me closure and a shot at building the future I want. Stepping into the hallway, I decide I'll track Graham down tomorrow. Let him sweat for a night. Let him wonder if I'll come around or vanish again. He wants an arrangement? Fine. I've got a few dramatic surprises of my own. I fish out my key card and enter my suite, flicking on a lamp. The soft glow reveals the slight mess I left. My beach bag, a half-finished water bottle, the bed covers rumpled. Setting my sandals aside, I drop onto the bed, heart still thudding. An odd mix of dread and anticipation sparks in my veins. If I'm doing this, I'll do it on my terms. No more letting Graham call the shots. And if that leads to explosive confrontations, so be it. At least I'll be fighting for the truth this time, not just cowering beneath my grief. I close my eyes, letting exhaustion tug at me. Tomorrow, I'll face him with everything I've got. I'm not naive. I know this arrangement could leave me shattered. Graham has a knack for unraveling my defenses. But right now, I'm clinging to the hope that maybe, for once, I can be the one in control. Maybe I can unearth the secret behind his disappearance. And maybe I'll finally lay my parents' memory to rest without the shadow of what if. I press a hand over my fluttering heart. You can do this, I whisper to myself, voice trembling but resolute. You deserve answers. Outside, the ocean hums a lullaby through the windows, and a swirl of tropical air sneaks under the curtains. In that warm hush, I lie back against the pillows, letting my eyelids drift shut. Tomorrow, I promise. Tomorrow, I decide my own fate. Even as my breath evens out, the ghost of Graham's pleading expression haunts me. Maybe we're both about to open a Pandora's box of secrets, but at least I won't be running anymore.
Chapter 6. Graham. The morning sky over Coral Bay Paradise is a powdery blue as I walk along the resort's main corridor, mind racing a mile a minute. I barely slept caught between my botched proposition to Lena and the looming final negotiations with Merkel Group. Every hour of the night felt like a marathon of regrets and half-formed plans. I squeeze my hair, still damp from a rushed shower. My linen shirt clings to my back in the island heat. I'm not sure if it's the humidity or the stress making me sweat. Yesterday, Lena made it abundantly clear that my request for a fake engagement was borderline offensive, a last-ditch attempt to salvage my business deal, no matter the emotional toll on her. And she was right. But desperation does ugly things to a man. At least I can claim one small relief. My phone buzzed half an hour ago with a text from Lena. We should talk. Meet me at the West Terrace at 8. A glimmer of hope shot through me. She didn't sound furious this time, just resolved. If she's reconsidering, I can't mess it up again. Rounding the corner, I see the wide archway that leads to the West Terrace, an open-air expanse overlooking the ocean. A few resort guests lounge at distant tables, sipping coffee and picking at fresh fruit platters, but the farthest corner is unoccupied, perfectly private. And there she is, Lena, standing near the balustrade with her back to me, her head tilted as she looks out over the water. Even in the morning sunlight, she's stunning, mahogany skin glowing, chestnut curls pinned up in a simple twist. She wears a pale peach sundress that skims her curves, and there's something about her posture, straight-backed, unflinching, that sends a quake of apprehension through me. I've always known her as strong-willed, but now there's a certain steel in her I can't quite place. Maybe it's the result of heartbreak, or maybe it's the way she's learned to survive without me. I clear my throat softly, not wanting to startle her. Hey! She turns, expression guarded. The breeze lifts a few wisps of her curls around her face, and her deep-set almond eyes scan me with wary determination. "Morning," she says. I move closer, stopping a couple of feet away. "Thanks for texting me. I wasn't sure I'd ever hear from you again." Lena folds her arms. "I thought about letting you twist in the wind a bit longer," she admits, voice quiet but firm. "But I decided it'd be easier to just get this over with." My heart pounds at the seriousness in her gaze. Get this over with could mean she's going to let me down easy, then vanish. "All right," I say, swallowing hard. "I'm listening." She takes a moment, her gaze drifting to the ocean beyond the terrace. Sunlight splashes across the water, turning it shimmering turquoise. Then she sets her jaw. "I'm going to lay out my conditions. You can accept them or you can walk away, understand?" Hope flutters in my chest. She's actually considering it. "I understand," I say carefully. She draws in a slow breath. "First, I set the boundaries of this fake arrangement. No touching me unless it's absolutely necessary to keep up appearances. No stepping on my personal space." She lifts her chin. "I'm not a toy or a chess piece. If I feel uncomfortable, I'll call it off." A swirl of shame and relief tugs at me. She's giving me a shot, but she's protecting herself. "Of course," I agree. "No arguments here." "Second," she continues, "no lying. If we're trying to sell this to your business partners, fine, we say we're engaged. But between us, I want complete honesty. If I ask you a question, especially about our past, you tell me the truth. No deflecting, no half answers. And if I catch you lying, I'm gone." My chest tightens. I think of the unspeakable secret I've carried for years, how my parents confronted hers the day they died. The guilt lodged in my throat threatens to choke me, but if she's insisting on truth, I can't hide behind half-lies anymore. "I promise to tell you the truth," I say, fighting the tremor in my voice. "No more running, no more avoidance, you have my word." She narrows her eyes, evaluating me for signs of deceit. Finally, she exhales. "Third, this lasts 2 weeks, right? After that, I'm free. If your deal isn't done by then, that's your problem." She hesitates, something flickering in her eyes. "At the end, we go our separate ways, unless we renegotiate. I choose when it ends." I wish that last line didn't sting, but it does. 2 weeks, and then she walks out of my life again. "Don't complain," I scold myself. "She's giving you exactly what you asked for." "All right," I manage quietly. 2 weeks, I agree to all of it." Her posture remains rigid. "Any objections? Any clarifications? Because if you push me to compromise later, I'm not budging." Despite the seriousness of this, a faint, wry smile tugs at my mouth. She's always had a knack for negotiation. Maybe that's why she was so good at design pitches, coaxing even stubborn clients to see her vision. "No clarifications," I say, holding her gaze. I accept every term. She studies me for a long moment as though scanning for cracks in my resolve. Then she nods once. Fine, in that case, we have a deal. Relief washes over me so powerfully I almost slump against the balustrade. I cough to cover the sudden wave of emotion, then try to muster some composure. Thank you, I say, voice hushed. I don't deserve it, but thank you. Her eyes flick away. Don't thank me yet. You have no idea how hard it is for me to go through with this. She inhales, steadying herself. Now, how do you want to handle telling your associates? I've spent half the night figuring that out. I'll make a general announcement, I explain, pulling my phone from my pocket. There's a cocktail mixer tonight where some of the Merkle board members will be. I'll introduce you as my fiancée. The word tastes strange on my tongue, a reminder of all we've lost, and how this new reality is just a charade. We'll keep it brief. Smile for them, show them we're committed, and then hopefully avoid too many personal questions. Lena nods stiffly. All right. I guess I'll need a ring. She asks this almost mechanically, and I sense the heartbreak beneath the surface. This was never how either of us imagined we'd talk about an engagement. Yeah, I'll handle it, I say, uncomfortable at the weight behind such a small object. You can pick it out if you'd rather. She shakes her head. No, you do it. You're the one playing fiancé. She raises her hand quickly when I start to protest. But nothing extravagant, Graham. Don't come at me with $1 million diamond and think it'll solve the past. My cheeks heat. I won't. I swallow. I promise. She gives a single nod, then glances at her watch. I've got a call with a client in an hour. We'll reconvene when? Let's meet in the lobby around 5, I suggest. We can arrive at the mixer together. Fine. Text me with details. She lets her arms drop to her sides, hesitating as if she wants to say something else. Finally, she just presses her lips together and pivots toward the exit. See you later, then. Right, I murmur, watching her walk away with that same graceful poise. It's heartbreakingly familiar and equally terrifying. She's letting me in just enough to help me fix the one problem that brought me here, but she's keeping her heart locked down tight. As soon as she disappears into the hotel corridors, I exhale, leaning against the balustrade. The ocean glitters in the sunlight, too bright for my frazzled eyes. The irony isn't lost on me. I prayed for her agreement, but now that I have it, I'm more terrified than ever. Because if she starts asking about the day she lost her parents, about why I left, there's no lying, and the truth might be more than either of us can handle. Later that morning, I make my way to the conference room where Kevin waits. He's wearing a crisp polo and scrolling through charts on a sleek tablet, probably prepping for a midday meeting with our legal counsel. The sight of him is oddly grounding. He's always been a steady presence, ready to tackle any crisis, except the emotional kind I've dropped in his lap. There you are, he greets, not looking up right away. We have that video call with the stateside investors at noon. Then Merkel's CFO at 3. Also, the lounge date with Merkel's board is still on for tonight, right? Yeah, I say, voice tight. Listen, about that lounge gathering. I need you to set up a small moment for me to introduce someone, my fiancée. Kevin nearly drops the tablet. You're what? I grimace. My fiancée. It's complicated. But let's just say I found a solution to the family man's requirement. Don't ask too many questions. I'm aware of how shady this sounds, but time is short, and Kevin's too practical to push if it's not a direct threat to the business. He snaps his jaw shut, brow furrowing. You sure about this? Is it real or some PR stunt? I ignore the guilty twist in my gut. It's what Merkel wants to see, so let's show them. Kevin hesitates. He's known me long enough to sense a storm behind my eyes. But eventually he sighs. All right, boss. I'll rearrange the schedule so there's a brief toast tonight. You can do the reveal in a casual setting. Thanks, I say, massaging the tension at my temple. My mind flickers to Lena and the conditions she laid out. The notion that we'll be standing side by side, smiling for an audience that has no idea the pain lurking beneath our facade, makes my stomach churn. You asked for this. Deal with it. Kevin doesn't press further. He returns to his tablet, probably thinking the less he knows, the better. For once, I'm grateful. The last thing I need is to explain. I'm roping my former best friend, who despises me, into a ruse just to seal a multi-million-dollar merger. After wrapping up a series of calls, I slip away to the resort's jewelry boutique, a discreet little shop near the spa. It's the kind of place that caters to wealthy honeymooners who forgot the ring or want an over-the-top souvenir. I force down the knot in my throat as I browse the cases sparkling with diamonds, sapphires, and rubies. Everything feels too flashy, like I'm picking out a trophy for a pageant winner, not a ring for Lena. An older saleswoman with a kind smile approaches. Looking for something special? You have no idea, I think. An engagement ring, I say, words bitter on my tongue. But simple. I remember Lena's instructions. No million-dollar monstrosities. She doesn't want something big. Maybe a delicate band with a small stone. The woman nods in understanding. She slides open a glass case, revealing a row of understated solitaire diamonds. My gaze skims across them, pausing on a slim band crowned by a modest pear-cut diamond. It catches the light softly, more refined than gaudy. Elegant, just like Lena. That one, I say quietly. I'll take it. She beams. Wonderful choice. Shall we box it up? I nod, but my thoughts wander. Will Lena even wear this without resentment simmering in her chest? Probably. Yet I can't help the tug in my gut, some leftover dream from years ago. A time when I imagined giving her a real ring. Now, I'm buying a placeholder for a sham. The saleswoman wraps the box in delicate silver paper, and I pay, avoiding the reflective surfaces that might reveal how hollow my eyes look. The transaction is smooth, courtesy of my credit card with a near-limitless line. But as I exit the boutique, bag in hand, I'm weighed down by the heaviness of it all. The clock reads 4:55 when I arrive in the lobby, ring box hidden in my pocket. My pulse is unsteady as I glance around the marble expanse. Families, honeymooners, and business travelers ebb and flow, everyone with a purpose. I find an unoccupied seating area near a tropical plant display and wait. At precisely 5, Lena sweeps in through the main doors. She's wearing a flowing teal sundress with thin straps, exposing the graceful lines of her shoulders. Her curls are in a high, elegant bun, pinned with a gold comb that gleams in the overhead lights. The entire look is sophisticated, borderline regal, and it takes all I have not to gape. Stay cool, I remind myself. She spots me and approaches, posture measured. You ready? She asks, voice calm but eyes flashing with tension. As I'll ever be, I reply, standing. You look amazing. She tenses slightly, like a compliment is an affront she didn't ask for. Thanks, she says curtly, before glancing at the small cluster of resort staff bustling near the reception desk. So, how do we do this? I gesture toward the corridor leading to the lounge. They're hosting a casual cocktail hour. Merkel's CEO, Günther, and a couple of his board members will be there. I'll introduce you. Tell them we're engaged. We'll see how they react, then slip out. Quick and painless, hopefully. She exhales, shoulders taut. Let's get it over with. We head toward the lounge, footsteps echoing on polished floors. I'm hyper-aware of her nearness. The subtle floral scent she always used to wear, only now it's mixed with coconut sunscreen and something uniquely Lena. Every second of this walk feels like a countdown to a reckoning. At the lounge entrance, a soft hum of jazz music greets us. Warm amber lights glint off decorative glass installations. Clusters of attendees stand near the bar, sipping cocktails and nibbling hors d'oeuvres. I spot Kevin with the Merkel folks by a tall table near the corner. Ready? I whisper, sliding my hand to her lower back out of habit. She flinches at the contact, and I immediately remember her boundary rule, only if necessary. I withdraw my hand, throat tightening. "I'm fine," she says, voice steady. Then she forces a neutral smile. "Let's do this." We approach, and Kevin looks relieved. "Graham, over here." He gestures to Gunter, a stately older gentleman in a linen suit. "You remember Gunter, of course." "Of course." I clasp hands with the CEO, hoping my palm isn't too clammy. "Good evening." Gunter's eyes flick curiously to Lena. "And who is this lovely lady?" I clear my throat, shifting so Lena stands beside me. "Gunter, board members," I say, trying to keep my tone light. "I'd like you to meet Lena Walsh, my fiancée." She lifts her chin, face composed in a polite smile. "Pleasure to meet you." A smattering of surprised murmurs follows. Gunter's eyebrows lift. "Fiancé?" he echoes, glancing between us. "You didn't mention an engagement at our last meeting." Lena's expression remains poised. "It's recent," she says calmly. "We hadn't made it public yet, but Graham wants you all to feel like you know the real him, so here we are." I silently thank her for that smooth explanation. One of the board members, a woman with sharp eyes, leans in. "How delightful. Congratulations. Have you set a date?" I tense, hoping Lena can field this. She does, seamlessly. "We're still deciding. We wanted to enjoy a little pre-wedding trip," she says, her tone warm enough that even I almost believe her. "Then we'll figure out the details." Gunter's face breaks into a wide smile. "This is wonderful news, Graham. Congratulations indeed." He raises his glass. "To your future happiness." The board members join in the toast, eyes gleaming with new interest. I lift my own glass, some kind of tropical punch Kevin pressed into my hand, clinking it gently against Lena's. Her gaze meets mine for a fraction of a second, nerves flickering behind her polished exterior. We did it, I think, even though my stomach is a knot of guilt and relief. Before the conversation can stray too personal, Kevin, bless him, steers them into a discussion about tomorrow's itinerary. Lena sidles closer to me, playing the part of supportive fiancée, but her stance is stiff, as if every muscle in her body is coiled. We laugh politely at Gunter's jokes about how old-fashioned some of his board members can be. My laugh comes out stilted, but it seems to pass muster. After a few minutes, Lena murmurs that she needs air. I seize the opportunity to excuse us, weaving away from the cluster of power suits. "We'll be back in a bit," I say, ignoring the curious smiles that follow us. The moment we're out of earshot, Lena exhales shakily. "That was something." "Yeah." My pulse is still galloping. "You were great. Very convincing." She presses her lips in a thin line, not meeting my eyes. "I'm a good actress when I have to be." Then she notices the ring box half protruding from my jacket pocket. "Oh, right. You have that?" I swallow hard, glancing around. The lounge's corner is somewhat private, half hidden by a tall potted palm. "We could do it here or wait until we're alone." She huffs, exasperated. "It's going to look weird if I'm fiancé-ed up without a ring tonight, right? Let's just get it over with." The repetition of "get it over with" stings again. Nodding, I pull out the small box. My hand trembles as I open it, revealing the delicate pear-cut diamond. Lena's expression remains unreadable. No delight, no excitement, just resignation. I slip the ring onto her finger and my pulse nearly short-circuits. This is not how I imagined placing a ring on her hand, years ago in some distant fantasy. But here we are. She stares at the diamond, flexing her fingers to test the fit. "It's fine," she says quietly. "Thank you for not making it huge." "You're welcome." My voice comes out strained. "Are you okay?" She meets my gaze, and for a moment, raw emotion flashes across her face. "I don't know," she whispers. "But we're in it now, aren't we?" "Yeah," I murmur, heart heavy. "We are." Her shoulders tense. Then she turns to peek out at the crowd. the ring glinting under the lounge lights. "Let's go mingle a bit more," she says, voice steadier. "I need a distraction from how bizarre this is." I nod, stuffing the empty ring box into my pocket. Together, we rejoin the party, an engaged couple for all the world to see. We field polite congratulations, deflect questions about wedding venues, and drop carefully rehearsed lines about how we've known each other forever. The entire time, I'm acutely aware of her forced smiles and the unspoken sorrow that hangs between us. Yet by the end of the hour, it's clear the Merkel folks are overjoyed. Günther beams, offering a paternal wink. "A man who finds love is a man who can build a strong partnership," he says at one point. I want to sink into the floor, but I force a laugh. At last, we slip away, leaving Kevin to chat up the board. Lena and I exit the lounge, stepping into the quieter hallway. The sound of the lounge music fades behind us, replaced by the distant hush of ocean waves through an open window. She exhales a tense breath, glancing at the ring on her finger. "Congratulations, fiancé," she says, voice tinged with sarcasm. I manage a faint smile. "Thanks. And thank you for playing the part. I know it's not easy." For a moment, she seems about to say something, but then she closes her eyes. "I'm tired," she admits, weariness seeping into her tone. "I need to get back to my room and decompress." "Do whatever victory laps you need to do with your team." Her words sting, but I nod. "All right, I'll text you tomorrow. We should probably do a breakfast run or something for appearances, right?" She gives a hollow laugh. "I guess so. Good night, Graham." Then she turns on her heel and walks away, her teal dress swishing around her ankles. I watch her disappear, a delicate figure poised and proud despite the weight of our sham. My throat feels tight, my emotions tangled in a knot of relief, guilt, and a flicker of something else, an echo of the old longing I once carried for her. "You've got what you wanted," a voice hisses in my mind. "But at what cost?" As I stroll back to the lounge to handle my CEO duties, I can't escape the cold reality. We're playing fiancé and fiancé, yet we're still worlds apart. She demands honesty, and I've promised it. But what happens when she inevitably asks about the day of her parents' death? I can't hide behind half-truths anymore.
Chapter 7. Lena. The thrum of my own pulse is loud in my ears as I slip back into my suite, shutting the door against the cheerful hallway lights. My heart feels like it's done 10 rounds in a boxing ring, punch-drunk, achy, and strangely restless. Through the sheer drapes, moonlight silhouettes the ocean in the distance. I flick on a lamp, letting the soft glow reveal the rumpled duvet on my bed, a half-finished bottle of water on the nightstand. Everything looks exactly as I left it, but I'm keenly aware that nothing is the same as this morning. I stare down at my left hand, flexing my fingers. The delicate pear-cut diamond glints back at me in silent accusation. This is all for show, I remind myself. A necessary prop in a drama I never asked to star in. I press my thumb against the ring, half tempted to yank it off and fling it across the room. But that would be childish. Instead, I let out a shaky exhale and drop on the bed, dropping my small clutch beside me. My mind whirls with the memory of the lounge, the board members' congratulatory toasts, and Graham's strained smile each time someone asked about our future. This is the definition of be careful what you wish for. I wanted answers. I wanted a chance to push Graham to finally tell me why he left. Now I'm wearing an engagement ring, playing fiancé to a man who shattered my heart. And the strangest part of all, he looked genuine, as though part of him actually believed in this twisted fairy tale. Don't be naive, Lena, I scold myself. He's just performing, desperate to save his merger. A light knock at the adjoining door jolts me. Lena? Avery's muffled voice floats through the crack. You in there, girl? I rake a hand through my pinned-up curls, then push to my feet. Yeah, I call, walking over and opening the door. Avery stands in a comfy-looking lounge set, pajama shorts and a tank, her hair pulled into a messy bun. She has a hopeful glint in her eyes that makes me slightly uneasy. She takes one look at me, then zeroes in on my hand with a laser-like focus. "Whoa," she breathes, stepping inside and shutting the door behind her. "Is that what I think it is?" I sigh, lifting my left hand. "Yep, engagement ring, courtesy of Graham Lancaster." She lets out a low whistle. "Well, he's got good taste at least." Her gaze flickers across my face, searching. "So, it's official now?" "Officially fake," I correct, my voice an edge sharper than I intend. "We did the big reveal tonight in front of his precious Merkel folks." Avery's eyebrows climb. "Already? That was fast." "It had to be." I move back to the bed, sinking onto the mattress. Avery follows, perching next to me. I played the supportive fiancée, smiling while they gushed about how wonderful it is that Graham's finally settling down. I roll my eyes. The second I could escape, I came straight here. She tilts her head sympathetically. "How'd it feel?" I let out a humorless laugh. Like I was tap dancing on broken glass, trying not to bleed. The words come out raw. I can't even count how many times he and I made polite chit-chat, all while the past was thrumming under every single syllable. Avery's hand settles on my knee, a comforting weight. "I'm sorry," she says gently, "but maybe it'll get easier as you go. You'll figure out a rhythm, assuming you want to keep this going." I blow out a breath. I agreed to 2 weeks. We'll see if I make it. My eyes drift to my reflection in the mirror across the room. The ring glints, mocking me. "Fake, fake, fake," it whispers. Her gaze follows mine. "At least the ring's pretty," Avery ventures. "Not too flashy." "Yeah," I say softly, turning it on my finger. "He got that part right." A brief silence settles, broken only by the distant noise of the air conditioner. Finally, Avery speaks again, voice soft but probing. "So, how is Graham treating you? Like, really? Are you safe with him?" I shoot her a quizzical look. "Of course I'm safe. He's not some psycho." Then I catch the concern in her eyes. "Avery, I'm okay. He's not violent or anything." She waves that off. "No, I mean emotionally safe. I saw how torn up you were after you talked with him at the beach bar, how upset you got. I just want to be sure he's not manipulating you." I fiddle with the hem of my teal sundress. "He's contrite, I guess. It's awkward. We haven't really hashed anything out yet, not since we set those ground rules." Her lips twitch with disapproval. "Just be careful. A man that powerful, he's used to getting his way, and if he hurt you once, he can do it again." She squeezes my knee for emphasis. "I'm not saying he will, but watch out for red flags, okay? Don't let him bulldoze you." A shadow flits across my thoughts as I recall how Graham used to bulldoze, not physically, but with that unstoppable ambition. He got top grades, built a startup from scratch, not his parents. And yet, somehow, he was gentle with me back then. Until he wasn't. "Don't worry," I murmur. "I'm not letting him get too close. This is business in a way. I'm using him as much as he's using me, like you said." Avery nods, though a flicker of doubt lingers in her eyes. "So, what now? You two just waltz around in public like a loving couple? Share a suite? Cuddle by the pool?" I snort. "God, no. We decided on a couple of breakfasts or dinners in public so the Merkel people see us. Anything more is TBA. And if he tries cuddling me by the pool, he'll draw back a stump." The mental image of me biting Graham's arm is ridiculous enough to lift the corners of my mouth into a small grin. Avery returns the grin. "I guess that's good, boundaries and all." She's silent a moment, then her brows pinch. This might be a weird question, but does Graham have a type? I mean, besides you, obviously. She waves her hands in a flustered gesture. I'm just curious what kind of women he's been dating all of these years while you were… You know. I blink, momentarily taken aback. I have no idea, Avery. Why do you ask? She shrugs too quickly. Just making conversation. It's interesting to think about how a billionaire might date. Probably a string of supermodels, right? There's a strained note in her laugh. Probably, I reply. Not sure why her tone rattles me. But I brush it aside. Maybe she's just making sure I'm aware of the many possibilities that come with Graham's lifestyle. Or maybe she's planning to do some digging of her own. The thought comes and goes, a fleeting spark of suspicion that I quickly bury. Avery's my best friend. Sure, she's curious, but that doesn't mean anything sinister. She squeezes my shoulder. Well, I don't mean to pry. It's just, one day we might see those tabloid rumors about him. I don't want you blindsided. I let out a long breath. I appreciate the concern, but it's fine. I'm prepared for tabloids if it comes to that. It's not like I expect fidelity from him or something. The last sentence tastes bitter on my tongue, even though this is supposed to be a fake engagement. An uncomfortable warmth spreads through my chest at the thought of Graham with someone else. Stop it, Lena, you don't own him. Right, Avery says, her voice taking on a sympathetic lilt. Well, if you need me to do any damage control or intercept gossip, I've got your back. Thanks, I say, some tension easing from my shoulders. Despite her pointed questions, Avery's still my friend, the one who set up this whole vacation in the first place. She may be nosy, but she also cares about me. She shifts on the bed, tucking her legs under her. So, how do you feel about seeing him again, beyond the arrangement stuff? Her gaze turns earnest. This is the man you used to be so close to. Are you drawn to him in any way? A pang of longing and confusion grips me, but I school my features. We have a lot of painful history, I say carefully. I can't just forget how he left me after my parents died. He was my best friend, and then poof, gone. That level of betrayal doesn't get erased because of some polished apologies. Avery nods, eyes solemn. I get that. But heartbreak is complicated. Sometimes the more we try to ignore it, the more it festers. I sigh. I'm not ignoring it. I'm actively trying to figure out why he left. That was part of my condition, total honesty. If he can explain himself, maybe I can finally move on. A flicker of something indecipherable passes over her face. You really think there's an explanation that makes it okay? I shrug, my throat tight. I doubt it'll ever be okay. But if there was some reason, maybe something I don't know, I just need the truth. She nods thoughtfully, fiddling with the edge of the comforter. And if you find out the truth is uglier than you imagined, my stomach twists. Then I'll walk away. This arrangement is business, not an emotional reunion. I square my shoulders. I can handle ugly. I've handled worse. There's a moment of silence, the air thick with unsaid worries. Then Avery tries for a smile. Good. You deserve answers, Lena. And you deserve to stand in your power. I let out a shaky laugh. Thanks for the pep talk. I'll try my best. Right now, though, I need some rest. It has been a long day and I'm mentally exhausted. Avery pops off the bed, nodding. I'll head next door. But if you need me, I'm here. She opens the adjoining door, then glances back. Don't hesitate to call or text, okay? Got it, I say softly. Good night. Once she's gone, I'm left alone again, the ring glinting in the lamplight. I slide it off and place it gently on the nightstand, as if it's a piece of radioactive material I must handle with care. Then I peel off my teal sundress and change into a cotton tank and shorts. welcoming the cool air on my heated skin. Sunlight floods the suite, and I jolt awake to my phone's alarm. 7:30 a.m. The day's agenda hovers in my mind. A staged breakfast date with Graham so that onlookers can see the newly engaged couple. I throw an arm over my eyes, wishing for 1 second that none of this were real. But the faint pressure on my left ring finger reminds me it is. Somehow I put the ring back on before bed, perhaps subconsciously preparing myself. I drag myself into the shower, letting the hot water pound against my shoulders. My reflection in the tiled walls looks both wary and determined. You wanted this, Lena. Use it. I'm doing it for my firm, for the expansion, for the closure. The plan is set. You can handle it. Once dressed in a breezy white blouse and navy linen shorts, I tie my curls back and stare at my phone. No text from Graham yet, but I assume he's up. Probably jogged 6 miles or answered 1,000 emails. He was always a morning person, forging his day with unstoppable focus. Focus that he once poured into me until he vanished. My heart constricts, but I push the thought aside. I slip on flat sandals, straighten the diamond ring, then send Graham a quick text. Lena, I'm up. Meet me in the lobby at 8 for breakfast. The reply pings moments later. Graham, on my way. See you soon. A swirl of anxiety mingles with determination as I drop the phone into my small purse. I've got this. I do a final once-over in the mirror. Cool, collected, no sign of meltdown. Good enough. I reach the lobby right at 8 a.m. The marble floors gleam under the morning sun, and a mild bustle of guests checks out or gathers for tours. My gaze drifts until I spot Graham near a potted palm, scrolling through his phone. He wears a crisp, short-sleeve button-down, pale khaki slacks, and loafers. He looks every inch the self-assured billionaire, except for the shadows under his eyes that suggest he didn't sleep well either. He glances up, his ocean blue eyes locking onto mine. For a split second, he offers a tentative smile. I remind myself this is all pretend and muster a polite, neutral grin in return. We converge near the central sculpture, a spiral of polished driftwood. Morning, he says softly, pocketing his phone. Morning, I reply, voice clipped. Ready to play pretend fiancé? A flicker of guilt crosses his face. As ready as I can be. His gaze flicks to my ring, and he exhales. Thanks for wearing it. I lift my hand, the diamond catching sunlight. We might as well sell the story properly, right? I force a casual shrug. Let's get breakfast before I lose my nerve. He nods, pressing his lips together as though biting back 1,000 responses. With a wave of his hand, he gestures for me to walk ahead. We move side by side through the open-air corridor that leads to the beachfront cafe. I notice some resort guests glancing at us. Maybe they're not actually noticing, but paranoia prickles at me. Is this how life with Graham always feels? Being watched, judged? At the cafe entrance, the hostess, a young woman in a crisp white uniform, greets us warmly. Table for 2? Yes, please, Graham says, turning on that polished charm I remember from his college presentations. Somewhere by the window if possible. The hostess leads us to a corner table overlooking the sparkling ocean. The view is breathtaking. Turquoise waves roll onto golden sand, and palm trees sway lazily in the breeze. The smell of freshly brewed coffee mingles with the sea air. I want to just forget the ruse and just enjoy the morning. We sit, and Graham opens his menu, clearing his throat. I'm thinking about something with fruit, or maybe an omelet, he says, as though any topic is safer than our tenuous arrangement. I skim the menu, but my attention drifts to the strong lines of his jaw, the faint stubble he didn't quite shave off. Memories flash, the way he used to lean over a bowl of cereal in college, shirt rumpled, that same stubble gracing his chin. A wave of nostalgia catches me off guard, and I quickly refocus on the text before me. I'll get something light, I murmur. Maybe the mango parfait. My appetite is shot anyway. Too many butterflies. Our server appears, all smiles. Good morning. Can I get you started with drinks? I'll have coffee, black, Graham says. I nod. Same for me, and a mango parfait, please. Coming right up, she bustles away, leaving us in a pocket of awkward silence. I clear my throat. So how do we do this? Laugh loudly? Feed each other fruit? The sarcasm in my voice is acerbic, but I can't help it. Graham sighs, placing his menu aside. God, I hope not. Let's just be friendly, I guess. If anyone we know walks by, we can drop a few fiancé-esque comments. Otherwise, keep it low-key. I press my lips together. Low-key. Right. I glance around the cafe. A few tourists sip mimosas at nearby tables, but none look like the Merkel group. Do we expect your business associates to show up here? Possibly, he admits. They like to roam the resort, and since we revealed our engagement last night, they might want to see us. Together. I nod, fiddling with the ring. Okay, so let's chat casually, so we look legit if they stroll by. His gaze flicks to my hand again, then lifts to meet my eyes. We did used to chat casually, remember? For hours about nothing. That small recollection tugs at my chest. Yeah, that was a long time ago. My voice is soft, drifting with old memories of lazy afternoons in my parents' living room, talking about everything from technology to interior design. I clench my hands in my lap, trying to bury the ache. Focus, Lena. As if sensing my inner turmoil, Graham clears his throat. So, how's your design firm? I know you started one, Walsh Interiors, right? Surprise flickers in me. You know about my business? He shrugs, looking unsure. I followed some things online. Didn't want to intrude, but I saw mentions in local Savannah articles about your projects. Seems like you've built something good. That stirs a complex mix of pride and bitterness. I worked hard to build my firm, alone, after losing my parents and going through heartbreak. It's small, I say, but I'm proud of it. He nods with what appears to be genuine admiration. I'm sure you are. I'd love to see your portfolio if you'd... He hesitates. If you're comfortable showing me. I swallow the sudden lump in my throat. Maybe, I manage. At some point. Before the awkwardness can deepen, our server returns with coffees and my mango parfait. Graham orders an omelet, and once the server leaves, we take the moment to sip coffee, letting the soothing warmth distract us. Outside, the ocean glitters, an endless expanse of blue that somehow both calms and unsettles me, like a reminder that life is vast, and the two of us are just specks in its relentless tide. Finally, I set my cup down and meet Graham's gaze. I have to ask, I say quietly, aware of the small group a few tables away. Have you told your parents about this engagement? His reaction is immediate. Tension locks his jaw, and an emotion I can't decipher flares in his eyes. No, he says, almost too quickly. Not yet. My stomach twists with unresolved bitterness. His parents, the people who apparently never liked me. I simply nod. All right, good. He exhales, shoulders sagging slightly. I see them a few times a year for forced family gatherings. They stay out of my affairs mostly. It's complicated. I bet. The memory of his father's disapproving stare from ages ago surfaces in my mind, but I push it away. Now's not the time. Just let me know if they decide to show up, so I can prepare. He grimaces. Trust me, you'll be the first to know. Then he glances away, as if physically trying to avoid the conversation. Anyway, thanks for doing this. Don't thank me, I say automatically. We're each getting something out of it, right? My tone hardens. This is business, no illusions. A flash of pain crosses his face before he masks it. Right, he murmurs, swirling his coffee. No illusions. I force a bite of parfait, struggling to swallow past the rock in my throat. The tension between us feels thick as storm clouds, charged with everything we're not saying. I need answers about that day, but with half the cafe potentially eavesdropping, it's not the time to press him. We spend the rest of breakfast in stilted small talk. He asks about a new design style. I ask about a rumored product launch at Lancaster Tech. We chuckle lightly over superficial memories of college days, careful not to touch anything too personal. Once or twice I catch a glimpse of a Merkle board member walking by, giving us a little wave or nod. Graham squeezes my hand in those moments, a polite show of affection. I grit my teeth and endure it, heart pounding at the unwanted heat that floods my chest from his touch. Eventually, we finish eating, and the server clears our plates. Graham settles the bill, ignoring my attempt to pitch in. Don't worry, he murmurs. I've got it. Something in his expression suggests an apology, but I'm too drained to protest further. We step outside onto the terrace, the breeze rustling the palm fronds overhead. Bright, late morning sunshine warms my skin. I take a calming breath. That went okay, I guess. Graham nods, sliding his hands into his pockets. Yeah, it was fine. A pause. If you want some space, I can give you the rest of the day off from this charade. I have meetings until late afternoon. Merkle wants updates on the synergy proposals. I nod slowly. That's probably best. I have some design calls to make anyway. He offers a tight smile. All right, let me know if you need anything. Before I can reply, he steps forward, as if to lean in for a goodbye kiss. I stiffen, heart lurching. Instantly, he halts. Realization dawns in his eyes, and he backs off. Right. Boundaries, he mumbles, looking embarrassed. I swallow hard, ignoring the frantic pulse in my throat. Yes, boundaries. Then, with a brittle smile, I add, see you later, fiancé. A shadow passes over his features, but he just dips his head and walks away down the terrace steps, shoulders tense as if weighed by a mountain of guilt. I watch him go, an uneasy swirl of emotions roiling in my chest. When he disappears around a corner, I exhale, pressing a hand to my sternum. This is so twisted. I'm playing the part of Graham Lancaster's supportive partner, but every moment reminds me of the gaping chasm between us and the ghost of what we might have been. If I'm not careful, I might tumble into old feelings, raw and unguarded. And that would be catastrophic. Steeling myself, I turn in the opposite direction, heading for my suite to jump into work calls. Focus on the firm, focus on why I'm doing this. Because if I can keep reminding myself that this is a transaction, for the sake of my business, my need for answers, maybe I won't lose my heart all over again. But even as I walk away, the memory of Graham's ocean blue eyes haunts me. The regret etched into his expression. The fleeting softness in his voice whenever he says my name. It's terrifying how easily it all stirs up the past closeness we shared. I clamp down on that thought, pushing it behind the mental walls I've built. Boundaries, I remind myself fiercely. If I'm going to survive these 2 weeks, I need them like air. Because the closer I get to Graham, the more likely my old wounds and old wants will resurface. And I can't risk that. Not when I still don't know the truth about the day my parents died and why he walked away at the worst possible moment. Pressing my lips together, I slip into the cool, air-conditioned lobby, determined to bury my confusion in work. Let it swirl around me. I'll keep my heart locked away, at least until I unearth the answers I'm here for.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 8. Graham. I stand in front of the full-length mirror in my suite, fiddling with the collar of my linen blazer. The reflection staring back at me looks composed enough. Hair neatly combed, clothes meticulously pressed, but my pulse drums with nerves. Tonight's the big resort dinner, and we're expected to put on a show for the Merkel group. After the successful breakfast appearance yesterday, the executives are eager to see me and Lena in a more social, romantic setting. I have to prove this engagement is real. My throat tightens. It's not real, I remind myself. It's an arrangement, an act. But it's also the only chance I have to close this merger, and maybe, just maybe, bridge the gulf I created between Lena and me so many years ago. A swirl of guilt prickles along my spine. She's giving me an opening, allowing me to be near her again, but under strict terms. If I misstep, she'll vanish. This time for good. Exhaling, I button my blazer and glance at the clock on the nightstand. 7:42 p.m. We agreed to meet in the lobby at 8 o'clock so we could arrive at the dinner together. I grab my phone, shooting Kevin a quick message to ensure the table is set for our group. The suite door closes behind me with a soft click as I head down the hallway. Warm evening air seeps in from the open windows, carrying the faint melody of steel drums from some distant part of the resort. Lanterns along the corridor cast a golden glow on the polished floors. When I reach the lobby, I find a small ensemble of violinists playing near a grand floral display, their notes weaving into the chatter of guests drifting toward the restaurants. And there she is, standing by a sweeping pillar and tapping her phone screen, chestnut curls pinned high with a sparkling clip. Lena wears a soft green maxi dress that skims her curves, revealing the elegant line of her shoulders. Gold earrings catch the light with every small tilt of her head, and her mahogany skin glows in the subdued radiance of the lobby fixtures. For a moment, I forget how to breathe. She's heartbreakingly beautiful. As if sensing my stare, Lena looks up, meeting my eyes with a guarded expression. I manage a faint smile, stepping toward her. "Hey," I say softly, searching her face for any sign of warmth. There's a flicker, maybe just polite civility, but it's there. "You're on time," she notes, slipping her phone into a small clutch. "Good." I rub my nape, fighting the tension that never quite leaves me around her. I figured punctuality would earn me some points. "Don't push your luck," she murmurs, but there's a whisper of a smirk on her lips. Then she smooths the front of her dress, casting a quick glance around the bustling lobby. "So, do you have a plan for how we make our grand entrance tonight?" I shrug, trying for nonchalance. "We'll walk in together, greet the Merkel folks, and if they ask, we talk about wedding ideas or how we met. Keep it sweet, but not overdone. The nerves flutter again. We can figure it out on the fly. You're good at improvising. She exhales, and I wonder if she's mustering her courage too. All right, let's get it over with. Her voice is laced with a faint edge, but she loops her arm through mine, a gesture so reminiscent of then that my heart stutters. We leave the lobby, crossing a wide veranda overlooking a garden lit by twinkling fairy lights. Ahead, staff direct guests through an archway where the dinner is being held a large, open-air terrace. Soft jazz music wafts from within, and the smell of grilled seafood mingles with tropical blossoms. My phone buzzes, probably Kevin signaling me to hurry, but I ignore it for now. Shall we? I offer quietly, guiding Lena through the archway. She nods, posture poised. My arm remains gently entwined with hers, mindful of her boundary about physical contact. I feel the warmth of her presence, a hum of tension in the inch of space between us. The terrace is a lavish spectacle. Round tables draped in ivory linens, centerpieces of fragrant hibiscus and orchids, and strings of cafe lights overhead. At one end there's a small stage with a grand piano and a microphone stand. A live band tunes up quietly, adding to the vibrant energy. Waiters in crisp attire glide through with trays of champagne flutes. Günther, the European CEO, spots us almost immediately. He waves us over to a long table near the stage, where half a dozen people, board members, Kevin, and a few others, chat animatedly. Lena's grip on my arm tightens, but her face remains serene. She's a pro. "Graham, Lena," Günther booms, rising to his feet. "We've been waiting for you. Come sit." We slip into the 2 seats they've saved. I note how Lena carefully slides her chair just far enough from mine so as not to seem clingy, but not so far that it appears we're fighting. She's remarkable at this charade, and I swallow a surge of gratitude. If only I could show her more than empty words how much it means. Introductions swirl around the table. Günther's wife, a gracious older woman with silver hair, compliments Lena's dress. Another board member starts asking about the wedding date. Lena and I exchange practiced, playful smiles, spouting a vague story about wanting a small ceremony, but not sure where to host it. It's amazing how easily these half-truths roll off my tongue, all for the sake of a business deal. Soon platters of appetizers arrive, artfully arranged seafood bites, tropical fruit skewers, miniature pastries. The dinner blends into a jovial gathering with board members cracking jokes and occasionally nudging me about taking the plunge. I keep an arm draped along the back of Lena's chair, a gentle claim to show our closeness. She stiffens once or twice but doesn't shrug me off. Somewhere in the swirl, Avery appears. She's wearing a slinky maroon cocktail dress, hair sleek and lips curved in a dazzling smile. She sidles up to me, lightly touching my shoulder. "Hey, I thought I'd come say hi," she exclaims, sounding perfectly casual. "Hope I'm not interrupting." Surprised, I glance at Lena, but Lena's busy answering a question from Günther's wife about color schemes for the alleged wedding. Hey, I manage, shifting so I'm not pinned between Avery and the table. "Having fun?" Avery's eyes glitter. "Lots of interesting people here." She casts a glance at Lena, who's still mid-conversation. Leaning closer, Avery lowers her voice conspiratorially. "I didn't realize these dinners were so formal. Might have to tweak my outfit next time." The subtle, almost flirtatious vibe in her tone sends a prickling sense of unease down my spine. Something about the way she flicks her gaze to Lena, then back to me, feels off. "You look fine," I say politely, trying not to be rude. "We're just wrapping up this round of small talk. You should join in with the group if you'd like." She seems disappointed I didn't give her a more personal compliment. Her eyes dart to my arm behind Lena's chair. "Maybe I will," she says with a sweet smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. Then she glides away, weaving between other tables as though searching for a better vantage point. I shake off the odd tension, returning my focus to the dinner. Lena turns back to me, gaze flicking to Avery's retreating form. Her brow furrows slightly, but she says nothing, merely forging a polite smile as the next wave of conversation begins. We can talk about Avery later. Maybe she's just being her usual social self, and I'm just overthinking. By the time dessert arrives, an array of coconut creme brulee, passion fruit tarts, and shaved ice with tropical syrups, the band on stage finishes a jazzy number. One of the resort's entertainment staff steps up to a microphone and announces, "Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're enjoying the evening. Before we clear the floor for dancing, we have a special interactive game for you. Think of it as a musical challenge. Anyone feeling brave enough to take the mic or the piano is welcome." Excited chatter ripples across the terrace. Gunter's wife prods him good-naturedly to go sing. He laughs, shaking his head. "Oh no, I'm a terrible singer." Meanwhile, Lena sips her water, eyes drifting to the stage. Her expression is guarded. I recall the faint, fleeting memory of a time in college when she played the piano, coaxing me to join in with half-mumbled lyrics, our silly private tradition like a secret handshake. My chest constricts. That was before everything went wrong. "Graham," Kevin says suddenly, leaning over with a teasing grin. "Why don't you show off your hidden talents? An engaged man in love should be ready to serenade his fiancée, yes?" The table erupts in laughter. Heat crawls up my neck. I glance at Lena for help, but she's wearing a neutral mask. "I don't sing well," I mumble. Gunter picks up the thread, winking. "Come on, we want to see some romance from you too." Lena's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. She sets her glass down. "I can play the piano," she says evenly, then shifts her gaze to me. "If you can handle the singing part?" My heart stutters. She's calling me out, perhaps deciding that if we're going to act the part, we might as well go all in. An electric jolt of nerves and something else, fondness, longing, twists through me. "Only if you promise not to judge my pitch," I half joke. She lifts a brow. "No promises." A wave of laughter and applause swells at our table as we stand. My pulse pounds in my ears. I can do this. Only for show, of course. We can do this. Lena and I cross to the small stage and the staff member beams. "All right, let's welcome the happy couple." A smattering of claps and cheers follows. Lena slips onto the piano bench, smoothing her dress. She runs her fingers over the keys, testing them. Despite her composed exterior, I see the flicker of nerves in her eyes. She's recalling the old times as much as I am. The microphone stand is to the right of the piano, and I step up, scanning the small crowd. Light flashes off wine glasses, off the ring on Lena's finger. The memory of her playing in her parents' living room surfaces, how she'd coax me to hum along to whatever pop ballad was on the radio. We had a favorite song, an old tune we discovered in a dusty box of vinyls. Could that be the one? I lean down to murmur near Lena's ear, voice low. "Should we?" I trail off, referencing our college theme song. My heart lurches with the weight of nostalgia. She nods, her tone barely audible. "All right, let's do it." She sets her hands on the keys and begins. The first chords echo across the terrace, a gentle, soulful progression that hushes the crowd. My breath catches in my chest. This is too personal, yet I manage to wrap my hand around the mic and start to sing. The melody flows, and though my voice shakes at first, memory takes over. Lena's notes blend seamlessly with my ragged vocals, and the world narrows to just us, the chords, the words we used to share in a carefree time. Around us, the terrace quiets. People sway or watch with smiles. Some even pull out their phones to film the scene. The happy couple performing a romantic number. Avery stands off to one side, arms folded, her expression unreadable. I see her shift closer as though trying to catch my eye, but I'm lost in the music. Lena's playing conjures a swirl of recollections. Late nights in her childhood home, me drumming on the coffee table while she teased me about being tone deaf, and the laughter we used to share so easily. My throat constricts, and my voice wavers. but not entirely from nerves. This is more than an act. For a few precarious moments, it's real, a bridge to our past. I glance at Lena, and her gaze flicks up, momentarily unguarded. There's a heaviness in her eyes, a sadness maybe, but also the echo of something tender. We finish on a lingering chord. Applause erupts, whistles and cheers bouncing off the terrace. I exhale, stepping away from the mic. Lena's hands fall from the keys, and she stares at them, expression taut. I want to thank her, to say I remember every note, every moment, but the words tangle in my mouth. The staff member gushes about how romantic that was, inviting us to take a bow. Lena forces a tight smile, stands and does a slight curtsy. I offer a stiff bow, feeling out of breath. She heads down the steps. I follow quickly, adrenaline buzzing in my veins. As we clear the stage area, guests pat me on the shoulder, congratulating us. "Way to go, man," Kevin says with a grin. Gunter lifts his wine glass. "Beautiful. You two are truly in sync." Inside, my heart spinning with questions, regrets, and longing. Lena still won't meet my eyes, though, so I can't read what she's feeling. Probably a tumult of emotions she doesn't want to share. A soft waltz drifts from the speakers now, and couples head to the dance floor. I summon courage, my voice shaky. "Do you want to dance?" I ask Lena, ignoring the knot in my stomach. She inhales, glancing around at the curious onlookers. "We should, right? For show," she says quietly. Then she slips her hand into mine, letting me guide her onto the floor. I place my free hand lightly at her waist, mindful of her boundaries. She steps in with rigid grace, her dress swirling around her ankles as we move. We sway in time to the gentle music, and I'm hyper-aware of every inch of her, every breath. God, it's been ages since we were this close. My mind flicks back to an old memory, slow dancing in some deserted dorm lounge, giggling about how we must look ridiculous. Yet it felt right back then in a way that overshadowed everything else. Now it feels loaded. We revolve on the dance floor, eyes occasionally meeting. Her stare is layered. Anger, nostalgia, heartbreak, maybe a flicker of warmth. Then I see Avery skulking at the edge of the dance area. She's watching us with an odd intensity, lips pressed thin. Her gaze is locked on me, and for a split second there's something like jealousy or annoyance in her eyes. I tense. She's acting off tonight. Lena notices my attention shift. She follows my line of sight and stiffens, letting out a huff under her breath. "Is Avery still watching us?" she murmurs, gaze flicking back to me. "Yeah," I admit, brow creasing. "She seems, I don't know. She's been hovering." Lena arches an eyebrow. "I'm sure it's nothing," she says, though her tone is hollow. She probably just wants to ensure I'm not being trampled. She's protective. "Right," I mutter, my instinct screaming that something else is up. Avery's earlier attempt at conversation had an unsettling undercurrent, like she was trying to flirt or stake a claim, though that makes no sense. Unless she's developed some twisted interest in me, or wants to sabotage Lena. The thought alone is baffling, so I tuck it away for now. We finish the waltz, and I guide Lena off the dance floor. She extricates her hand from mine, folding her arms over her torso as if to shield herself. "That was intense," she murmurs, not looking at me. I swallow. "Thank you for going along with the performance. The piano, the dance. I know it's not easy." She manages a wan smile. "It's fine. It got the job done, right?" A quick glance around the terrace tells me half the Merkle board is beaming at us. A cluster of staff is collecting plates, preparing for the final dessert round. Before I can respond, Avery materializes, all bright smiles. "Hey, you two," she exclaims. "That was quite a show. You're both so talented." She laughs lightly, hooking an arm through mine with surprising familiarity. Graham, I didn't know you could sing like that. You should have told me. Lena's eyes narrow ever so slightly. She steps back, crossing her arms in a protective stance. He's always been a decent singer, she says, tone guarded. Even if he claims otherwise. Avery tightens her hold on my arm. Maybe I'll have to request a private encore sometime, she quips, batting her lashes in a way that makes my stomach churn. It must be nice having a fiancé who can serenade you anytime you like. I gently peel her arm off, discomfort prickling. Yeah, well, I usually keep my singing to the shower, I say, forcing a polite laugh and stepping closer to Lena. Tonight was a rare exception. Avery pouts playfully. Oh, no fair. Lena, you're so lucky. She nudges me again, trying to regain contact. You should sing me a snippet just for fun. Lena's posture stiffens, her expression shifting to an icy calm. For a split second, our gazes meet, and in her eyes I see a flicker of jealousy, though she tries to hide it. This is new. She never used to be jealous because we were inseparable, certain of each other. But now, everything's uncertain. I clear my throat, stepping subtly away from Avery's orbit. I think one performance tonight is enough, I say, trying to keep my tone friendly but firm. We were just about to step away and say goodnight to Günther. Oh, Avery says, flicking a glance between me and Lena. Disappointment shadows her face. Of course. Sorry to interrupt. Maybe I'll catch up with you later, Graham. With that, Avery swishes off in search of another group. The space she leaves feels tense, like the aftershock of static electricity. I rub my palm across my jaw, glancing at Lena to gauge her reaction. She's staring after Avery, lips pressed tight. Then she seems to snap out of it, shaking her head. I need to find a glass of water, she mutters, and maybe talk to Avery, make sure she's okay. I hesitate, a swirl of guilt battling confusion. You think she's okay? She seemed a bit off tonight. Lena shrugs, avoiding my eyes. I don't know. She's my best friend. Maybe she's overprotective or just being weird. Anyway, let's not make a scene. She lifts her chin, scanning the terrace. You go do your business schmoozing, fiancé. I'll be around. She strides away, her long dress swaying behind her. I remain rooted, grappling with a tangle of feelings. Concern for Avery's odd behavior, gratitude for Lena's unwavering performance, and a pang of something deeper like longing or perhaps fear that this perfect facade will crack any second. Over the next half hour, I circulate among the Merkel board members, forging small talk and receiving hearty congratulations on my upcoming nuptials. I can't help noticing the approving glances, apparently. Public display of affection through song and dance is precisely the family man vibe they crave. Everything's going according to plan. Yet all I think is how forced it felt, and how that one musical moment with Lena got deeper than I expected. Finally, the dinner winds down. People drift off, some to the resort lounge, others to midnight walks by the beach. Kevin catches my elbow as I'm about to head out. Great job, boss, he murmurs. They were loving the newly engaged routine. You two looked genuinely sweet up there. I force a smile. Glad to hear it, I say, ignoring the uneasy swirl in my gut. I'll see you tomorrow for the final run-through on that synergy presentation. Kevin nods and I slip away, scanning for Lena. She's not at the table or the dance floor. Maybe she left with Avery? My heart kicks up, remembering Avery's clingy behavior. I have to keep an eye on that. Something about her sudden interest in me is off, like she's searching for cracks in mine and Lena's arrangement. But why? Shaking off the questions for now, I exit the terrace. Outside, the path is lit by torches, a gentle breeze stirring the palm fronds. Voices and laughter echo from the nearby pool area. I step into the night, the crisp sea air filling my lungs. My phone buzzes with a text from Kevin, just a reminder about tomorrow. No urgent crisis. I lean against a low stone wall, gazing at the moonlit ocean. The memory of Lena's fingertips gliding over the piano keys replays in my mind, along with the hush that fell between us when the last note faded. For a second it felt like old times before heartbreak, before tragedy. A wave of guilt washes over me. I'm lying to her by omission again, because I can't confess everything about that day. My parents' role in it. My own cowardice. So how can I blame Avery for making this complicated when I'm the biggest liar in the room? What will I do if she begins asking questions? I'm quite sure she hasn't asked is because she's looking for the perfect timing or courage. Focus on the merger, Graham. That's the excuse I've given myself for years, focusing on business, on success. But standing under the starlit sky, the emptiness gnaws at me. Because while I might win this deal, I risk losing any chance of real reconciliation with Lena unless I find the courage to face the truth she deserves. And soon, I push off the wall, swallowing the knot lodge in my throat. Time to head back to my suite. Tomorrow's a new day, with more corporate meetings and more fiancée appearances. And the clock on our 2-week arrangement is ticking faster than I'd like. As I walk toward the resort entrance, the ghost of that college theme song echoes in my mind, the one we just performed. It's lodged in my heart like a stubborn splinter, painful and impossible to ignore.
Chapter 9. Lena. I'm a bundle of nerves the morning after our piano and song spectacle, and not just because of the intense memories it stirred. Today, Avery and I have plans to hang out at the beach bar around midday, then later head to the resort's dance club. I'm hoping the rhythmic music and a few fruity cocktails will help me forget how singing with Graham last night nearly cracked open my heart. But even as I struggle to refocus on the present, my mind keeps replaying that tune we shared, our old college theme song. The moment he started singing, hesitant yet painfully earnest, my defenses wavered. My heart ached with the ghosts of what used to be. You can't let old memories trick you. I remind myself of that fact a dozen times while I get dressed for the day. By noon, I'm perched at an outdoor table near the pool bar, wearing a breezy sundress and sipping an iced lemonade. Avery sits opposite me, draped in a colorful sarong over her swimsuit. She's flipping through her phone, occasionally glancing up to give me half-distracted smiles. "You sure you don't want to swim?" she asks, sliding her phone aside. "The water's perfect, I swear." I shake my head. "Not right now. Maybe later. Still need to recover from last night's performance." I grimace. "That was intense." Avery snorts. "Yeah, I heard the applause was wild. You and Graham put on quite a show, huh?" The way she says show comes off a bit derisive, as if she's mocking the staged intimacy. I let it pass. "We had to," I say, sipping my drink. "It's part of this insane arrangement." She lifts a brow. "Sure, but don't you think it's weird how good you two are at faking it?" She doesn't wait for an answer. Instead, she shrugs. "Just keep your eyes open, Lena. Graham might be enjoying this a little too much." A flicker of irritation pricks my chest. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I just don't want you to get suckered in," she replies smoothly, drumming her nails on the table. "You're helping him, but is he reciprocating in any real way? Or is he just coasting on your performance?" My jaw tightens. He's fulfilling his end of the bargain. He's also letting me set the boundaries. You know that? She nods, but something about her expression remains unconvinced. "You say so. I just worry, that's all." Then she brightens, flipping through her phone again. "Anyway, we've got that salsa night at the resorts club, right? You better be ready to dance your butt off." I exhale slowly. Why does she keep throwing these subtle digs at Graham? And yet, I can't fully discount her words. Maybe she's just protective. Or maybe there's something else going on. I shake off the suspicion. It's probably just Avery being Avery. She has a knack for stirring doubt. "Yeah," I say, I'll bring my dancing shoes, or dancing sandals anyway. She laughs, lifting her fruity mocktail. That's the spirit. After dinner, just me and Avery at a casual cafe near the beach. We head to the resort's nightclub lounge. The place is all pulsing lights and vivid tropical decor, with a spacious dance floor in the center. The DJ spins a mix of Latin beats and island tunes, and couples are already swaying under shimmering disco balls. I can't help but smile at the lively atmosphere, a welcome distraction from the heaviness that's dogged me since last night. Avery, apparently on a mission, orders margaritas at the neon-lit bar. She hands me one. "Let's have fun," she declares over the music. "Forget everything else." "Deal," I say, taking a grateful sip of the tangy cocktail. The beat thrums in my veins, the lights swirling across the dance floor in hypnotic patterns. A good time is exactly what I need. I allow Avery to tug me toward the throng of dancers, and we lose ourselves in the pulsing rhythm. For the first hour, I manage to unwind. Sort of. Avery's in full party mode, laughing brightly and encouraging me to twirl under the strobe lights. I do my best to let the music saturate my thoughts, pushing aside the complicated swirl of Graham and the scheme we're in. But every now and then, a pang of memory flares. The ring on my finger, the feeling of Graham's hand at my waist during our waltz. Eventually, we return to the bar, cheeks flushed from dancing. I gulp down water this time, not wanting to get too tipsy. Avery, on the other hand, orders another drink, her second or third, I've lost count. She's definitely loosening up, her laughter louder and glossier than usual. "Hey," she says, leaning against me, her voice pitched high with excitement. "We're missing a certain fiancé tonight, huh? Where's the big shot?" I shrug, ignoring the spike in my chest. "He said he had business stuff, probably crunching numbers somewhere." Avery pouts exaggeratedly. "Aw, how romantic." "Sorry, honey. Can't make it. Gotta do synergy proposals." She dissolves into laughter. I force a small smile, chalking it up to the drinks. Avery's always been a bit more unfiltered when tipsy. We head back to the dance floor, letting the reggaeton beats take over. Time blurs in a haze of swirling lights, laughter, and the bass pounding in my ears. The crowd thickens, energy rising. I catch glimpses of familiar resort guests, but not Graham. A stubborn part of me feels both relieved and disappointed. Why do I care? This was supposed to be my night off too, my chance to forget about him. The clock pushes past 10. Sweaty and exhilarated, I let Avery pull me into yet another fast-paced song. That's when I feel a shift in the air, like a subtle change in the room's energy. I turn, scanning the bar area, and freeze. Graham stands near the edge of the dance floor, looking every inch the imposing CEO in a dark, casual linen shirt and slacks. He's half in shadow, arms folded, observing me with an inscrutable expression. My heart jolts. What is he doing here? Avery spins me around, oblivious to my distraction. When the song ends, I gently extricate myself from her. "Be right back," I shout over the music. She nods, already turning to wave at someone else. I weave through the dancers, my pulse pounding with a mix of annoyance and strange anticipation. Finally, I reach Graham, planting my hands on my hips. "I thought you were busy," I say, breathless from dancing. He rakes a hand through his hair. "I was. Got done earlier than expected. Figured I'd see if you were here." There's a flutter in my chest. Well, I am. It comes out sharper than intended. The music changes to a sultry, slow beat, couples pairing off. Instantly, awkwardness prickles between us. He scans the crowd. "Having fun?" "I was," I say defensively, crossing my arms. "Thanks for checking." Just then, Avery stumbles over, giggling. "Graham," she calls, brushing too close to him. Her voice is sing-song and definitely tipsy. You made it. We were just dancing up a storm. A muscle in Graham's jaw ticks. He carefully steps back to maintain personal space. Yeah, I saw, he says politely. Looked like you both were having a blast. Avery fans herself dramatically, pressing up against him. We are, but you should join us, Mr. Billionaire. She drawls, trailing her fingertips across his forearm. Show off your moves, I swallow a surge of annoyance. Something about this is all wrong. Avery is definitely crossing a line, her hand lingering on Graham's arm in a way that screams territorial. Graham forces a smile, but he looks uncomfortable. Hey, Avery, I say, stepping between them. Why don't we get some fresh air? You're looking a bit heated. She waves me off, eyes locked on Graham. I'm fine, I promise. Then she leans in closer, batting her lashes. Come on, Lancaster. One dance? Or are you too busy with deals to spin a lady around? A flicker of embarrassment crosses G-Fram's face. He glances at me, searching for help. My irritation spikes into something hot and unexpected. Jealousy. I know this engagement is fake, but seeing Avery blatantly throw herself at him makes my blood boil. I set my jaw. Avery, let's go. I repeat, a sharper note in my tone. I need your help with something. Now. She giggles, ignoring me. She's definitely hammered. Is fiancée Lena jealous? She drags out the word fiancé, her expression almost taunting. Don't worry, sweetie, I'm just messing around. Heat floods my cheeks. This has gone too far. Furious and humiliated, I spin on my heel and push my way off the dance floor. The club's lights swirl behind me, the music pounding in my ears. My heart hammers with a toxic blend of anger and that wretched ache of betrayal. Why is Avery acting like this? And why do I feel so raw, as if Graham is actually mine to lose? I storm through the door leading out to a quieter corridor that connects to the resort's courtyard. The cool night air hits me, a relief from the muggy heat of the dance floor. But my emotions remain scalding. Moments later, I hear footsteps behind me. Lena, wait! Graham calls, voice tight. I whirl around, arms folded protectively across my chest. What do you want? He stops a foot away, chest heaving from rushing after me. I'm sorry, he blurts. That was unexpected. I don't know what's gotten into Avery tonight. Anger simmers just below my skin. Are you enjoying the attention? I snap, hating the jealousy that drips from my words. He balks, face contorting in surprise. What? No. I came to find you, not to dance with your friend. She was throwing herself at me. I didn't encourage it. I let out a jagged laugh. Well, she sure seemed determined. And you just stood there, letting her paw at you? His brows draw together. What was I supposed to do? Fling her off? I tried to keep a distance. She's your best friend, for God's sake. I didn't want to cause a scene. A sharp retort leaps to my lips, but I bite it back. Deep down, I know he's right. There was no graceful way to handle a drunk Avery latching on to him, but I'm too riled up. The humiliating combination of seeing them together, plus Avery's strange digs about Graham earlier, has me on a razor's edge. We stand in tense silence, the distant bass from the club throbbing through the walls. Finally, I spit out, I never asked for this jealousy nonsense. This was supposed to be a business arrangement. And yet here I am, feeling like a scorned girlfriend. His expression softens, guilt clouding his gaze. Lena, I'm sorry. I didn't want to upset you. I promise I'm not interested in Avery at all. That's not the point, I murmur, eyes stinging with frustrated tears. I can't handle the whiplash. 1 minute we're waltzing for your merger, next I'm seeing my best friend all over you. Then you show up here, unannounced. Unannounced? He echoes. voice rising with defensive frustration. I told you I might come by if I wrapped up work early. I texted you. I was dancing, Graham, I snap, cutting him off. My chest tightens, the anger morphing into something dangerously close to heartbreak. I can't keep track of your schedule, and I definitely didn't expect Avery to go into full seduction mode. He steps closer, gaze intense. I didn't either. I swear I'll talk to her. Something's off, but don't blame me for her behavior. My pulse thrums, every nerve on edge. The corridor feels claustrophobic, shadows cast by the dim overhead sconces dancing across the walls. I'm not blaming you, I manage, though my voice trembles with a swirl of conflict. This is all too much. Graham exhales, shoulders slumping a fraction. I know, he says softly. I hate seeing you upset. I hate that this charade is stirring up so much drama. But Lena, please believe me when I say I'm trying to respect every boundary you set. A beat of silence, thick with tension. Then I press my palm against my forehead, trying to calm the swirl in my head. I start, but the words catch in my throat. I'm not sure what I need. Space? Comfort? Clarity? He hesitates, then reaches out tentatively. Hey, he murmurs, voice low. You're shaking. Sure enough, adrenaline and pent-up emotion tremor through my limbs. The moment he touches my arm, something snaps. A surge of hot, tangled feeling roars up in me. Anger, desire, longing. Everything I've tried to bury. I yank my arm free. We lock eyes in the dim corridor. His gaze sears into me, reflecting equal parts guilt and need. The ambient hum of music and resort chatter fades, replaced by the pounding of my heart. This man drives me insane. A strangled, bitter laugh escapes me. I hate how you can still get to me, I whisper, voice rough. Even after everything. He flinches as if struck. I know, he says, a raw edge in his tone. Believe me, I never wanted to hurt you. Then why did you? I ask, tears threatening. Why did you leave when I needed you? He rakes a hand through his hair, agony flickering in his eyes. I can't. He halts, frustration twisting his features. I'm trying to find the right time to explain, but I'm so damn scared. That's not an answer, I hiss, stepping forward until I can feel his warmth. The tension between us crackles like lightning. Anger churns under my skin, colliding with a fierce pull that's building in my chest. You deserve more, he murmurs, voice gruff. I'm so sorry. I open my mouth to lash out, but all that spills out is a ragged breath. My chest is too tight, my mind too fogged by the closeness of him. His scent, his body, the memory of how singing with him felt. In a single irrational beat, my frustration ignites into something else. Suddenly we're moving at the same time. He surges forward, I rise on my toes, and our mouths collide in a clash of pent-up longing. The kiss is hard, messy, charged with anger and need. I gasp against his lips, fisting my hands in his shirt to yank him closer. He groans, matching my desperation, one hand cupping my jaw while the other circles my waist. Every part of me screams that this is reckless, but I can't stop. It's like years of heartbreak condensed into raw passion, a dam breaking. We cling to each other, stumbling backward until my back hits the corridor wall. Good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 10. Graham. I wake to pale sunlight creeping through the edges of the curtains, my heart thudding with a rhythm too loud for the tranquil Caribbean morning. My mind replays the events of last night in vivid flashes. Lena's fierce gaze, the surge of anger that morphed into passion, the rush of our bodies colliding in that cramped utility nook. I can still feel her warmth pressed against me, her furious whispers, the way she trembled in my arms. My breath hitches, and a wave of conflicting emotions clenches my chest. What have I done? I run a hand over my face, my mind ricocheting between regret and yearning. This wasn't supposed to happen. Lena and I were meant to maintain a purely business-like facade, a show for the Merkel Group, a second chance for me to prove I'm not the same person who deserted her. Yet one heated argument turned into everything we'd been denying. Now, every detail of that moment crowds my senses like a dark, intoxicating perfume, impossible to ignore. I sit up, the rumpled bed sheets tangling around my waist. My phone rests on the nightstand, its screen lighting up with a morning news alert. Usually I'd check my messages first thing, but right now, all I can think about is Lena. She left me in that hallway, eyes swimming with confusion and maybe a glimmer of betrayal. I don't blame her. We crossed lines we swore we wouldn't. My chest tightens at the memory of her stifled tears, trembling anger as she walked away. We have to talk, but I can't just ambush her with an apology. She made it clear she needed space, so I'll give it to her at least until we're forced to meet for the next fiancée display. The thought of it sends a jolt of both anticipation and dread through me. How can we face each other, pretend to be an affianced couple for the watchful eyes of Merkel Group when everything between us is so raw? I sigh, rubbing my temples. Across the suite, the clock reads 7 a.m. I've got a full morning of synergy presentations, and ignoring them isn't an option. The last thing I need is to sabotage this merger, right when I might have a shot at patching things up with Lena. If that's even possible. By 9 o'clock, I'm in the resort's business lounge, a glass-walled room overlooking the turquoise ocean. It's a gorgeous setting. Sunlight gleams off the water, and palm trees sway in the breeze. But my focus is shot. Kevin and two other executives from my team gather around a sleek conference table, finalizing a slide deck for Merkel Group's midday meeting. My job is to review each bullet, offer strategies, and exude the confidence that's supposed to seal the deal. But my thoughts keep drifting back to last night. My ears buzz with the phantom echo of Lena's gasp, the press of her body, the urgency in our kisses. My eyes flick to the entryway more than once, half expecting to see her glide in. She's not coming, I remind myself. She's probably holed up somewhere, avoiding me, and I can't fault her for that. Kevin clears his throat, jolting me out of my daze. Graham, he says, brow furrowed. You good? We need your take on these synergy goals for the manufacturing pilot. You've been zoning out all morning. I drag my fingers through my hair, inhaling sharply. Right, sorry. Let's focus. Tamping down the whirlwind inside, I force myself to scan the bullet points on the projection screen. Looks fine, I say after a moment. But let's emphasize how our AI solutions expedite distribution lines. That'll impress Merkel's CFO. Kevin nods, scribbling a note. One of the other execs, Mary, shoots me a knowing look. CEO must be tired after all these late events, she teases gently. Yeah, that's it, I mutter, forcing a half smile. Let's keep going. We only have a few hours before the presentation. They continue chatting strategy, but my concentration is precarious at best. I keep picturing Lena's face, her parted lips, the confusion in her eyes when she said, I can't do this right now. My stomach twists with guilt. I came here for a high-stakes merger, but Somewhere along the line, winning Lena's trust again started to matter more. What if I lose her for good? Around mid-morning, we break for coffee. I step into the hall to refresh my mug at a self-serve station. That's when I notice Avery strolling past, wearing a crisp sundress, her hair swept in a neat ponytail. She notices me and slows, arching a brow in mild surprise. "Oh, hi," she says, adjusting a gold bracelet on her wrist. "Didn't realize you were in meetings so early." I muster a polite nod. "Busy day," I reply, voice stiff. My thoughts immediately flash to how she threw herself at me last night, ignoring Lena's obvious discomfort. She was definitely tipsy, maybe that explains it, but it still felt off, especially now that I suspect she harbors some ulterior motive. She glances at my coffee mug. "You look tired, Graham. Too much partying?" There's a playful lilt in her tone, but something about her gaze feels invasive. I keep my expression neutral. "Work, mostly." When I don't elaborate, she gives a small laugh. "Well, I won't keep you. Just be sure Lena's not too neglected amid all this business." She tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear, eyes flicking over my face as if searching for a crack. You know how sensitive she can be. That comment, "You know how sensitive she can be," bristles beneath my skin. "I'm aware of her needs," I say, more curtly than intended. "I also know you were flirting with me in front of her." But I hold my tongue, not wanting to start a scene. Avery's mouth curves in a small, enigmatic smile. "Of course. See you around." And then she's gone, footsteps echoing down the corridor. I'm left gripping my coffee, uneasy. Something about Avery's demeanor this morning is unnervingly calm, as if last night never happened. But her subtle digs about Lena, like calling her sensitive, are a reminder that she might not be as harmless as she appears. The hours blur. Kevin and I run through the synergy presentation with Merkel's CFO in a sleek conference room that overlooks the sparkling sea. Günther, the CEO, isn't present, but word is he's planning a bigger gathering tomorrow for final negotiations. The CFO's reaction is generally positive, though he mentions again how family values matter to the board. I deliver my lines with a confidence I don't entirely feel, referencing my engagement to Lena. My gut twists each time I say the word fiancée, remembering the way we collided last night in anger and desire. The CFO seems impressed by the show, not suspecting the chaos behind the scenes. When the meeting wraps, Kevin claps me on the back. "That went well. They'll be reporting back to Gunnar soon." He arches a brow. "And you managed to look composed the whole time. Nicely done." I offer a tight nod. If only you knew the mental minefield I'm walking. By 4 o'clock, I'm pacing in my suite, phone in hand, trying to gather the courage to text Lena. She hasn't reached out all day. I've typed half a dozen messages, all of which sound inadequate. "Hey, can we talk about last night? I'm sorry for how things ended. Are you okay?" None capture the tumult in my chest. Finally, I settle for something short. "Graham, hey. Hope you're doing all right. We should talk whenever you're ready." I hit send and stare at the screen, heart thumping. Minutes pass with no reply. Give her space, I remind myself. She said she needed it. Restless, I leave my suite and wander the resort grounds. The warm Caribbean breeze rustles the palm fronds overhead, and the sea glimmers gold in the setting sun. I find myself strolling toward a small garden area near the spa. Somehow it's quieter than the rest of the bustling resort, a place for reflection. As I turn a corner, I almost collide with Lena. She's stepping out of a side entrance, her eyes widening when she sees me. We both halt, tension cracking the air. She's dressed in a casual maxi skirt, her chestnut curls pinned loosely atop her head. Even in the dying sunlight, her skin radiates warmth and a swirl of guilt slams into me. "Hey," I say softly, resisting the urge to reach out. Her posture goes rigid. "Hi," she replies, voice taut. We stand there a moment, neither of us sure how to proceed. Finally, I muster a tremulous smile. I texted you, I venture. She nods, gaze flicking to the path beneath our feet. I know. Sorry I didn't reply. It's been a lot. I swallow hard. I get it. But can we talk now? Or should I go? She inhales sharply, weighing her options. Then she nods toward a stone bench tucked behind a cluster of hibiscus bushes. Fine. 5 minutes, she says, voice quieter. Then I have somewhere to be. Grateful for any opening, I follow her to the bench. We sit with an awkward gap between us, facing the lush greenery. The fragrance of night-blooming flowers hangs in the air, but it does little to calm my racing heart. You okay? I ask cautiously, searching her face. She hugs her arms around her torso, eyes fixed on a point in the distance. I'm not sure, she answers after a beat. Last night was unexpected. Everything I was trying to avoid, we dove headfirst into. I nod, my chest heavy with regret. Same. I never meant to pressure you. She cuts me off. I know. I was angry, and it just happened. Her voice quivers with unspoken conflict. That doesn't make it better. We said we'd keep this arrangement strictly business. And now look at us. A tortured laugh escapes me. I'm sorry, I repeat. I wish I could say I regret it. Maybe I should. But the truth is, part of me... I trail off, wincing. I can't say I enjoyed every second of it without sounding like a jerk. Part of me wants you, I admit in a hushed rush. She flinches, hugging herself tighter. That's the problem. I'm not sure how I feel. Angry, sure. Betrayed, definitely. And now, this new layer. It's too messy. We lapse into silence, the hush of the garden filling the void. Soft music drifts from somewhere in the distance, a faint romantic melody that twists the knife in my gut. Eventually, she clears her throat. We should be careful moving forward. The merger isn't complete yet. We still need to keep up appearances publicly, at least. But privately. Her lips tremble, and she steels herself. We keep our distance, okay? A pang shoots through my chest. Yeah, I whisper, voice hoarse. If that's what you want, I'll respect it. She exhales a shaky breath. It's what I need. I can't handle mixing real emotions with the sham. It's too confusing. I nod, though the part of me that longed for a real second chance clenches in silent protest. She's building walls again, and I have no one to blame but myself. Understood, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. Just promise me one thing. She looks at me warily. What? Don't give up on letting me explain what happened back then. You asked me why I left, and I owe you that truth, no matter how ugly it is. The situation scares, but I know it's the only to fix what went wrong. It might make or break our relationship. Her expression flickers, a mix of curiosity and pain. Fine. When I'm ready, I'll ask. She rises from the bench, arms still crossed protectively. But not today. Not after last night. I stand as well, nodding. She steps back, distancing herself from the warmth of my body. An ache flares in my chest. Good night, Graham, she says, her tone a forced calm. Night, I murmur. I watch her walk away, her silhouette disappearing down the winding path. A sense of loss seeps into my bones. She wants boundaries, and I have no choice but to honor them. If I push her now, I'll only drive her further away. I return to my suite, letting the hush of the air conditioning envelop me. With a weary sigh, I shed my blazer and sit on the bed, phone in hand. A few messages blink on the screen, one from Kevin. Something about scheduling tomorrow's final review with Gunter. I respond quickly, confirming the time. Business as usual. Then I stare at my reflection in the dark TV screen across the room. Is this still pretend? This engagement, the entire arrangement on the surface, yes, it's a facade. But the emotions swirling beneath it are painfully real. My feelings for Lena were never truly extinguished. I buried them under guilt and ambition. Now they're blazing back to life, and I'm terrified of scorching everything in the process. "Focus on the deal," a voice in my head admonishes, trying to keep me on track. But I know, deep down, that the merger is no longer my only priority. I need to prove to Lena that I'm not the man who ran away, that I'm capable of more than half-baked apologies. But how can I convince her without revealing the darkest parts of that fateful day? My phone buzzes again, and I glance at the screen. A text from an unknown number. "Lancaster, I hear wedding bells are in your future. Congratulations. Let's chat soon. Got a few questions." I frown, a jolt of unease prickling my spine. The unidentified contact could be a journalist sniffing out a story, or an investor with too much interest in my personal affairs, or someone else. A tension headache begins to pulse at my temples. I set the phone aside, deciding to deal with it tomorrow. My gaze flits to the drawn curtains, behind which the Caribbean night stretches endless and calm. One more day, I tell myself. One more day of half-truths and forced smiles. Then, maybe I can find a moment to confide in Lena, to show her the man I've become and the shame I've carried for years. But the clock's ticking, and every minute that passes, I feel us sliding further into the storm we unleashed. I flick off the bedside lamp, settling into the darkness. As I close my eyes, the memory of Lena's trembling body pressed against mine resurfaces, accompanied by a hollow ache where solace should be. I clutch the pillow, heart hammering in the hush. Pretend or not, these feelings are real, and there's no denying the magnitude of what last night awakened. All I can hope is that when the truth finally surfaces, Lena won't cast me aside forever.
Chapter 11. Lena. I wake to golden light filtering through the sheer curtains, my mind still weighed down by last night's endless worries. Between Avery's odd behavior, the lingering aftershock of that impulsive night with Graham, and the dread that gnaws at me, I'm a tangled mess of emotions. For a long moment, I stare at the ceiling, wishing I could vanish into these soft Caribbean sheets. Fake fiancé, I remind myself, the words tasting sour. No matter how real it felt when Graham touched me, we're still in a performance for the Merkle Group, and I'm still grappling with the heartbreak he once caused. Keep it together. A chime from my phone drags me out of bed. Avery, brunch in the lobby cafe? We need a good coffee fix. Despite the tension between us, especially after how she acted around Graham, I still crave the familiarity of her company. Perhaps this is the perfect chance to address everything. Yes, let's do it. I fire off a quick reply, force myself into the shower, and emerge determined to face the day with some semblance of calm. The resort's lobby cafe is its usual bright, airy self, sun pouring in through wide windows, framed by potted palms. Avery is already seated at a corner table, wearing a summery sundress and sipping a latte. Her features warm with relief when she sees me, and I sense she's eager to smooth out any lingering awkwardness. "Hey, you," she greets, sliding a menu my way. I'm on my second latte. The first barely took the edge off last night's headache. She gives a self-deprecating smile, referencing the cocktails she had at the dance club. I slide into the seat opposite her, tucking my dress under my legs. I warned you about those margaritas. My tone is light, but our underlying tension remains, unspoken. She scrunches her nose. Guilty. Next time, cut me off sooner, please. She lifts her gaze to me, eyes flicking with concern. But more importantly, how are you doing? My stomach clenches at the reminder of everything swirling in my life. Graham, the charade, Avery's confusing flirtation. I'm hanging in there, I say with careful neutrality. Let's just say it's been a lot. She nods, and for a moment we skim over the subject of Graham. Instead, we focus on ordering coffee, croissants, and fresh fruit. The conversation drifts to my design firm, client updates, potential expansions, an attempt at normalcy that soothes me. Halfway through brunch, the cafe doors slide open and someone strides in, drawing my attention. My heart nearly stalls. It's Kyle, my ex-husband. Lean, confident, wearing a tailored shirt that screams successful lawyer. My pulse throbs with alarm. What is he doing here? Avery's jaw drops. She too recognizes him instantly. Of course she does. She's known Kyle for years, back when we were all friends, or so I thought. Kyle? She blurts, half rising from her chair. What are you doing here? Her voice sharpens protectively as she glances at me. He crosses the room with measured strides, a smirk perched on his lips. Ladies, he says, eyeing Avery before settling on me. Fancy running into you? I stiffen, gripping the edge of the table. Kyle, Words fail me. Our last in-person exchange was the day the divorce finalized. I never expected to see him at a Caribbean resort. Avery steps forward, crossing her arms, an edge in her tone. What are you really doing here, Kyle? He shrugs with casual arrogance. Business conference? Heard from a mutual acquaintance that Lena was staying here. Imagine my surprise when I realized it was this resort. Right, Avery mutters, shooting me a sidelong. Are you okay? Look. I give a tiny nod, heart pounding. I inhale, forcing composure. Well, you've said hi. We're in the middle of brunch. You can move along. My voice is chilly. Memories of Kyle's manipulations churn in my gut. He chuckles, glancing around. So hostile, Lena. We used to share so much more than brunch, remember? Avery bristles, stepping between us. Don't push it, Kyle. You remember how you treated her? She stops herself, glancing at me for permission to unload on him. I place a hand on her arm, drawing a steadying breath. He's not worth it, I say softly. Turning to Kyle, I demand, what do you want? His eyes gleam with a serpent-like amusement. Just a moment of your time, alone. Avery scoffs, folding her arms tight. No way. If you've got something to say to Lena, you can say it right here or not at all. Kyle tilts his head, smirk unwavering. Protective as ever, Avery, but this isn't about you. It's between me and my ex-wife. A tense beat passes. I swallow, knowing Avery's ready to rip into him if I so much as nod. But some twisted sense of closure, or fear, compels me to confront him privately. Avery, it's okay. Let's just make it quick. I shoot her an apologetic look, silently pleading for her to trust me. Her jaw tightens. Fine. She leans in, lowering her voice. I'll be at the bar in eyeshot. Holler if you need me. She glares at Kyle. Don't test me, Kyle. Then she turns and moves a few yards away, arms crossed as she watches us like a hawk. Kyle's gaze drags back to me, smug satisfaction on his face. I see you've got a fierce bodyguard, huh? I roll my eyes. Get to the point. I don't need a history lesson or small talk. He steps closer, lowering his voice. Word around the resort is that you're here with Graham Lancaster, as in billionaire CEO about to clinch a massive merger, Graham Lancaster? My stomach turns cold. So, he's my fiancé. A wry laugh escapes him. Fiancé, huh? Didn't realize you moved on so fast, or is it actually moving on? His gaze sharpens. I recall you and Lancaster were once close. Now you're engaged, just in time for his big business deal. My pulse hammers. He's on to us. The smugness in his expression sends alarm bells ringing. None of your concern. I snap, fighting to keep my voice from shaking. He leans in, tone dripping condescension. Isn't it? Maybe I'm curious about a potential sham. Word is the Merkle Group values family men, so a sudden engagement might seem Convenient. Anger flares. Don't stir up trouble, I warn, fists clenched at my sides. You have no place in my life. Stay out of it. Kyle ticks. So defensive. Still the same Lena, always wanting to control the narrative. But what if I told you I could easily expose your fake fiancé, ruin his precious merger? That'd be quite the scandal. I grit my teeth, blood thrumming in my ears. You wouldn't, I whisper. Why would you? You have nothing to gain. He shrugs, feigning innocence. Maybe I'm bored. Maybe I want a piece of Lancaster's success. Or maybe I enjoy seeing you squirm. A trembling fury overtakes me. This is the man who blamed me for our infertility struggles, who twisted every knife he could to hurt me. And now he's threatening to sabotage my arrangement with Graham. You're pathetic, I hiss. He smirks, unperturbed. Call me what you like. Just remember, if I decide to whisper into the right ears, your billionaire fiancé might lose everything. A sudden movement draws my eye. Avery stepped closer, face thunderous. She must sense the tension. Kyle shoots her a cold glance, then leans in to murmur near my ear. Decide how you want to handle this, Lena. Maybe you can compensate me to keep quiet. Disgust roils in my stomach. Get lost, I say, voice trembling with rage. He straightens, flashing a final smug grin before pivoting on his heel. As he strides out of the cafe, Avery rushes to my side. Are you okay? She demands, voice taut. Did he threaten you? Tears sting my eyes, but I blink them back, refusing to cry. He's just being Kyle, awful, manipulative, I say through gritted teeth. He hinted he knows our engagement is fake and might expose it. Avery's eyes narrow. Let him try, she huffs, fist balled. I'll personally break his nose if he comes near you again. Despite my swirling fear, a shaky laugh escapes me. You'd do it too. She softens, placing a hand on my shoulder. I'm sorry you had to deal with him here. Want me to track him down, scare him off? Temptation rises. I'm sure Avery could muster quite a threat, but Kyle has a twisted knack for legal loopholes and intimidation. No, not yet, I say, taking a shaky breath. I need to think about how to handle this. Avery's brows knit in concern. You can't let him bully you, Lena, and you definitely should tell Graham. My stomach tightens. Tell Graham? The memory of our complicated nights. The guilt on his face when he tries to apologize for the past. I bite my lip. I can't. He's already under pressure. If Kyle stirs up drama, it might ruin the merger. I don't want to throw more stress on him. Avery looks torn. That's exactly why he needs to know. Better to be warned than blindsided, right? I shake my head, stepping back. I'm handling it, I insist, voice wavering. Graham has enough on his plate. I'll figure out how to keep Kyle quiet. Avery exhales, clearly unhappy with my choice but not pressing the issue. She rubs my arm gently. All right, but you're not alone, okay? I'm here. I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat. For all her strange flirtations and guarded looks, Avery's still my best friend, the one who's always had my back. Thank you, I whisper, voice cracking with relief. Back in my suite, I pace the tiled floor, mind churning. Kyle's threat is real. He's malicious enough to blow up this entire arrangement just for the thrill of chaos, or for money. And if he does, Graham's crucial merger could collapse. And me? I'll be branded a fraud, the woman who faked an engagement to a billionaire. My ring feels heavier than ever. My phone lights up with a text from Graham, a quick check-in, presumably about tonight's dinner with the Merkle board. My chest twists. He has no clue about the time bomb Kyle just dropped, and I'm reluctant to add to his burdens. But maybe Avery's right. Maybe I should warn him. I fight the urge to reply with, We need to talk. Instead, I text back a curt, "All good here. See you tonight." Then I sink on corner of the bed, burying my face in my hands. One crisis at a time. I arrive at the grand ballroom, dressed in a sleek black cocktail dress that Avery helped me pick out earlier. My hair is pinned back, and I've forced my features into a calm mask. Graham stands near the doors, chatting with Kevin. The sight of him in a tailored suit momentarily blinds me to my fears. He cuts a damn fine figure, but I push that thought aside and approach. His gaze flicks up, relief softening his features. "Hey," he says quietly, stepping aside from Kevin. "You okay? You seemed off earlier." My heart clenches. Should I tell him now? But the presence of Kevin, the approaching board members, kill that moment. "I'm fine," I lie smoothly, offering a practiced smile. "Let's get through dinner." His eyes cloud with concern, but he nods, slipping an arm around my waist in a show of public affection. The crowd parts for us, many noticing the engaged couple. My pulse flutters, half from adrenaline, half from the warmth of his hand on my waist. We mingle with the Merkle board, exchanging pleasantries. Gunter appears, shaking Graham's hand enthusiastically. I stay close, responding to compliments about my dress or about our supposed wedding date. The entire time I'm hyper-aware of my surroundings, scanning for Kyle's smug face. He's not here, yet? Still, I can't relax. I catch Avery's eye across the room. She's stationed near a cluster of chairs, arms folded as she surveys the crowd. She gives me a subtle nod, silently conveying that she's on guard in case Kyle shows up. A small thread of gratitude weaves through me. Eventually, we settle at a long table for dinner, passing around plates of gourmet seafood. Graham keeps a polite conversation with Gunter about corporate synergy, while I nod along, forcing a bright facade. But inside, my thoughts whirl with tension. If Kyle strolls in right now, what would he do? Confront Graham publicly? Slip a note to Gunter, exposing our lie? When dessert, molten chocolate cake, arrives, my appetite is gone. I stab at the cake with my fork, hardly tasting it. Graham notices and leans in under the low hum of conversation. "You look pale," he murmurs. "Are you sick?" I shake my head, forcing a shaky smile. "Just not hungry," I reply. "Don't worry." Worry etches his brow. "You sure?" Acutely aware of the eyes on us, I summon a playful glint in my voice. "You eat. I'll just watch your enjoyment, fiancée." He studies me a moment longer, then sighs, returning his attention to the dessert. The meaningless banter of the table continues around us, no one the wiser to my internal spiral. I plaster on another fake smile each time someone glances my way. By the time the dinner ends, the band starts playing soft jazz near the ballroom's open terrace. People drift to the dance floor, some heading to the lounge for after-dinner drinks. Graham invites me to dance with an outstretched hand, eyes questioning. He's trying to keep up the romantic act, I realize, my chest tightening with regret. I manage a polite refusal, murmuring something about feeling tired. The subtle disappointment in his gaze tugs at me, but my nerves are shot. If Kyle were going to storm in, he'd have done it by now, right? Unless he's biding his time. The thought makes me shiver. Graham walks me to the corridor, pressing a gentle hand to my lower back as we step away from the crowd. Tension crackles between us. I want to melt into him, to bury my face in his shoulder and whisper all the nightmares swirling in my mind. But my pride clamps my mouth shut. "You really won't tell me what's wrong?" he asks softly, once we're out of earshot. I swallow, forcing my voice steady. "I told you, I'm just tired. Maybe I can explain tomorrow." He hesitates, searching my face. 100 emotions flicker across his expression. Confusion, frustration, concern. Finally, he nods. "All right, tomorrow then." I fight the urge to kiss him goodnight, to let that fleeting comfort ground me. But I remember the chaos of our last intimate contact, how it shattered every boundary. Instead, I step back, turning away. "Good night," I whisper, then walk off, not daring to look back. When I finally lock my door behind me, I lean against it, exhaling shakily. Kyle never showed. Perhaps he's planning a bigger move, or perhaps he just wanted to rattle me. He succeeded. My limbs feel heavy with dread. How can I stand another day of waiting for his next bombshell? I flick on a single lamp, the soft glow illuminating the diamond ring on my finger. A false promise, I think bitterly, and a fragile shield against a man who thrives on destroying my sense of security. Yet for all the fear Kyle stirs in me, a new thought emerges. I'm not the broken woman I was when I left that courthouse. I've built my design firm from scratch. I've faced heartbreak, and I've survived. If Kyle thinks I'll cower, he's underestimating me. Still, the question remains, should I tell Graham? Sliding my hand over my face, I kick off my heels. Avery's words echo, "Better to be warned than blindsided." If Kyle does corner Graham, we'll be in far deeper trouble if Graham's unprepared. But telling him means admitting we're vulnerable, that I'm vulnerable, and that Kyle's threat looms over everything. My phone chimes again. I lift it, half expecting Kyle's name on the screen. Or maybe Graham's. But it's just Avery. "Avery, I'm here if you need me. Let's talk in the morning." A wave of gratitude washes through me, tempered by exhaustion. Tomorrow, everything might come crashing down. Or maybe I'll find a way to outsmart Kyle. For now, I can only brace for the storm, hating how powerless I feel. I set my phone aside and collapse onto the bed, eyes fluttering shut. My mind whirls with images. Kyle's smirk, Avery's protective glare, Graham's worried eyes. We're all on a collision course of secrets and half-truths. And I'm stuck in the middle, desperate to shield the fragile arrangement I've built with Graham, while also shielding myself from the man I once thought I'd spend my life with. Soon, I promise myself. I'll make a decision. I won't let Kyle hold this over me forever. But as sleep pulls me under, dread knots in my chest, whispering that the clock is ticking. One misstep, and everything, my pride, my heart, and Graham's merger, could crumble in an instant. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Graham. Morning light streaks across my suite's polished floors, but my mind feels anything but bright. I've been up since dawn, pacing between the balcony and the bed, trying to banish the unease that's settled in my gut. Lena's been so distant. Something more than just exhaustion is weighing on her. And I hate that I can't reach her, can't soothe away the storm I see behind her eyes. I rub the back of my neck, my phone clutched in my other hand. No new messages from her. "One day," she said last night, claiming she'd explain what's bothering her. But waiting while the clock ticks is making me antsy, especially with today's crucial schedule. More final touches with the Merkel Group, and a quick check-in with their CEO, Günther, in a private lounge. The sense that everything hinges on the next 24 hours presses down on my shoulders like a weight. I force myself into a quick shower and dress in a crisp shirt and charcoal slacks, business casual for this never-ending paradise. Even as I comb my hair in front of the mirror, my reflection stares back with lines of tension around my eyes. Focus on the merger, I order myself. But my heart has other priorities these days. Priorities named Lena Walsh. I head to the resort's small conference room near the main lobby. Kevin and Mary, two of my top execs, are there reviewing last-minute synergy bullet points. Merkel's CFO is due in half an hour. Kevin glances up, brow furrowed. "Morning, boss. You look like you slept 2 hours." "Maybe 2 hours," I mutter, rubbing at my temple. "Let's get this done." We pore over the slides again, meticulously checking numbers. Mary brings up a new angle we can pitch to the CFO, a plan to integrate AI modules into distribution lines. It's good, exactly what we need to stay competitive. I try to focus, but a prickling sense of dread keeps nudging the back of my mind, telling me something's off. My phone buzzes, a short vibration that sets my nerves aflutter. I glance at the screen, an unknown number. My stomach clenches with a visceral premonition. "Unknown? Congrats on the upcoming wedding, Lancaster. Lucky man if it's real." My chest tightens. What the hell? The number doesn't match any of the journalists or business contacts I know. Another text arrives before I can show it to Kevin. Unknown. Might be interesting for Merkel to hear certain rumors, especially if they want a genuine family man. Anger flares in my gut. Someone's hinting they know about the arrangement. My mind flicks to paparazzi, unscrupulous competitors, or ex-flames hungry for drama. Could be a crank. But a chill pricks my skin. "Graham?" Kevin's voice snaps my attention back. "We've got 10 minutes before the CFO arrives. You good?" I pocket my phone, swallowing the surge of worry. No time for this now. "Yeah," I say tightly. "Let's do it." The synergy update goes smoothly, but my nerves remain frayed. The CFO appears satisfied with our data, nodding along as Kevin and Mary take the lead. I'm silent for the most part, my mind battling the cryptic texts. Is this sabotage? Once the CFO leaves, Kevin and Mary linger to talk next steps, but I excuse myself, claiming I need to take a call. The moment I step into the hallway, I catch sight of Avery leaning against a window that overlooks the resort gardens. She's wearing a summery wrap dress, fiddling with her phone. Normally, I'd wave and keep walking. Our interactions have been awkward since her borderline flirtatious behavior that night at the club, but something about her posture draws me over. She looks torn or maybe anxious. I approach cautiously. "Hey, everything all right?" She startles, looks up, then plasters on a bright smile. "Oh, Graham. Hi." Her gaze slides past me, then back. Can we talk for a second?" A coil of unease tightens in my gut. "Sure." She glances around, pulling me into a slightly more private alcove near the windows. "Listen," she begins, voice low. "I'm not trying to interfere, but I've heard rumors. Some of them involving you and Lena. And Kyle." She practically spits his name. I stiffen, every sense on alert. "What about Kyle?" She hugs her arms over her torso. "He's here, you know. The ex-husband. Causing trouble for Lena." My breath hitches. Lena didn't mention he'd actually arrived. "Trouble? How?" Avery's lips twist with distaste. "He's threatening to expose your engagement as fake to the Merkel people, or worse, to the press. He's a snake, basically. He knows you two aren't exactly in a normal relationship." Adrenaline surges, so it's not just me and weird texts. My mind leaps to the possibility that Kyle is behind those messages. Why would he do that? Avery shrugs, eyes shining with a mix of anger and something else. Vindication? For money, or just to mess with Lena's life again? She used to revolve around him, you know? She sighs, stepping a bit closer. I hate to say this, but be careful. Lena was once crazy about Kyle. He could manipulate her into doing anything, even feeding him information. My heart jolts. Feeding him information? That hardly sounds like Lena, but doubt creeps in. Could that explain how he'd know so many details? Avery fixes me with a sympathetic look. I'm not saying she's doing that. Just, he's manipulative and she's vulnerable. They have a lot of history, good and bad. If Kyle starts whispering sweet words or making her feel guilty, who knows what she might spill? My stomach churns. The text's on my phone. Lucky man if it's real. Could Kyle have gleaned details from Lena? Or maybe Avery is misreading the situation, but a seed of doubt takes root. She never told me any of this, I say, voice taut. Avery purses her lips. She's proud. She never likes admitting she's being bullied. I tried to get her to talk to you, but she said she'd handle it alone. She doesn't realize how dangerous Kyle can be. She touches my arm gently, leaning in. I just want to protect her, and protect you too. My mind spins, recalling how distant Lena's been, how she's refused to confide in me. Is it possible that Kyle manipulated her, that she inadvertently let something slip about our arrangement? Or worse, is she playing both sides? That notion feels like a punch to the gut. Rubbing my face, I nod curtly. Thanks for the heads up, Avery. My voice is clipped. I'll figure this out. She offers a supportive squeeze of my arm, then steps back with a small, almost regretful smile. Good luck, she says softly, before turning and leaving me alone in the corridor. Minutes later, I'm powering through the resort's lobby, phone in hand, mind in overdrive. I need to see Lena. The idea that she's being threatened by Kyle and not telling me is maddening. But just as I round a corner near the main courtyard, I freeze. Standing by a large potted palm is a man who matches the description from old photos I once saw on Lena's social media. Tall, sharply dressed, and exuding that smarmy confidence. Kyle. He's flipping through his phone, leaning casually as if he owns the place. My blood ignites with protective anger. Before I can strategize, he looks up. A slow grin spreads across his face and he pockets his phone. Graham Lancaster, he drawls, stepping forward. I've been hoping for an introduction. I clench my jaw. You must be Kyle. I don't bother with pleasantries. Heard you're trying to make Lena's life miserable. He lifts a brow. Straight to the point. I see why you're a successful CEO. He crosses his arms. Yes, I'm Kyle. Ex-husband of your fiancée, apparently. I stare him down, heart pounding. She's my fiancée, all right. Whatever you think you know about us, keep it to yourself. A sly smirk curves his lips. If it's real, sure. But if it's not, he shrugs, then I might have reasons to speak with the right people. I'm sure Merkel's board would find it fascinating that your sweet engagement is a ruse to look like a family man. My anger surges. Cut the crap. You have no proof. I can bury you in legal trouble for slander. He laughs, an oily sound. Oh, I have proof. Let's see, private details about your arrangement, for instance. He taps his chin. Like how you two negotiated a 2-week timeline. Or how you carry a ring box in your jacket pocket for show. And how Lena only agreed if you keep a certain distance because you ran away from her once before. Should I go on? My veins turn to ice. Those are details only Lena, Avery, or I would know. Where'd you get that? He spreads his hands theatrically. Let's say Lena and I had a chat. She was always open with me about her personal life, even after the divorce. She clearly still trusts me enough to confide. His gaze hardens. And maybe she wants me back. My thoughts reel. This can't be right. Lena hates Kyle. She's never indicated wanting him back. But the specifics he's rattling off some are from conversations I recall having alone with Lena. Did she slip up? Or is Kyle bluffing? Kyle steps closer, lowering his voice. I bet the Merkel CEO would love to see those texts from Lena describing how the engagement is all for show, how you needed a bride to seal this merger. She also wrote about you being a coward, the reason she can't fully trust you. She's just playing along for the benefits, apparently. My chest tightens, doubt tangling with rage. Texts from Lena, or forged messages. My mind flashes to Avery's warning, how Lena might be manipulated by Kyle. I keep my expression stony. You're a lying snake. Lena wants nothing to do with you. He chuckles, unruffled. Believe what you want. The point is, I can expose your charade whenever I like. So unless you're prepared to lose this fancy merger, you might want to consider making it worth my while to stay quiet. A nice settlement, perhaps. My hands curl into fists. You want me to bribe you? He shrugs. Call it hush money. Enough for me to ignore your little pantomime. Fury pounds in my temples. He's blackmailing me. Before I can retort, a group of resort guests wander by, forcing me to rein in my voice. Kyle glances at them, then back at me, that slimy grin unwavering. I'll give you time to think, he says, stepping away. But not too long. Tick-tock, Lancaster. Then he strolls off, leaving me rooted to the spot, seething. After Kyle vanishes into the crowd, I slump against the wall, raking a hand through my hair. My pulse roars in my ears. He claims Lena's feeding him details. The rational part of me insists he's lying. Lena would never side with that man. But how did Kyle get those specifics about our arrangement? Noises from the lobby swirl around me. Laughter, luggage wheels clattering, the hum of the air conditioner. I feel dizzy, caught in a web of suspicion. I check my phone for new texts. Nothing but the earlier unknown messages. Is it Kyle behind that number? Possibly. Could Avery have told him these details? My gut churns, remembering her subtle remarks, the hints that Lena still has leftover feelings for Kyle, or that she might slip up. Or is Avery truly just misguided in her efforts to protect Lena? Frustration claws at me. I need to talk to Lena. But a dark voice in the back of my mind whispers that maybe she's not telling me everything. Maybe Kyle cornered her, wrung out the info. Or maybe her loyalty is split in a way I can't understand. Finally, I push off the wall and stride outside. The afternoon sun hits my face, hot and merciless. Beyond the palm trees, the ocean shimmers, mocking my unrest with its serene beauty. I step into a quiet courtyard, searching for a moment of calm. My phone weighs heavily in my pocket, as if urging me to call Lena right now. No sooner do I reach the courtyard's edge than I spot Avery again, perched on a bench near a bird of paradise plant. She looks up, sees my turbulent expression, and stands. Graham, you okay? I blow out a sharp breath. I just had the pleasure of meeting Kyle. He claims Lena's been giving him details about our arrangement. Her eyes widen and she folds her arms. He said Lena told him. I nod, scowling. Said he has proof, texts or messages, some suspiciously accurate specifics. Avery's lips twist, a thoughtful crease forming between her brows. I doubt Lena would do that willingly. But if Kyle cornered her or threatened something, she trails off, biting her lip. Listen, I know Lena loves to handle everything alone. She might think talking to him is the best way to keep him quiet. My chest tightens with unwanted doubt. You said earlier that Kyle can be manipulative, that Lena was once crazy about him. Could she still be pulled in? She hesitates, apparently torn. I want to believe she hates him now. She does. But old habits die hard, you know? She might slip into telling him too much if he corners her. She's not as guarded as she pretends. Then her voice softens. I'm sorry this is happening. If you want my opinion, you should confront her demand she come clean about everything. My pulse hammers. Confront Lena. The word confront stings, but maybe it's necessary. I can't just accuse her, I mutter. She'll shut down. Avery lifts a shoulder. Better that than letting Kyle sabotage you both. If you don't put a stop to it, he'll only grow bolder. She steps forward, lightly touching my arm. I hate seeing you stressed. I know how important this deal is, and how you still care about Lena. Her gaze lingers, and that tension from before her borderline flirtation flickers. My instincts bristle. I'll talk to her, I say quickly, stepping back. Thanks for your concern. She looks momentarily disappointed at my withdrawal, but recovers with a nod. Good luck, she says softly, turning away. Alone again, I stand amidst the courtyard's tropical blooms, mind racing. Kyle is blackmailing me with claims that Lena's feeding him info. Avery suggests Lena might be unintentionally giving him ammunition. Meanwhile, we're hours away from crucial meetings that finalize the merger. Everything is spiraling. But one thing is clear. I have to talk to Lena, find out exactly what Kyle's done. No more secrets. If she's in trouble, I'll help her. If she's been forced to betray details, I'll protect her. And if my chest constricts if she's knowingly working with him, then we have a bigger crisis. That can't be true, can it? I stare at the shimmering ocean beyond the courtyard. The sunlight glints off the waves like 1,000 mirrored shards, dazzling yet harsh. My phone buzzes again in my pocket, likely Kevin or Mary with more updates. But I ignore it, focusing on the vow forming in my head. I won't let Kyle tear us apart or ruin Lena's life again. I'll face whatever truth emerges, even if it breaks me. A hot wind gusts through the palm fronds, scattering bright flower petals around my feet. Taking a bracing breath, I head toward the suites, heart pounding with urgency. I have to find Lena now. My footsteps echo with renewed resolve. Whether she's an unwitting pawn or a desperate woman cornered by her ex, I can't keep stumbling in the dark. I'll lay everything on the line, because if we don't confront this together, we'll lose everything for real this time.
Chapter 13. Lena. Graham had just stormed off in search of me, determined to unearth the truth behind Kyle's threats and these damning rumors that I might have fed him information. I'd caught a glimpse of him striding purposefully through the courtyard from a distance, anxiety churning in my chest. No matter how I try to shield Graham, I keep getting cornered by Kyle. Oh God, what should I do? Now, I'm holed up in a quiet corridor near the spa, a tucked-away stretch of the resort leading to private lounges. I came here because I got another insidious message from Kyle on my phone, summoning me. As much as I loathe him, I can't risk letting him find Graham first. He might spin more lies or sabotage the investor's visit. Better I confront him alone. I don't have to wait long. Kyle steps out from a recessed doorway, wearing that smug smirk that has haunted me all week. My pulse speeds up, rage and dread colliding. Kyle, I say, voice taut, I'm done playing these games. You're tearing apart everything I've managed to rebuild. He leans against the wall, arms folded in a show of casual power. Games? You're the one faking an engagement to a billionaire, he draws. But apparently your fiancée is on the hunt for you. Such a picture-perfect couple. I won't let you blackmail us anymore, I snap, stepping closer. If you have proof, go ahead and show it. But you'll get no hush money from me. Kyle's eyes flick with amusement. Brave words, Lena. But do you really think Graham wants a scandal? I hear the investors are here. It'd be a shame if they discovered you in compromising circumstances. Is that a threat? My stomach twists. He doesn't answer. In a flash, he grabs my arm, tugging me close. The move is abrupt and forceful, but he keeps his voice a low purr. Do you think your fiancé would appreciate seeing us like this? A sick laugh escapes him. You and I have so much unfinished business. Maybe you still want me too? I recoil, heart hammering. Let go. I try to yank free, but he's stronger than I remember. Panic jolts through me. He's never been this brazen physically. Footsteps echo around the corner. Several pairs, accompanied by subdued chatter. No, no, no. In an instant, Kyle angles me against the wall, his chest pressed to mine, like an embrace from an outsider's perspective. I strain away, dread pounding in my ears. The voices approach and become startlingly familiar. Graham and others, possibly the investors with him. Before I can rip free, they round the bend. Graham, flanked by 2 older men and 1 woman, definitely Merkle Group investors from last night's dinner. They all freeze, eyes going wide at the sight of me pinned against Kyle. It must look incriminating as hell. My ex-husband's body flush with mine, my face twisted with fear. Possibly it looks like something else. Graham's expression contorts in a flash of red-hot anger and betrayal. One of the investors mutters a shocked oath in German. The woman covers her mouth in alarm. My heart plummets. They think I'm... Kyle, get off me! I burst out, shoving him. He steps back with exaggerated slowness, raising his hands in a mocking gesture of innocence. I spin to face Graham, who's breathing hard, fists clenched. The investors stand awkwardly behind him, confusion etched on their faces. This isn't what it looks like, I gasp, cheeks burning. It's so painfully reminiscent of that night in the lounge, except this time the stakes are higher. Graham's gaze flits between me and Kyle, devastation and fury swirling. Lena, he can barely form words. The investors exchange glances that scream trouble. Kyle fakes a contrite shrug. Hey, fiancée, don't blame Lena. She's just a little nostalgic for her old flame. He smirks at Graham, voice dripping poison. Right, darling? Graham's eyes blaze, and the investors shift uncomfortably. One edges away, muttering, perhaps we should go. They beat a hasty retreat down the hall, leaving a tense silence behind them. I step toward Graham, trembling with embarrassment. He pinned me, it's not, but Graham's composure snaps. Don't, he growls, glaring at Kyle. You keep showing up, throwing your arms around her like she's yours. And now you do it in front of my potential business partners. Are you trying to destroy everything? Kyle sniffs. You can't destroy what's already fake. I whip around, voice raw. Shut up! You pinned me, you liar! Oh, come on, Lena, Kyle taunts. If you didn't want me near you, you wouldn't be sneaking around these corridors with me, Graham's fury flares again, but he swallows it, turning to me instead. Why do you keep meeting him alone? He demands, voice cracking with a mixture of hurt and rage. How could you let him corner you again, especially with the investors right here? Tears prick at my eyes. I didn't let him corner me. He texted me, threatened to sabotage the deal. I was trying to handle it. It looks like you're handling it just fine. Graham spits, bitterness lining every syllable. Kyle gives a mocking salute. I'll leave you 2 lovebirds to fight it out. But Lancaster, I suggest you keep a tighter leash on your fiancée. She's got old loyalties. With that, he saunters off, leaving me trembling with humiliation and rage. The corridor falls silent, but for our ragged breathing. Graham turns on me, anguish cutting across his features. He snarls, Do you have any idea how bad that looks? The investors saw everything. A sob catches in my throat. He forced me. You saw how he pinned me. Don't you trust me enough to believe that? He presses his palms to his temples, pacing in agitation. I believe he's manipulative, yes, but you keep running to him alone, not telling me what's happening until it's too late. And now my entire merger's at risk because of these damn scenes. I lash out, tears burning. I was trying to protect you. If Kyle sees you as a target, he'll ramp up blackmail. I wanted to keep him away, not drag you into it. Don't you get that? That's not how partnerships work, Lena. He snaps. You shut me out, you let him corner you, and now the investors might think you're cheating, or that I'm a fool, or that this entire engagement is a lie. He exhales shakily, voice catching. God, do you realize what this does to my credibility? My heart? The raw hurt in his eyes twists my guilt into a new wave of tears. I'm sorry, I whisper, voice cracking. I hate Kyle. I hate what he's doing, but I can't snap my fingers and make him vanish. His gaze sears me. Then face him with me. Don't do it alone in secret halls. Every time I see you two together. He breaks off with a bitter laugh. I can't bear it. My breath shudders. You think I enjoy it? He's my ex-husband from hell, who's blackmailing us. If you saw how he pinned me just now, a sob escapes. I hate him. I hate this. I can't keep apologizing for what he does. Graham steps closer, raw anger and longing colliding in his stare. Then why do I feel like I'm fighting a losing battle? Like you'd rather shoulder everything alone than trust me enough to help? His voice grows louder, overshadowing the trickle of resort chatter in the distance. I lash back. Because the last time I trusted someone, you, left me in the dark, and now this unstoppable chaos is swallowing me. I can't. The tension between us snaps taut, a swirling mix of heartbreak, jealousy, and unbridled attraction. My tears still wet my cheeks when I see the anguish in Graham's eyes flicker into something else, need. It's not logical or fair, but the surge of raw emotion that flares between us is undeniable. With a low curse, Graham cups my face, pulling me into a bruising kiss that tastes of salt and fury. My sob turns into a ragged moan, and I clutch at his shirt, half wanting to push him away, half desperate to hold on. He tangles his fingers in my hair, ignoring any startled glances from passers-by at the far end of the corridor. Not here, he mutters against my mouth. You're sweet, now. I'm trembling, tears still slipping down my face, but I nod, letting him guide me down the hallway in a haze of adrenaline. Every step crackles with unresolved anger, overshadowed by a reckless, scorching desire to reaffirm us, even in the midst of betrayal and heartbreak. The moment we're inside my suite, Graham slams the door shut, flicking the lock. There's no time for gentle words. We crash into each other, mouths colliding in a furious kiss. My nails scrape his shoulders as his hands grip my waist, yanking me flush against him. Damn it, Lena, he murmurs hoarsely, voice taut with anger and longing. Why do you drive me insane? Why do you? I retort, tears still brimming, but the tears morph into a gasp of desire when he pushes me against the wall, capturing my mouth again, devouring me with every ounce of frustration. We tear at each other's clothes, all the pent-up accusations and heartbreak channeled into searing touches. Our bodies slide together, a clash of want and pain, the world outside drowned by our ragged breaths. We end up on the bed, limbs tangling in sheets, the intensity raw and desperate. Anger and longing fuse in each stroke, each gasp, until a fierce wave of release shakes us both, leaving us breathless and unsteady. We collapse in a tangle, hearts thundering. The scent of sweat and pleasure lingers in the room, heavy with the echo of our conflict. For a few moments, neither of us speaks. My chest still heaves, tears drying on my cheeks. Graham rolls onto his back, an arm thrown over his face. This doesn't fix anything, he says, voice shaking with spent emotion. I'm still furious. We have a real mess to clean up. But there's an undercurrent of regret, like he can't bear the thought of walking away. I lie beside him, cheeks aflame with a mixture of shame and satisfaction. My body hums with the memory of his touch, though guilt still knots my stomach. I know, I whisper. We lost it. He drops his arm, turning his head to meet my gaze. Pain shadows his eyes, but so does a flicker of tenderness. I can't stand Kyle near you. Every time I see you together, His jaw clenches. I lose my mind. My throat tightens. He wants to destroy everything, I say, voice thick. And he's winning if we keep turning on each other. Graham closes his eyes with a weary sigh. Then we have to unite. No more secrets, Lena. No more silent battles in hidden corridors. A shiver races up my spine. The secret about Kyle's deeper betrayals, my hidden heartbreak, still weighs on me, but I can't speak of that raw wound yet. We'll face him, I offer softly. Together. But not right now. I can't. He nods, frustration etched in his brow. All right, he concedes, voice subdued. But soon, his hand finds mine under the sheets, fingers lacing in a silent promise. We're running out of time. For the investors, for us. If we don't stand together, we'll fall apart for sure. A tremor goes through me, but I nod, gripping his hand. I'm with you, I say, though tears sting my eyes again. My ex-husband's twisted game is driving us toward the brink, yet a fragile glimmer of hope persists as I lie entwined with Graham. We're far from resolved, but for this trembling moment, our bodies speak a truth we can't deny, that we need each other, even in the darkest storms. And as the Caribbean night settles outside the windows, I cling to that truth, praying it'll be enough to weather what Kyle unleashes next. Chapter 14. Lena. A soft Caribbean dawn washes over my suite, brushing across the crumpled sheets and the empty space where Graham should be. I sit on the bed, mind spinning with what happened last night, our second round of explosive passion, the swirl of anger and need that drew us together again in desperation. Neither of us solved anything. Kyle's threats still loom over us like a thundercloud, and this morning I feel the weight of it pressing harder than ever. A single knock at my door jolts me. I open it to find Avery, her expression drawn. The sight of her sends a pang through me. She's been acting off for days, yet she still tries to appear like my concerned best friend. But do I trust her anymore? She leans in, voice pitched low. Lena, I'm worried about you. I heard from some staff that Kyle's been talking to investors. Is that true? My stomach twists. I don't know. Probably. He's not backing down. Avery steps inside, shutting the door. Is there anything I can do? I hate seeing you like this. She touches my arm lightly, eyes full of supposed concern. But I can't help noticing her posture is stiff, her gaze flicking around my suite as though searching for clues. I sigh, shoulders tense. I don't think so. Graham and I might just have to face it. And if you're involved, the question hangs in my mind, unspoken. I wait for a sign that she might slip, but she merely furrows her brow, looking pained. Are you sure you're okay? You've barely texted, she says softly. I'm trying to help, but you keep shutting me out. A stab of guilt and suspicion courses through me. She's twisting the narrative, painting me as distant and unkind. I've been dealing with a lot. I hedge. Kyle's blackmail, the investors, everything. She nods, lips pursed, as if I'm confirming her point. Well, I'm here, she murmurs, denying any wrongdoing. If you ever decide to let me in. With that loaded statement, she slips back out into the hallway, leaving me unsettled and strangely accused. Why does this feel like an attack on me instead of Kyle? By afternoon, news ripples through the resort that Gunter, the Merkle CEO, and several top investors are hosting an informal gathering poolside. Graham texts me. Graham, we need to attend, show we're united. My heart lurches. If Kyle reappears or reveals proof, we might be done. Still, we can't hide. Resigned, I tidy myself and head downstairs in a summery turquoise dress, the engagement ring weighing heavily on my finger. We have to keep up appearances if there's any chance of salvaging this. Outside, the pool deck bustles with the staff setting up lounge chairs, tropical drinks, and small tables for conversation. A lively tune from a steel drum band tries to give the illusion of paradise, but the tension in the air is thick. I spot Graham near a cluster of investors, posture rigid. The moment he sees me, relief and worry flicker across his face. Before either of us can speak, Kyle wanders into view by the bar, sipping a fruit cocktail like he belongs here. My chest tightens. He's really going for it. As I move to Graham's side, I catch Avery drifting behind Kyle, arms folded like she's an observer. Her eyes flick between me and him with an expression I can't decipher. Fear or satisfaction? Gunter's about to make a small speech about informal synergy when Kyle saunters over, phone in hand. A hush falls among the small crowd of investors, corporate aides, and a few staff. I grip Graham's arm, my heart hammering. Kyle raises his phone, a chilling smirk on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, I have something interesting. A snippet that might shed light on Mr. Lancaster's so-called engagement. My gut clenches. Graham tenses beside me. Don't, he warns, voice low, but Kyle taps his screen. The audio that crackles out is short but unmistakable. My voice. Just 2 weeks. That's all we have. Graham's. Will fool them long enough? It's more than enough to damn us. Gunter and the investors stiffen, shock rippling through them. A tense murmur spreads among the onlookers. Graham's face pales, while I fight a surge of nausea. Kyle had recorded us in some private moment. It's proof of our fake arrangement, our doom, plain as day. A thick, horrified silence ensues. Then Avery pushes forward, eyes shining with tears. "Oh my God, Lena," she exclaims, voice tremulous. "I can't believe this is happening. You never told me the engagement was fake." Her words are loud enough for everyone to hear, and her tone is heartbreak incarnate. I blink, stunned. "What?" She clutches her hands together, shaking her head. "I thought we were best friends. And all this time you've been lying. I only found out from rumors, but I refuse to believe them until now." She gestures toward Kyle's phone, tears glistening. "I had no idea you'd stoop this low, pretending to love Graham for some business deal." Her performance is flawless. Several bystanders dart glances at me, pity or disdain in their eyes. My heart stutters. "Avery, you're twisting." She sniffles, cutting me off. "I defended you. I told everyone you'd never lie to that extent. I guess I was wrong." Casting me a wounded look, she adds in a quieter tone, "You never treated me like a real best friend, did you?" A rush of betrayal jolts me. "That's not true. You're the one," but I can't articulate it without proof. She's painting me as the liar, the one who froze her out. My throat constricts. People are staring. They're believing her theatrics. Kyle, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, shrugs at the investors. "See, even her best friend is shocked by her deception. This is the real Lena, someone who plots an elaborate con with Lancaster." He smirks at Graham. "All to seal your precious merger, right?" Rage floods me. "You're the one who recorded us secretly," I retort, voice trembling. "You're blackmailing." Kyle cuts me off with a pleasant smile. "What I do or don't do isn't the issue. The audio speaks for itself. Unless you want to pay me to keep it quiet." He lets out a casual laugh. "But it's a bit late now that these fine folks have heard the snippet. Gunter and the investors look appalled, turning to Gom for an explanation. My fiancé tries valiantly to salvage it. "We started, uncertain, but our feelings grew. That recording is taken out of context." His voice shakes with desperation. "Lena and our relationship is real now, I swear." But the damage is done. The investors murmur among themselves. Words like fraud, image crisis, and "can we trust him?" swirl around. My eyes burn with tears as everything we built threatens to crumble at Kyle's feet. The tension escalates, A swirl of accusations from the investors. One storms off, muttering about dishonesty at the highest level. Gunter tries to maintain composure, but it's clear he's furious and deeply disappointed. The potential that he'll pull out of the deal hovers like a guillotine. Graham whips toward Kyle, fists clenched, voice low. "You vile..." Kyle raises a brow. "Careful. You wouldn't want to assault me in front of potential partners." Avery dabs at her fake tears, stepping closer to me so the crowd can witness her heartbreak. "Lena, I can't believe you never told me. I'm hurt you thought I wouldn't support you. Unless you were worried I'd leak your plan?" She glances at the onlookers, subtly shifting blame onto me. "I guess I see now how little you trusted me as a best friend." My jaw trembles, tears gathering. You have no idea how complicated," but she just shakes her head, sorrowful, like I'm the betrayer. Onlookers start whispering, some pitying Avery for being blindsided. It's surreal. She's turning me into the villain. Or maybe it's part of her sabotage, making sure I'm isolated. And it's working. I see sympathy in some resort guests' eyes when they glance at Avery, contempt or confusion when they regard me. Everything spirals. The entire poolside crowd is abuzz with condemnation or shock. Kyle, leaning casually on a railing, looks like the cat that got the cream. The Merkle investors mutter about reevaluating the deal. Graham stands rigid, shoulders tight, fury and heartbreak carved into his features. I can't meet his gaze. We're doomed. The evidence is out, and Avery's theatrics push me further into a corner. Tears finally spill down my cheeks as the chatter intensifies. I can't do it anymore. This meltdown, the stares of pity and scorn. My chest feels like it's being crushed. Every breath a gasp of anguish. With a shaky sob, I spin on my heel, pushing through the crowd. I hear Graham call my name, but I can't stop. I bolt past lounge chairs, half blinded by tears. Some staff member tries to step forward, concerned, but I swerve away, racing down the path. My sandals pound the pavement, the once lovely music turning into a cruel mockery of paradise. We faked an engagement to save a merger, and now it's all come crashing down in the worst way. Avery remains behind, no doubt continuing her act of heartbreak, while Kyle smirks in triumph. And Graham. God, I can't face the devastation in his eyes. We promised to stand together, but Kyle's bombshell, Avery's sabotage, none of it can be undone. The entire deal might vanish by nightfall, and so might our fragile bond. Shuddering sobs rack my chest as I flee into the quieter gardens. All is lost. The merger, the trust we tried to build, the illusions of a second chance. Kyle's final blow landed, and Avery pinned the blame on me. There's no path left but despair. I collapse onto a stone bench nestled amid hibiscus blooms, tears flowing unchecked. My phone buzzes, likely Graham or some half-frantic staffer, but I can't look. Every part of me feels hollowed out by betrayal and heartbreak. My best friend denies any wrongdoing, painting me as the liar. My ex-husband gloats over our downfall, and Graham, the man I might still love, is in the middle of a corporate fiasco because of me. Clutching my arms around my waist, I rock slightly, trying to catch a full breath. The salty Caribbean breeze ruffles the leaves, mocking the serenity this place once offered me. In the distance, the ocean churns, oblivious to our drama. I'm alone, completely isolated. Because with Avery's show of betrayal, who will believe me now? I bury my face in my hands. Why did we ever think this ruse could hold? The moment Kyle and Avery set their sights on us, we were doomed. I weep, tears scorching my cheeks, the echoes of that recorded snippet replaying in my head. We'll fool them long enough. We're undone. Through my sobs, An ugly truth cements itself. We can't fix this. Kyle's proof is out. The investors are scandalized, and Avery's public meltdown has turned the crowd's sympathy her way, not mine. Even if Graham tries to salvage the story, the damage is done. No spin can overshadow a direct confession that it was all fake from the start. Also, how can Avery betray me like this? When did it go wrong? Was her friendship all an act? There's nowhere to go from here. Lifting my head, I stare at the blazing afternoon sky, tears drying on my skin. A distant cry of a seabird echoes the raw ache in my heart. All the dreams, my firm's expansion, the possibility of real love with Graham crumple beneath the weight of betrayal. This is the darkest hour, the point where everything is lost. And as I sit in the quiet garden, the taste of salt on my lips, I know there's nothing left but heartbreak and the looming certainty that we've destroyed whatever fragile second chance we had.
Chapter 15. Graham. I stare out at the dark expanse of the Caribbean Sea from my penthouse suite balcony, heart pounding like it might tear free of my chest. The once calming ocean breeze only heightens the turmoil in my mind. My entire world is unraveling Kyle's damning audio proof, the public showdown by the pool, Avery's sudden shift to victimhood, and Lena's devastated face as she fled. In the stark moonlight, I can't forget how the investor's eyes flared with disgust and betrayal. How Lena's tears streaked her cheeks when the truth came out. We've lost the trust of Merkel Group, likely destroying the deal. And worse, Lena is utterly broken under the weight of betrayal, and there's nothing I can do to protect her from it. Hours ago, I tried to reassure Merkel's CEO Günther that the recording Kyle revealed was taken out of context, but the damage was done. He gave me a curt, "We'll be in touch," and walked away with a face carved in disappointment. He knows we deceived them. He might finalize the merger with someone else by tomorrow morning. All my years of work undone in a single, brutal moment. I hold on to the balcony railing, the metal cool against my palm. My mind replays Lena's shattered expression as she fled the pool deck. I should have run after her. But a swarm of investors surrounded me, demanding an explanation. By the time I broke free, she'd vanished. Now I'm torn between the urge to find her, comfort her, and the fear that staying in her life will only cause more pain. She's endured enough heartbreak because of me. Deep in my gut, a darker secret churns. What really happened the day Lena's parents died? The guilt I've carried, the knowledge I can't share. If she learned that my parents, my entire family, had a role in that final confrontation, would she hate me forever? Would letting her go be kinder? I'm no stranger to running away from my failures, but losing Lena again might kill me. A pang shoots through my chest. I can't just let her face Kyle alone. But every minute I stay, she's dragged deeper into scandal. What if the next bombshell is my worst secret of all? My parents' involvement in that catastrophic day. If Kyle or Avery somehow uncovered that. God, I can't allow it. Fear claws at me, mingling with despair. My phone sits silent on the small balcony table. Earlier I texted Lena, pleading to see her. No response. She's probably huddled somewhere in tears, convinced I blame her. I hate that I couldn't shield her from Kyle's brutality. All my high-powered resources meant nothing against a cunning ex-husband armed with secret recordings. I failed her and my company both. A faint knock jolts me from my thoughts. My heart leaps, half hoping it's Lena. I stride across the suite and open the door, bracing for her tear-stained face, and freeze in disappointment when Avery stands there, eyes red-rimmed but posture surprisingly confident. She offers a tremulous half-smile. "Graham, can I come in?" Her tone feigns innocence. I hesitate, dread curling in my stomach. She's at the center of this fiasco, playing the wounded best friend. But I can't slam the door in her face, not in the midst of so much chaos. Reluctantly, I step aside. "Make it quick," I say tersely, arms crossed. She glides in, letting the door close behind her, gaze darting around my suite. The tension thickens. I just wanted to see if you were okay, she says, voice soft. After that terrible scene at the pool. I huff a humorless laugh. You're concerned about me? She's one of the reasons Lena's reputation, and mine, lies in tatters. I'm far from okay. Avery fidgets, blinking rapidly as if holding back tears. I can't believe Lena lied to me all this time about your engagement. I tried to stand by her, but she froze me out. She lifts her gaze, eyes shining with a mixture of blame and something else. She made me feel worthless as a friend. A flare of anger ignites in my chest. Stop acting like a victim, I growl. We both know you've been feeding Kyle information. And you know about our relationship. I'm sure she told you about that. It's a leap, but her presence in every meltdown, her sudden accusations, none of it feels like coincidence. Her eyes widen, face flushed. Me? How can you say that? She puts a trembling hand to her chest. I've done nothing but try to help. If Kyle got details, maybe Lena gave them to him. He was her ex-husband, after all. My fists clench at my sides. Don't turn this on Lena. We both know Kyle used someone close to sabotage us. She'd never betray me. Anger rattles through me. But you, Avery, your story keeps changing. She presses her lips together, a flicker of something dark passing over her features. Then her expression shifts into a placating smile. Graham, we shouldn't be fighting. I came to offer a way out for both of you. I can help you. I stare at her, incredulous. Help me. How? She steps closer, her tone softening to a conspiratorial hush. My father's an influential venture capitalist. He could invest in your company on a scale that dwarfs Merkel, if you choose the right partner. Her eyes flick to me meaningfully. A chill prickles along my neck. What are you implying? Avery's lips curl into a coy smile. If you align with me instead of Lena, if we present ourselves as a real couple, I can secure an investment bigger than any merger Merkel offers. Think about it. You'd be free of Lena's scandal, and I'd be by your side like I always wanted. Disgust coils in my gut. You're insane. You want me to betray Lena completely, switch to you for money? She shrugs, eyes gleaming with a feverish intensity. Money, status, a secure future. And let's be honest, you and Lena are doomed after this failure. She's half responsible anyway. We can salvage your empire. My father's resources are endless. My hands shake with rage. This woman overshadowed Lena's life for what exactly? You think I'd sell out my feelings, my conscience, for a bigger investment? I spit, stepping back. She lifts her chin, eyes darkening. Don't act high and mighty. Weren't you the one faking an engagement for a merger? This is just another business move, one that actually benefits you. Her voice pitches in a sultry tone. And I can give you more than money, Graham. A real partnership. She moves closer, ignoring the revulsion on my face. Before I can react, Avery slides a hand up her side, hooking her fingers under the straps of her dress. In a single motion, she lets it slip, the fabric pooling at her feet. My gut churns at the sight. She's baring herself in a desperate attempt at seduction. She must see my expression twist in disgust, but she forges on, voice trembling with intensity. Look at me, Graham. I remade myself to be the kind of woman you'd want. You can have all this, she says, gesturing to her body, plus the largest investment you could dream of. Bile rises in my throat. I grab a towel from a nearby chair, hurling it at her. Cover yourself, I snarl, spinning away. Have you lost your mind? This is twisted. You manipulated Lena, became her friend, to get close to me? A twisted laugh escapes Avery as she clutches the towel around her. The veneer of sweet concern shatters, revealing something wild in her eyes. She never deserved you, she hisses. You should have been mine from the start. We were in the same college classes, remember? I whirl back, confusion flaring. College classes? What are you? She bares her teeth in an unhinged smile. Second-year chemistry lab? You were my lab partner. That timid girl you saved from a meltdown with acid spillage? That was me. I was invisible to you, but not to myself. I watched you chase your ambitions with Lena, always at your side. The memory flickers through my mind. A shy girl in glasses, a near accident with lab chemicals that I stepped in to fix. That was Avery? She looks wholly different now. Glamorous, confident, and apparently unhinged. I didn't recognize you, I mutter, stunned. You've changed. She lets out a bitter laugh. All for you. I studied the type of women you dated, shaped myself to fit your preferences. But you always stuck to Lena like a shadow. I needed a chance to tear you apart from her, so I befriended her, got close. But all you saw was Lena, Lena, Lena. Her voice rises in manic fury. My heart pounds, revulsion mingling with shock. You're insane, I whisper. How could you do this to someone who trusted you? Lena looked up to you as a best friend. Avery's eyes flash with scorn. She was an obstacle. She used my father's contacts, mooched off my ideas, and you never noticed me in college, never once looked my way after saving me. I bided my time, changed myself completely, befriended her to get closer to you and simultaneously to destroy her. And now? She gestures at her half-covered body. I'm offering you everything. It's your chance to break free from this Lena fiasco. My stomach churns. I back away, hands raised. Stay away from me. You set Lena up, leaked private info to Kyle, all to sabotage us so you could swoop in with money? Avery's face warps with rage. She had you, but you were always meant to be mine. Her voice cracks, tears of frustration gleaming. All the time she bragged about you back in college, never noticing I was right there loving you from a distance. I swallow hard, revulsion swirling. This is sick, and it ends now. My tone trembles with anger. You've destroyed Lena's standing, humiliated her publicly, and wrecked my deal. You think I'd want you after that? Her expression contorts, desperation sliding into fury. I always get what I want, she hisses. You're the blind fool who wouldn't see how perfect we could be. I clench my jaw, stepping around her to fling the door open. Get out, I order, voice shaking with contempt. I never want to see you again. She staggers toward the threshold, eyes blazing. You'll regret this, she screeches, losing her composure entirely. I'm your best hope now that Merkel's walking away. My father's money dwarfs theirs. You could have it all, me included. I clench my fists, knuckles whitening. I want nothing from you. Leave. With a final glare, Avery sweeps up her discarded dress, tears of fury staining her cheeks. You'll come crawling back when you realize Lena is a sinking ship. Her voice cracks with an unhinged laugh. Mark my words, Graham. You belong to me. Then she storms out, slamming the door so hard the frame rattles. Silence crushes the suite. My breaths come fast and uneven as I lean against the wall, mind spinning with the shocking revelation of who Avery really is. The quiet lab partner from college, harboring an obsessive love. She befriended Lena, molded herself, sabotaged everything for her twisted fantasy. The immensity of her betrayal weighs heavily on my chest. Closing my eyes, I see Lena's tear-stained face. She's the one truly suffering. Kyle's blackmail, the investor's anger, and now the best friend who was never a friend at all. God, how do I fix this? Everything's in tatters. The merger is likely gone. Lena is broken, and I'm carrying secrets about her parents that could obliterate her final shreds of trust if they ever see the light. I brush a hand over my face, swallowing a thick surge of emotion. Should I let Lena go? The thought stabs me like a knife. We tried forging a new path, but every step was dogged by my guilt, her ex's vendetta, and a friend-turned-traitor. Maybe I'm only dragging her deeper into heartbreak. Yet the idea of walking away leaves me hollow. I care about her, maybe more than I can handle. And she's endured so many betrayals, including my first disappearance. But the truth about her parents' death is a ticking bomb. If she learns I've known all along that my family contributed to that fateful day. I groan, pressing my forehead against the cool wall. I can't do this alone. The desperation I feel is suffocating. If I vanish from her life again, she'll be safe from Avery's obsession, from Kyle's blackmail. But she'll also be alone, possibly losing her design firm's momentum, and our chance at a real second chance would vanish. My phone buzzes, snapping me back. A message from Kevin. Boss, Merkel wants a final meeting tomorrow. They're not out yet, but it's grim. You up for trying one last time? A flicker of hope, faint as it is, stirs in my chest. If I can salvage the deal, maybe I can also fight for Lena. But do I deserve to? My mind is a battlefield of self-doubt. Still, a reluctant determination wells up. I can't let Avery's madness or Kyle's cruelty define Lena's future or mine. My gaze drifts to the door, half expecting Avery to barge back in. She's unhinged. She might do more damage, but she won't control me. My priority is Lena, no matter how bleak things look. I text Kevin a quick reply. Yes, schedule it, and exhale shakily. One last shot. Staring out the window at the moonlit ocean, my mind replays Avery's final, crazed words. She claims to always get what she wants, but not this time. I won't let her hurt Lena further. And if I must finally face the secret of her parents' death to protect her, so be it. Let the truth burn me. I can't lose Lena again by lying to her. Late night hours stretch on, the resort quieting as guests retire. I remain awake, numb with heartbreak and steely resolve. My entire life teeters on the brink. The merger, my moral compass, and the woman who might still own my heart. Tomorrow, I'll fight for them all or walk away forever. Because standing at the balcony now, I realize something deep. I'd rather destroy my career than watch Lena suffer alone. And if letting her go is the only way to keep her safe, I swallow hard, tears pricking my eyes. Maybe that's the final sacrifice I have to make. But first, I have to face Kyle's meddling, Avery's obsession, and the ghost of my past with Lena's parents. No more running. The moon drifts behind a cloud and darkness envelops the suite. My heart thunders with dread and longing. Tomorrow is do or die.
Chapter 16. Lena. The Caribbean night air is thick with my sorrow, wrapping me in silence as I sink onto the cold stone bench in the resort's garden. The moon glimmers overhead, bright enough to reveal the remnants of my tears, but not bright enough to guide me out of this torment. My mind replays the chaos of the afternoon. Kyle exposing the damning audio, Avery turning on me with perfectly feigned heartbreak, and the investors' horrified stares as they realized the truth. We were faking everything. But beneath that lie was something real, a fragile bud of genuine love that Graham and I were too scared or too proud to nurture. Instead, we let secrets, blackmail, and betrayal tear it all apart. Now I'm left in the aftermath, heart raw and throbbing. I lost everything, or so it seemed just hours ago. And yet, I can't ignore the faint, stubborn spark within me. The same spark that fueled my determination when I built my design firm from scratch, or when I thought I was too broken to be loved but kept hoping anyway. I refuse to let Kyle's cruelty and Avery's sabotage define my life. If there's even a shred of a chance to save Graham's dream, I have to try. Eventually, the midnight stillness settles, the distant rustle of palm fronds, a gentle lullaby. I slip back into my suite, hollow with grief but resolute. The inside of my room feels cold. The bed looms empty, reminding me of Graham's absence. A pang clamps my chest, but I push through, flicking on the lamp by the desk. I boot up my laptop, an old friend in countless late-night work sessions, and stare at a blank presentation software screen. My thoughts swirl. What do I say to men like Gunter and his board, who saw me as a fraud? But I recall the glint in Graham's eyes whenever he talks about his tech breakthroughs, the countless hours he's poured into building Lancaster Tech from scratch. I remember him in college, before the heartbreak, before the secrets, tweaking code, brainstorming ideas that left me breathless with admiration. He's more than a wealthy CEO. He's brilliant, determined, and ironically, the only man who's ever made me feel safe. Despite the tears that still blur my vision, I begin to type. The hours slog by as I piece together a heartfelt presentation that's half business pitch, half confession of personal faith in Graham. My chest tightens every time I think of how Kyle's twisted that faith into a weapon, but I can't let it stop me. If there's a last-ditch path to redemption, it's telling the unvarnished truth about him and me. By the time the sky shifts from inky black to milky purple, my eyes sting with exhaustion. But I have something resembling a plan. A hush of calm seeps into my battered heart. No matter what the outcome, I have to try. At dawn, I splash water on my face, ignoring the dark circles under my eyes and the throbbing ache behind them. I slip into a simple white blouse and black pencil skirt, professional, direct, no frills. The ring Graham gave me slides onto my finger like a reminder of both heartbreak and possibility. We might be standing at the edge of oblivion, but I won't vanish without a fight. Without texting Graham, I can't handle his worried pleas or doubts right now. I stride out of my suite, laptop clutched under one arm. My heart stutters when I catch a glimpse of a staffer setting up a private conference area on the resort's second floor. Perfect. Approaching carefully, I confirm that Gunter and a few key investors are scheduled to meet mid-morning. With a polite request, I manage to arrange a brief audience with them beforehand. Though the staff I meet warily, everyone in the resort knows about my meltdown. But I keep my chin up, repeating in my head, I'm not here to blame, only to speak the truth. Mid-morning arrives far too soon. My stomach flutters as I step into a small conference room flanked by panoramic windows overlooking the turquoise ocean. Gunter stands at the head of a rectangular table, flanked by 3 other Merkle representatives. Their expressions flicker with cool politeness, overshadowed by wariness. They must suspect I'm here to spin more lies. Miss Walsh, Gunter's voice is courteous but tight, betraying the tension in the air. We weren't expecting you. I swallow the lump in my throat, nodding. Thank you for agreeing to see me, even though my voice falters briefly, but I steel myself. I know your trust in me and Graham is severely damaged, but this is important. He gestures for me to continue, arms folding over his chest. Another board member eyes me skeptically. I have to push through. I set my laptop on the table, hooking up into the overhead projector. If you'll give me just 15 minutes, I say quietly, I want to show you who Graham Lancaster truly is, beyond the fiasco you witnessed. They exchange glances, uneasy. Gunter lowers himself into a chair, the others following suit. Very well. My heart hammers as I click through slides I spent the night crafting. They're not glitzy, just bullet points and images capturing Graham's journey, his early coding projects in college, the first prototypes for Lancaster Tech's AI, the philanthropic grants he funded. Photographs pop up. Graham hunched over a battered laptop, grin triumphant as lines of code flash on screen. I speak with all the passion I can muster. Graham Lancaster didn't just stumble into success. He's been relentlessly dedicated since we were in college. I saw him stay up nights, solving code problems no one else could crack. My voice wobbles with emotion I can't hide. He's brilliant, yes, but also fiercely loyal to the people who believe in him. Ask any programmer or engineer under his wing. They trust him because he's never once let them down. One of the older investors frowns. We heard a different story, that he orchestrated a fake engagement with you, a betrayal of trust. A surge of shame warms my cheeks. I won't deny it started out fake, I concede, forcing my gaze to remain steady. We made a grave mistake, believing a staged family man appearance would appease old guard sensibilities. It was manipulative, and we're paying dearly for that. But if you look at Graham's track record, you'll see he's always delivered on the business front. The man is unstoppable when he sets a goal. I swallow, flipping to a final slide filled with data. Lancaster Tech's growth projections, successful AI partnerships, positive employee testimonials. Yes, the arrangement was to help him finalize a deal. But that doesn't negate his brilliance, his reliability, or the fact that he's poured his life into making Lancaster Tech a global powerhouse. Stepping around the table, I clasp my hands, voice trembling with raw honesty. I'm not here to blame Kyle or Avery or anyone else. I'm here to take responsibility for my part in the charade. But I can't stand by and watch you walk away from a visionary leader who deserves your investment. If you weigh Graham purely on merit, you'll find him exceptional. And I promise, if he let you down with this personal deception, it's a mistake he'll never repeat. Silence hangs. The only sound, the distant hush of ocean waves. My throat tightens, but I push onward. And as for me, my feelings for Graham are real. At first, I told myself it was all for show, but he was once my best friend. Even if we started on the wrong foot this time, my love for him is genuine. A tear slips down my cheek as I admit it. If you doubt everything else, at least believe that. Gunter and the others exchange glances, subdued. For a crushing moment, I fear they'll dismiss me outright, a sentimental fool. But then Gunter folds his hands, regarding me with an unreadable expression. That's quite a speech, Miss Walsh. We've seen the scandal, yes, but also the potential in Lancaster Tech. And your sincerity, well, it's difficult to ignore. Another board member murmurs something in German. Gunter nods, then looks back at me. We were torn. Some wanted to sever ties after that scandal. But as you've reminded us, the fundamentals of Lancaster Tech remain strong. My breath catches. Are they softening? Just then, the conference room door slides open. I glance over my shoulder to see Graham, chest heaving like he ran here. His eyes flick from me to the investors and the glowing projection screen. Shock flashes across his face. Lena? I swallow, trembling with relief and fear. I wanted to talk to them. About you. A flicker of astonishment crosses Graham's features. He steps forward slowly, uncertain. The tension in his posture betrays the emotional toll of the last day. I didn't know, he begins, trailing off. What's going on? Gunter stands, smoothing his suit jacket. Your fiancée approached us this morning with a heartfelt presentation. She's told us everything. About the arrangement, yes, but also about your brilliance and unwavering work ethic. And, well, he gestures at me. She's convinced several of us that your personal mistakes don't overshadow your professional capabilities. The smallest spark of hope ignites in Graham's eyes. So, what does that mean? A second investor clears his throat. It means we're not walking away. We've decided to sign on with Lancaster Tech. Your track record does speak volumes, and Miss Walsh's sincerity tipped the scale. He levels Graham with a pointed look. But we expect full honesty and no more illusions. Relief floods me so powerfully I almost collapse. Graham looks equally shell-shocked, swallowing hard. Thank you, he whispers, voice thick. I promise you won't regret it. Gunter offers a faint smile. We'll see. Then, fixing Graham with a paternal sternness, he adds, You're fortunate. Someone loves you enough to take a stand for your dream. Don't mess it up. He extends a hand, and Graham shakes it firmly, gratitude radiating off him. The rest of the investors follow suit, each adding a polite nod or a gracious pat on the shoulder. I watch them collect their binders and depart, the room suddenly feeling warmer, lighter. We remain behind, alone with the hush of the air conditioner and the faint hum of overhead lights. My heart pounds as I close my laptop, trying to steady my breathing. We did it. We actually pulled this off. Graham stands a few feet away, staring at me with an expression torn between awe and tenderness. "Lena," he says, voice hushed. "You did this. You saved everything." I bite my trembling lip, tears threatening. I couldn't let your entire life's work crumble because of a mistake we both made. You deserve better than that. He takes a slow step closer, eyes filled with unspoken emotion. "You said you loved me," he murmurs, referencing my confession. "Was that just for show?" My throat constricts. Memories of the night we reconnected physically, the times we fought, the stolen moments of closeness. We've been on a roller coaster, but the underlying truth has always burned bright. "No," I whisper, my voice shaky. "I meant it. I never stopped, not really, even when we were forced apart." The tension in his face dissolves, replaced by sheer relief. He closes the gap between us, hands cupping my cheeks. "I'm so sorry," he breathes. "For doubting you, for letting Kyle wedge himself between us, for failing to protect you from Avery's betrayal, for everything." Tears slip down my cheeks as I tilt my head, pressing my lips to one of his palms. We both made mistakes, but we're here right now. He leans in, his mouth meeting mine in a gentle, lingering kiss. A wave of warmth floods me, overriding the heartbreak that's weighed me down for so long. We linger in that soft contact, relief and renewed hope pulsing between us. Pulling back, Graham's eyes shine with unshed tears. "I can't lose you again, Lena." Then he exhales shakily, voice dropping. "But there's something I need to tell you. The real reason I left you before, it's bigger than Kyle, bigger than anything. It's about..." He cuts himself off, fear flickering across his face. "Can you give me time? I promise I'll share everything, but not right this second. I need to gather the courage." My chest clenches. I see the haunted guilt swirling in his gaze, sense the gravity of whatever secret he's carrying. Part of me is terrified. What can it be? But do I truly want that confirmation right this moment? I stroke his hair, nodding. We have a lifetime ahead of us to figure it all out. Right now, all that matters is this. I tug him into another kiss, letting the warmth of his mouth against mine chase away the vestiges of fear. We stand in the quiet conference room, arms wrapped around each other. Outside the windows, the sun bathes the ocean in shimmering gold, as if the world is celebrating our small victory. Tension still lingers. Kyle is out there. Avery might still be scheming. But for this moment, I allow myself the luxury of believing we can overcome anything if we stand together. Graham presses his forehead to mine. "Thank you," he murmurs. "You saved my company and reminded me that I'm more than my mistakes." I slide my arms around his waist, letting out a shaky laugh. "You're the unstoppable genius from college. I just helped the investors see it again." A faint grin tugs at his lips. "And you're the one who breathed life into my dreams when I lost my way." His gaze lifts, scanning my features. "I love you, Lena." My heart swells, the words washing over me like a balm. "I love you too. Always have." Soft footsteps in the corridor outside remind us we're not truly alone, but we stand there a moment longer, savoring the peace. The next steps are uncertain. Kyle is still a threat, and Avery might continue her sabotage. But for now, the biggest hurdle, Merkel, is overcome. We break apart when a staff member peeks in timidly, glancing away at our entwined hands. With a clearing of the throat, The staffer mentioned something about the signing documents. Graham and I share an amused, relieved look. Hand in hand, we walk out of the conference room, my ring shimmering with a new promise. The CEO and the other investors are waiting at a table set up near a window. They're flipping through final contracts, pens at the ready. "Don't make us regret this," Gunter warns with a wry smile, offering Graham a pen. "And do invite us to the wedding. We want to make sure you follow through." My cheeks burn at the implied nudge, but Graham squeezes my hand, signing his name with confidence. I watch his pen strokes, tears of gratitude welling in my eyes. My entire chest feels light, as if I can finally breathe again. Graham passes the pen to me. I hesitate, confusion flicking over my face. I'm not a formal signatory, but the CEO arches a brow. "She was instrumental in this," he says. "It's symbolic. A partnership in all things, yes?" Emotion chokes me as I lean over, scribbling my name under Graham's. Maybe it's just a gesture, but it feels like rewriting the false lines we once lived under. This time, we're forging something real, together. The documents are sealed. The investors exchange polite nods, one of them even offering me a grin of genuine respect. Then they step out, leaving me and Graham in the hush of the conference area, the morning sun illuminating the pastel walls. He turns to me, eyes shining. "I can't believe you did all this. You risked everything to show them who I truly am." I swallow, emotion thick in my throat. I'd do it 1,000 times over, because it's the truth. The scandal was real, but so was your brilliance. I'm just glad they listened. A small silence lingers, charged with tenderness. Graham lifts my hand to his lips. "We have a lot to fix, personally and publicly, but you standing up for me, it means everything." "And you're standing up for me too," I say softly. "Against Avery, Kyle, whoever tries to tear us apart. The weight of what he's hiding still flickers at the edge of my mind. But I remind myself, he asked for time. For once, I'll let him have it, trusting that we can handle the truth when we're ready." He presses a gentle kiss to my forehead, then my mouth. His lips are warm, sweet with relief, the tension of the last days fading with every second. My chest floods with renewed hope. We're battered, but not beaten, forging a new path from the wreckage. We leave the conference room together, arms linked, the ring on my finger no longer a prop, but a symbol of the real bond we're slowly, painstakingly building. The resort hallway bustles with staff and a few guests, some of whom still whisper about the fiasco. But as we pass, Graham holds my hand tighter, and I lift my chin, refusing to let shame define us. "Where to now?" I ask, voice soft. "First," he says, glancing at me with a wry smile, "we find some quiet spot to breathe. Then we figure out how to handle Kyle's blackmail, Avery's meltdown, and the rest." The shadows flicker in his eyes. "I won't let them ruin this second chance." My heart lurches with gratitude and love so fierce it almost hurts. "Me neither," I vow. We share a tender look, a silent promise that we'll stand as partners. No more secrets beyond the one he still needs time to reveal. But we'll handle that eventually. As we head down the corridor, the morning sunlight streams through the high windows, casting a golden glow on the floor. I let its warmth fill me with cautious optimism. We have a mountain of obstacles to overcome, Kyle, Avery, and the unspoken tragedies in our past. But for the first time, there's genuine hope that we can face them together, forging a love that's more real than any facade we once staged. Graham leans in, brushing a kiss against my temple. I smile through the lingering tears, clinging to him with fragile confidence, because in this storm of betrayals and heartbreak, we found the one truth that matters. We love each other, and we're choosing to fight for it. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 17. Graham. The morning sunlight streams into our suite, painting the walls in soft gold. I lean against the balcony railing, relishing the gentle sea breeze as I watch Lena stretch in the living area. My heart warms at her presence. Even now, in the aftermath of our public fiasco, she can still look at me with that rare, hopeful glimmer in her eyes. For the first time in months, maybe years, I feel genuine peace. Yet I know danger still lurks. We've survived the worst of Kyle's expose, salvaged the Merkel deal, and somehow come out stronger for it. But I can't forget the twisted grin on Avery's face or the triumphant gleam in Kyle's eyes as he left our reputations in tatters. Their sabotage nearly ruined us. For all we know, they're not finished. I won't let them blindside us again. Slipping away from the balcony, I grab my phone and walk into the bedroom, shutting the door softly. Lena's humming some half-remembered tune near the kitchenette, oblivious to my next move, hiring my own investigators to dig up every last skeleton in Kyle's and Avery's closets. I can't risk them reappearing to strike again. Pressing the phone to my ear, I keep my voice low as a trusted security consultant answers. Montoya, it's Graham. I need a discreet background check on 2 individuals. Within minutes, I'm rattling off details. Kyle's full name, the law firm he's affiliated with, any known associates. Then, Avery, her father's rumored connections, any shady dealings she might have. My consultant confirms he'll start immediately, leaving me with a savage sense of determination. If Kyle and Avery think they can destroy Lena's life or sabotage my future, they're dead wrong. Tucking the phone away, I exhale. For now, Kyle has vanished from the resort entirely. Staff claim he checked out after dropping his bombshell. The same rumor circulates about Avery. Some say they spotted her leaving before dawn, mortified by her meltdown and the guests' whispers. Good riddance. But I'm not naive enough to think they've truly given up. Despite the lingering threat, I decide Lena and I have earned a pause from the chaos. The signing with Merkel is behind us, the tension with the investors mostly resolved. When I return to the suite's living area, Lena looks up from the table, that radiant smile lighting her face. "How about a swim?" she asks, raising a brow. "We need to celebrate, remember?" I can't help but grin. Celebrate is right. I step closer, pressing a gentle kiss to her temple. I say we celebrate. Forget Kyle, Avery, everything. Her eyes sparkle with relief, and she nods. Agreed. We deserve a little slice of normalcy after everything. And so we do just that. We let the resort's paradise lull us into a sense of fleeting bliss. Swimming, snorkeling in the crystalline waters, floating side by side under the Caribbean sun. For a moment, I pretend it's a real honeymoon. No blackmail, no feigned engagement, just a couple in love. Hours later, we lounge on the beach, sipping coconut drinks and laughing at silly memories from college like the time I nearly electrocuted myself trying to rig a circuit board, or how Lena once designed an entire dorm lounge to impress a professor. In the afternoon, we snorkel among vibrant reef fish. Lena squeals with excitement through her snorkel, when she spots a sea turtle drifting by. I can barely tear my gaze from her joy, thinking this is what I almost lost. For dinner, we dine at a secluded seaside table. The moon casts a silver sheen on the rolling surf. I gently lace my fingers with hers across the table, ignoring the curious stares of other diners. We're not a scandal tonight, we're just us. When we return to our suite, we spend long hours talking, tangling in the sheets, whispering about the future with a hushed excitement. The faint ache of hidden secrets, like the day her parents died, gnaws at my conscience, but I cling to the hope that we'll handle it once we feel strong enough to face that wound. The next day, I sign a flurry of final documents for the merger via digital proxy, and it's official. Merkel and Lancaster Tech are forging ahead. Kevin texts me a photo of the completed contract with a triumphant, "We did it." The rest of the day is ours. More beach time, stolen kisses under a palm tree. I watch Lena's eyes glow with genuine happiness, relief from the nightmares we endured. My heart nearly bursts. After a lazy sunset swim, we pad back to our suite, salt-laced hair and sun-kissed skin. Lena jokes about how we've become beach bums. I chuckle, hugging her from behind, pressing a soft kiss to her damp curls. It's nearly midnight when we return from a casual dinner, half drowsy with contentment. Lena shrugs off her sundress and heads to the shower, humming under her breath some lively island tune she picked up from the local radio. My chest warms at the domestic intimacy of it all. If life could stay like this. Then my phone buzzes. The screen displays a message from my staff contact. "Delivered the file to your suite, sir." A flicker of dread nips at me. File? Montoya's investigators must have found something. Carefully, I pad to the suite's main door and open it to find a large envelope on the floor. My name scrawled across the front, no return address. Quietly, I retrieve it, heart thumping. Settling at the small desk, I tear open the package. Photographs spill out grainy, but unmistakable. My blood runs cold when I see Lena's parents, standing opposite my parents, presumably years ago. They look tense, mid-confrontation in a parking lot or roadside. Next images show them driving away, then... Oh God. Car accident photos, the wreckage. My mother's face in one shot, blurred, but definitely her. Why do these exist? A note flutters to the floor. "You'll never be happy." Hey, Avery. My anger flares. She must have compiled these from old archives or paid someone. She's mocking me. She's revealing the final secret. My parents confronted Lena's parents, leading to that fateful accident. She wants to ruin us fully. My throat locks. Does she know the entire story? Either way, it's the evidence that ties me to that tragic day I tried so hard to bury. My heart hammers. This is my worst fear realized. Lena's parents are gone. Mine were involved. I never told her. I let her believe I just abandoned her, never clarifying the truth of how my parents meddled. I'm a coward. The shower turns off in the adjacent bathroom. I scramble to gather the photos and note, but my hands shake so badly that one snapshot slips to the floor. The bathroom door opens, steam billowing out, and Lena steps out wrapped in a fluffy robe, hair damp and cheeks flushed. "Graham?" she calls, noticing my stiff posture. "What's wrong?" Too late, I can't hide the evidence. The pictures sprawl across the desk, the note with Avery's ominous vow. Lena's gaze falls on them, confusion twisting her features. She frowns, stepping closer. "What are those pictures?" Her eyes widen, recognizing her parents in the older images. "My mom? My dad?" Her voice trembles. "And those are your parents?" A surge of terror clogs my throat. No going back now. She picks up a photo, studying it with a mix of heartbreak and horror. They're talking to each other. Then the accident photos. Her gaze snaps to me, tears already lining her eyes. "Graham, what is this?" I exhale a shaky breath, every muscle clenched. "Lena, I wanted to tell you, but I was afraid. The words tumble out in a ragged rush. My parents met yours that day. There was a confrontation. I learned later that they fought over financial matters. My parents wanted to push them to separate us or something. I wasn't there. Only found out pieces after the accident. My voice cracks. I was terrified, so I pulled away from you, thinking it was all my fault. Her expression crumples in agony. You knew they had a role in my parents' final day, and you never told me? Her voice quivers, raw with betrayal. Tears burn my eyes. I was ashamed. It happened so fast. My parents threatened them. Your parents refused. Then the crash. I panicked. I thought you'd hate me if you knew my family might have triggered that final trip. I ran away, trying to spare you more pain. She staggers back a step, hands trembling with the photo. So that's why you abandoned me. You carried this secret instead of letting me decide how I felt. Her voice rises, thick with bitterness. All this time I blamed myself or just accepted you left. But it was your parents' confrontation that might have caused them to drive away. My parents died right after. The heartbreak in her eyes is immeasurable, and I reach out in desperation. Lena, please. I never wanted you to suffer. I thought maybe if I vanished, your life would be easier. But I couldn't face you after that. My own tears threatened to spill. I was a coward. She gapes at me, tears rolling down her cheeks. Everything, you let me believe you just didn't care. But you had this monstrous guilt all along. She glances down at the pictures, at Avery's chilling note, a tremor coursing through her body. This changes everything. I don't even know who you are anymore. Wait, I plead, stepping toward her. I'm still the same man who loves you, who... Don't, she chokes out, stumbling back. You hid the worst betrayal of all. My parents died, and your family was part of it. You think I can just stand here and accept that? The pain in her voice is excruciating. I can't look at you right now. My heart seizes as she tears away from my reach, dropping the photo onto the desk. Lena, I'm sorry. I messed up. Let me explain more. She shakes her head, tears streaming down her face. No, not now. Her voice breaks. I need to breathe. God, I can't do this. Without another word, she dashes out the suite door, leaving me clutching at empty air. My breath hitches as I chase her into the hallway, calling her name, but she rushes toward the elevator, ignoring my pleas. Other guests glance at us with alarm, but she plunges inside the elevator just as the door slides shut. I reach it too late, slamming my palm against the closed doors. Trembling, I punch the up and down buttons in vain. She's gone. My eyes burn with tears as I picture her heartbreak. She's not just angry about a betrayal. My parents' confrontation may have set off the chain of events that took her parents' lives. And I never told her. No wonder she can't bear to look at me. Stumbling back, I press my hands to my face, guilt and misery threatening to overwhelm me. This was the final secret I dreaded unveiling. Avery forced my hand, and now Lena hates me. The corridor spins. My phone buzzes. Some staffer's message I can't read. Everything collapses. Our new unity, the relief we found in each other's arms. My parents' meddling destroyed her family, and my silence for all these years only deepened the wound. I don't deserve her forgiveness. At last, I sink against the hallway wall, sliding down until I'm sitting on the floor, heart pounding. A couple of passing tourists stare, but I don't care. I cradle my head in my hands, forcing down a sob that threatens to rip from my throat. I've lost Lena. Maybe for good this time. Images flash in my mind. The day I first realized my parents had confronted hers. The sorrow in Lena's eyes at the funeral. The moment I chose to vanish because I couldn't handle my own guilt. All culminating in a single packet of photos, Avery's final bomb, a smug note promising we'll never be happy. She might be right. I've destroyed any shot at happiness by lying to Lena. Time drifts, the corridor noises fading as guests come and go. My phone's repeated buzzing announces new messages from Montoya or Kevin, maybe. I can't bring myself to answer. What's the point if I can't fix the one thing that truly matters? Finally, a staff member politely approaches, murmuring something about, "Are you okay, Mr. Lancaster?" I manage a curt nod, hauling myself to my feet. "I'm fine," I lie, voice hollow. "I have a company to run, an empire to uphold. But I might have lost the woman I love because of a secret I should have confessed long ago." With trembling steps, I return to the suite, still littered with Avery's hateful photos, the evidence of my darkest secret. My gaze sweeps across them, tears threatening again. God, Lena must be hurting so much more. Her last words echo, "I can't look at you right now." And so, alone in the aftermath, I gather the photos into a single stack, burying them in a drawer as if I can hide the truth again. It's too late for that. My only hope is that she'll come back somehow willing to hear me out. But for now, the excruciating reality is that Lena has walked out of my life, and I can't blame her.
Chapter 18. Lena. The moment I burst out of the suite, pictures scattered, tears streaming, I know there's no going back to how things were. My shock at discovering Graham's parents confronted mine that final day devours any remnant of calm I'd managed to salvage. The ache is too raw. It feels like a giant hand twisting my heart. How could he have hidden that all this time? I rushed to my room, still trembling, throwing random clothes into my suitcase. The entire resort seems to be watching, from staff members to passing guests, but I don't care. My eyes are blurred with grief. I have to get away, to outrun the suffocating betrayal. If I remain here, I'll either crumble at Graham's feet or scream at him until my voice breaks. The next thing I know, I'm rolling my luggage through the lobby, cheeks wet and posture stiff. A staff clerk tries to address me politely, but I brush past, ignoring the pang of guilt at departing in such a state. My flight is imminent, and I'm not leaving a forwarding address. He can't stop me if he doesn't know I'm leaving. The airport shuttle ride feels like a fever dream. My vision swims with tears. I can't believe this is happening. We fought so hard to salvage the merger, to build a new foundation of trust, only for me to discover the greatest betrayal of all. My parents died in a tragic accident, and Graham's family had a hand in that final confrontation. Every memory I have of him is tainted by that knowledge. I clasp my hands in my lap, trying not to cry openly. An elderly couple across the aisle glances at me with concern, but I stare out the window, swallowing sobs. The shuttle weaves through palm-lined roads until the resort is long behind me. I fled without saying goodbye. Maybe that's cruel. But how can I look at Graham again after what I learned? Back in Savannah, I hurl myself into work at my interior design firm. I run from meeting to meeting, immersing myself in color palettes, layouts, and client presentations. Colleagues wonder why my eyes are constantly red, why I keep my office door locked more often than before. I claim a bout of allergies. They don't pry, but I see the pity in their gazes. Graham's calls flood my phone, each going unanswered. He leaves voicemails, pleading for me to hear him out, begging me not to vanish. Flower deliveries arrive at my firm's reception daily, bright bouquets that feel too mocking to accept. I instruct my assistant to donate them to a local nursing home. Each day I push him further away. At night I toss and turn, haunted by images of my parents in those old photographs, Graham's parents standing across from them. My heart constricts with the memory of his tearful confession, how he was scared, how he blamed himself. But how can I forgive him when he kept it secret all of these years? Eventually, the numbness sets in. Function on autopilot. Ignore the heartbreak. My assistant remarks that I look like a ghost, but I muster a brittle smile, continuing to draft designs and attend site visits. I'm a zombie, drifting from task to task, feeling only the ache of betrayal in my chest. It's late afternoon on a Wednesday, exactly 2 weeks since I escaped the resort, when I'm hunched over swatches in my office, a piercing headache pounding behind my eyes. My phone pings with another text from Graham, but I ignore it, focusing on the swirling dizziness that's begun to engulf me. My stomach clenches. I forgot to eat lunch again. Lena, my secretary, Felicia, knocks softly. Your 3 p.m. client is here. I stand, the edges of my vision going fuzzy. A wave of lightheadedness sweeps over me, and I gasp, reaching for the desk to steady myself. Before I can utter a word, the world tilts. Darkness closes in. I awaken to fluorescent lights overhead, the strong smell of disinfectant stinging my nose. My eyelids flutter, and I realize I'm in a hospital bed, an IV drip attached to my arm. Felicia stands by the foot of my bed, wringing her hands in worry. "Lena," she exclaims, relief flooding her features. "You scared me. I found you collapsed in your office." Dazed, I press a hand to my forehead. "What happened?" My voice sounds distant. A doctor steps in, scanning a chart. "You fainted from stress and fatigue, Miss Walsh. I have some news. We did routine tests and you're..." He glances between me and Felicia. "You're pregnant." The word pregnant reverberates in my skull, sending a jolt through my entire body. I gape, heart pounding with disbelief. Pregnant. After all the heartbreak, the years of thinking I was unable to conceive, the worthless feeling Kyle instilled in me. I'm pregnant? I found out when he told me that he lied about the infertility, but everything just sinks into me now. A swirl of fear and tentative wonder grips me. My mind scrambles. It's Graham's child. Oh God. The truth dawns bright as day. The nights we spent locked in intense passion, forging a fleeting closeness. But that's... My voice falters. The doctor offers a sympathetic smile. You'll need to take care of yourself. Good nutrition, less stress. These next few weeks are crucial. My heart hammers, tears burning behind my eyes. I'm pregnant? This can't be real. And yet, all the signs I overlooked. The dizziness, the fatigue, the suppressed appetite. I press a trembling hand to my stomach. Just then, the door swings open. Graham rushes in, breathless, his eyes wide with alarm. "Lena, oh thank God," he blurts, skidding to a stop by my bedside. He looks disheveled, like he ran here, shirt untucked, hair ruffled. Panic and relief wore on his face. "I heard you collapsed. Are you?" My throat constricts. I see Felicia slip out quietly, leaving us alone with the doctor. He found me. My heart flips with conflicting emotions, anger, heartbreak, and a primal wave of longing. Yet before I can speak, the doctor clears his throat awkwardly and excuses himself, giving us privacy. Silence stretches. Brittle as glass, Graham stands by my side, eyes darting over the IV drip, the monitors, then back to me. I realize the doctor's words must have carried through the hallway. He looks stunned. "Pregnant?" he whispers, voice raw. I came as soon as I heard you were here, but Felicia wouldn't let me see you until you woke up. Are you really pregnant?" A tremor courses through me. I can only nod, tears slipping down my cheeks. "I didn't know," I murmur. "I only found out moments ago myself." My free hand drifts to my stomach, a new protectiveness flaring in my chest. His features flip between wonder and guilt. "Are you okay?" he asks, cautiously stepping closer. I swallow hard, 1,000 feelings colliding. "I don't know," I admit, voice cracking. Kyle lied to me for years, telling me I was infertile. But apparently, I trail off, tears threatening again. I'm not broken. The bittersweet wave of relief and betrayal washes over me. All that time, I believed I was the problem, but I guess I'm not. He admitted to me weeks ago that he was infertile, but it just sinks into me now. Graham's eyes glisten as he gently touches my shoulder, the gesture tentative. "I'm so sorry," he murmurs. "I had no clue. If I'd known how Kyle manipulated you, how he twisted your sense of self, I would have done anything to stop him." A sob escapes me, but I press my lips together, refusing to crumble. "He made me believe I was worthless," I whisper. "I carried that shame for so long, and now I'm pregnant with your child." My voice shakes as I look up at him, tears gathering. "But everything's such a mess. Our entire relationship began as a lie, and then your parents, my parents." Graham's face contorts with anguish. "I know," he says, edging closer, hooking a chair beside the bed to sit. Taking my hand gently. "I can't erase the day my parents confronted yours, or how I failed to tell you. But Lena, I want to be here for you, for our baby. Please let me. Please give me a chance to show you we can be a real family." My heart throbs with confusion. "I'm still hurt," I whisper, tears streaming. Part of me can't forget the betrayal, but part of me can't deny my feelings either. My free hand trembles over my stomach. Now that there's a child, it changes everything. He exhales shakily. "I'll spend my life making it right, if you'll let me." Leaning in, he dares to brush a soft kiss across my knuckles. "Please, Lena, if not for me, then for our baby. Let's try. Let's be a family." I swallow a sob, gazing at his tearful eyes. In this stark hospital room, he looks more vulnerable than I've ever seen him. Desperate, apologetic, real, and I still love him, with every ragged piece of my heart. "I've thought about it so many times, Graham," I confess, voice shaky. "I can't blame you forever. I just needed space to process the hurt." He nods, sorrow and hope mingling in his face. "I understand, and if you need more time, I'll give it. But I won't abandon you or our child. That's a promise." I close my eyes, tears spilling over. I need him. After all the heartbreak, the love remains. Slowly I shift, letting him cradle my hand in both of his. His warmth seeps into me, giving a faint sense of security in the midst of chaos. "Okay," I whisper. "Let's try." His breath shudders, relief flooding his features as he leans in to press a gentle, trembling kiss to my lips. The contact is bittersweet, haunted by our past but lit with the promise of a future. My tears dampen our kiss, but neither of us pulls away. We cling to each other, hearts pounding, when Graham abruptly pulls back. "There's something else," he says, voice husky. He digs into his pocket, producing a small, elegant ring box. My heart jolts as he opens it, revealing a ring, a delicate band crowned with a sparkling stone, far different from the one he gave me for our fake engagement. "My last ring was about deception," he confesses, eyes full of emotion. "But this one, I commissioned it with you in mind. Your style, your spirit, everything. I wanted to ask you properly when the time was right." A tremor shakes his hands. "Marry me, Lena. Not to fool anyone, not for a business deal. Marry me because I love you more than life. And we're having a baby, and I can't imagine living without you." A wave of emotion slams into me, shock, wonder, fear. My voice clogs with tears. "I want to say yes, but your parents, mine, that day, how can I?" He nods, understanding. "My parents are out of my life. I cut off contact long ago, even before we reconnected. They wanted to fix things, but I couldn't face them, not after what they did. Lena, you're all I have, if you'll have me. Let's create our own family, free from their shadows." My chest tightens with sympathy for him. He lost his parents too, in a way. Not through death, but through betrayal. Slowly, I wrap my arms around his neck, tears glistening. I'm so sorry, I murmur, voice trembling. You're not the only one who lost a family that day. He nods, eyes moist. No, I suppose not. Embracing him, I press my forehead to his, letting myself cry. Yes, I whisper, voice quivering. Yes, I'll marry you, Graham. I want a future with you and our baby. The relief and joy that light his face almost undo me. He slips the ring onto my finger, and I admire its delicate beauty, a symbol of the love we're fighting for, not the charade we once lived. He leans in, cradling my face for a deep, trembling kiss that tastes of salty tears and new beginnings. The hospital room's fluorescent lights glare overhead, the beep of distant monitors, a stark reminder that life can be messy, chaotic. But in Graham's arms, I find an anchor. We're far from done with the ghosts of our past. Kyle and Avery remain threats as I haven't heard from them, and the tragedy linking our families still cuts deep. Yet for this moment, I cling to the fragile hope we're forging from the rubble. I rest my head on his shoulder, ring glinting in the sterile light, a tiny star of promise. We'll figure it out, I murmur, though my heart still aches for my lost parents. We'll face it together. Graham squeezes me tighter, pressing a soft kiss to my temple. Yes, he says softly, voice thick. Always, Lena. And as the hospital hums around us, nurses passing by, paperwork to finalize, I let myself believe in a future where heartbreak can be eclipsed by love and secrets can be mended by honesty. Because for the first time since I discovered the unimaginable betrayal, I feel a glimmer of peace. We have each other, and we have a child on the way. That has to be enough to lead us toward healing.
Chapter 19. Graham. The rhythmic pulse of the hospital monitors lulls me into a state of fragile calm as I perch beside Lena's bed, studying her peaceful expression. She's propped up against pillows, cheeks a shade paler than usual, but a soft glow lights her face when she catches my gaze. The knowledge that she's carrying our child sends warmth flooding through me. Even amid all the chaos, Kyle's looming threats, Avery's betrayal, and the bombshell revelations about our families, we're tucked away in this private hospital suite, a small cocoon of quiet in a world that otherwise feels on fire. Lena needed rest, and I needed to be sure she was safe. I'll be damned if I let her out of my sight until she's fully recovered. Especially now that our future is so intricately bound, not just by love, but by this baby. This morning, the doctor cleared her for small walks around the corridor, as long as she doesn't push herself. But Lena's still adjusting to the shock of being pregnant, and the memories of heartbreak that chased her here. When the nurse finishes her morning check, I set a tray of oatmeal and fresh fruit on the adjustable bedside table. She eyes me suspiciously, half amused, half bewildered. "You don't have to feed me," she protests with a little laugh, pressing a hand to her belly. "I have perfectly functioning arms." I grin, ignoring the flush that warms my cheeks. Just humor me. Gently, I scoop up a spoonful of oatmeal, then hold it near her lips. She makes a show of rolling her eyes, but leans forward, taking it with a soft hum of contentment. She murmurs, swallowing. "Okay, that's surprisingly good. Maybe you should always feed me." A rush of tenderness swells in my chest. "Deal," I say, feeding her another bite. "My main priority is making sure you and our baby get everything you need." She places a hand over mine, her dark eyes shining. "Thank you," she whispers, voice catching, "for not letting me do this alone." I press a gentle kiss to her forehead, the faint beep of monitors the only witness to this quiet vow of devotion. It's late afternoon when Lena dozes off, her lashes feathering her cheeks. While she rests, I step into the corner of the suite to answer a call from my legal team. A wave of anger and satisfaction mingles in my gut as they outline the case they're building against Kyle. "We have 3 women," my head of legal says, voice crackling through the phone. They're from Kyle's law firm. He was their supervising attorney at different points. Each has alleged sexual assault or harassment, and they're ready to press charges now that you're offering to support them. My mind reels, the disgust for Kyle intensifying. So he's not just a manipulative ex-husband, he's a predator, and I let him roam free around Lena for so long. My jaw tightens. File everything, I order quietly, glancing over my shoulder to ensure Lena's still asleep. Any resources they need, give it. I'll cover the legal fees. Kyle needs to face justice. We're on it, they confirm. He's already gone to ground. No sign of him at his usual addresses, but we'll find him. I end the call, heart pounding with rage. That monster, the thought of him assaulting employees, then tormenting Lena, curdles my stomach. But at least now there's a path to destroying his legal shield, if the allegations hold up, and they will. I'll bury Kyle beneath an avalanche of lawsuits. When I return to the bedside, Lena stirs, yawning softly. I settle beside her, stroking her hair back from her forehead. Her eyes flutter open, eyebrows quirking in concern. "Everything okay?" she asks, noticing the tension in my face. A swirl of emotions rises. Anger at Kyle, heartbreak for the women he hurt, protectiveness for Lena. "I have an update," I say quietly, scooting the chair closer. "My legal team found new evidence about Kyle. He assaulted 3 of his firm's employees." Anger clenches my voice. They want to press charges. I'm helping them gather everything to put him away. Lena's eyes widen, horror flooding her features. Assault? My God, he's so much worse than I ever imagined. Her hand flies to her mouth, tears brimming. Those poor women. I take her hand gently, lacing our fingers. We'll make sure they get justice, I promise. For a second, she closes her eyes, anguish etched into her face. My chest tightens, wishing I could shield her from every ugly detail. "I'm sorry," I add, voice low. "It's the last thing you need to hear right now." She shakes her head, wiping away tears. "No, I need to know. I used to think..." Her voice falters with shame. "I used to think I cared about him once, that there was some good in him. But now I can't believe how foolish I was." Pain spears me, imagining how deeply she must feel betrayed. "You're not foolish," I insist, voice firm. "He manipulated you. Everyone believed his respectable facade. But we'll see he pays for what he did. To those women. To you." Her grip on my hand tightens. "Thank you," she whispers, eyes glistening. "For fighting him. For standing by me. I'm so lucky to have you. Especially now." Her other hand drifts to her belly, a haunted flicker crossing her face before she forces a small smile. The evening sets in, painting the hospital walls with a deep orange glow. Lena's eyes drift toward the window. Her expression tightens. "What about Avery?" she asks, hesitantly, voice catching. "Have you heard anything more about her?" I let out a long breath, the memory of Avery's unhinged confrontation at the resort flashing through my mind. "She's gone radio silent," I say. "But Montoya, my investigator, found some leads. She's not just some random traitor. Her father is apparently involved in far worse. Illegal logging, prostitution rings, plus serious tax evasion. She might be entangled in all that." Lena's face blanches. "My God. I knew something was off, but that is horrifying." She closes her eyes, pain evident. "I can't believe I once considered her my best friend. She befriended me when I started my company. Fortunately, I never accepted when she offered me money for investments." I reach out, gently cradling her cheek. "She got close to you for twisted reasons, and it looks like her father's even more depraved. Montoya's building a case. We'll keep them both on the defensive so they can't harm us again." Her shoulders slump with relief. "Thank you, Graham." She exhales shakily. "I guess it's not just me who was betrayed by Avery. Everyone she fooled, especially me, deserves to see her face consequences. I nod, brushing a thumb across her cheekbone. Exactly. You focus on resting, on recovering. Let me handle the fight. I want her to see me as a shield, not someone who will ever let her down again. Her eyes flick with gratitude and sorrow, a testament to how much she's endured. We spend the next 3 days in the hospital, forging a new kind of intimacy. The staff keep her for observation to ensure her pregnancy remains stable. I don't leave her side, working remotely via my phone and laptop. Kevin updates me on Lancaster Tech, telling me the merger's final details are going smoothly. Whenever Lena stirs, I'm there with a cup of water or a soothing word. One afternoon, she giggles as I attempt to help the nurse change her IV bag, fumbling with the tubes. I think you're better at writing code or making deals than playing nurse, she teases, eyes lit with genuine amusement. The sound of her laughter is like a balm, proof she can still find joy in our precarious world. At night, I sleep in the chair by her bed, occasionally waking to check her or stroke her hair. Once I find her awake in the darkness, eyes wet with silent tears. She confesses she's dreaming about her parents again, grappling with the knowledge of my family's involvement. I hold her hand until the tears subside, whispering every apology I can muster. We're forging trust, step by fragile step. Finally, the doctor pronounces her stable enough to go home. Relief floods me, even though a sliver of tension remains. We're stepping back into a world still rife with threats. But at least we'll be home, together, determined not to let those threats define us. I offer Lena a place at my penthouse in the city, but she hesitates. Her design firm is anchored in Savannah, and my company's headquarters are a short flight away. Let's find a middle ground, she says softly, eyes searching. A real home for us, not just a temporary hideout. So we settle for a spacious condo in Savannah itself, close enough to her firm that she can manage daily operations, but still private enough that we can shield ourselves from gossip. The day after she's released, we head there, arms loaded with suitcases. My heart thrums with excitement like we're building a nest for our future family. Everything feels surreal. One minute, I'm double-checking her prescription vitamins. The next, I'm lugging boxes of her office files up the elevator. We laugh over how domestic it is, considering a month ago we were faking an engagement in a tropical resort. It's perfect, Lena murmurs when we finally step into the condo's living room, the late afternoon sun streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows. She exhales a tremulous breath. I've never actually lived with anyone like this. I slide an arm around her waist, pressing a kiss to her temple. Me neither, I admit. Not in a real sense. Every place I had was just somewhere to work and sleep. But this is our home. We spend the first few days nesting in a comfortable haze of new domestic routines. I wake early to order groceries, determined to stock healthy foods for Lena. She teases me for going overboard on organic everything, but there's a tenderness in her eyes every time she thanks me. When she's not resting, she handles light design work from her laptop, or we lounge on the balcony, sipping decaf tea. The city skyline offers an urban lullaby at night, cars murmuring below, distant lights shimmering. We talk about baby names in half-joking, half-serious whispers, letting the future take shape in daydreams. Still, beneath the surface, a vigilance remains. My phone rarely stops buzzing with updates from my investigators. Montoya says Kyle's vanished, possibly out of state. Avery's father is under scrutiny for illicit dealings, but no official warrants yet. We're in a lull, uncertain if they'll strike again, but I swear, I won't let them near Lena or our child. Late one evening, a gentle breeze wafts through the open balcony doors while Lena dozes on the couch, her head on my lap. The TV plays some mindless show, but my focus is on the tension in her brow, the remnants of pain she carries. I stroke her hair gently, heart twisting with guilt. Eventually she stirs, blinking up at me. "You okay?" she asks drowsily, noticing the concern in my face. I swallow. "I was just thinking about the day you found those pictures." My voice is quiet, laced with remorse. I'm sorry I couldn't stop that pain from hitting you. If I'd told you sooner. She places a finger on my lips, silencing me. We can't rewind. We can only move forward. Her voice trembles, but stays steady enough to convey resolve. I'm still hurt, but we're healing. You're here now, and that's what matters. A wave of relief washes over me. I bend down to kiss her gently. Thank you, I whisper against her lips, my heart full of gratitude that she's giving me grace I barely deserve. The next days pass in a blissful routine of careful rest for Lena and watchful devotion from me. We hold hands strolling through a nearby park at sunset, her laughter bright when I fuss about the slightest fatigue. In stolen moments, we exchange heated kisses that remind me how passionately we're tied, our bodies, our hearts, even our unborn child. The tension of past secrets remains, but each day we learn to trust a bit more. She insists on returning to her design firm part-time, so I ferry her there in the mornings, refusing to let her drive herself until she's further along. She pretends to be annoyed, but I catch her smiling whenever I guide her by the elbow, overprotective. I'll do anything to keep her safe. At night, we settle on the couch or bed, talking in hushed tones about baby plans, a nursery, a future wedding. I still owe her a grand wedding, something that's purely ours, not a sham for an investor or a rushed vow in crisis. She's shy about it, smiling at me with luminous eyes whenever we discuss color schemes or potential dates. Yet the world beyond our condo still rages. My phone buzzes incessantly with intel. Kyle's evading local authorities, but the assault case is building steam. Montoya's found more victims willing to step forward. Avery remains unreachable, though rumors swirl of her father's empire crumbling under investigations. With each new update, I hold Lena tighter, determined to protect her from the fallout. One evening, as we finish a simple home-cooked meal, Lena yawns and sets her fork down. Thank you, she murmurs, eyes brimming with contentment. For everything. Our new life, my firm, our baby. You're making all of it bearable. I take her hand across the table. I'd do anything for you, I say simply, and I mean it with every fiber of my being. She smiles, that gentle glow on her face that makes my heart ache with love. I'm happy, you know, she confesses, voice catching slightly. Despite all the horror behind us, I feel safe here. Emotion thickens my throat. Leaning forward, I brush a soft kiss over her knuckles. Stay happy, I whisper. I'll handle the horrors that remain. She laces our fingers together, resting them against her belly. We'll face them together, she corrects gently. My heart swells at that inclusive we. For the first time, I truly believe we can stand side by side, forging a future free of deception. Tomorrow might bring new storms, Kyle re-emerging, Avery clawing back, but tonight, in the glow of our condo's soft lights, Lena is safe, cherished, and carrying our child. That's all that matters. We move to the couch, where she drifts off against my chest, lulled by the steady rise and fall of my breathing. I cradle her carefully, pressing a tender kiss to her temple. With each slow exhale, I whisper a silent vow. I'll keep them away from you, bury them in the ruins of their own crimes. She won't face another day in tears because of me or them. A sense of quiet joy envelops us. For once, life aligns with our deepest hope. A real partnership bound by love, not necessity. And as I hold her in my arms late at night, the city lights twinkling outside our window, I think that maybe we've escaped the drama. Maybe we found the calm. But deep down, I know the final closure is yet to come. Finishing off Kyle's menace, ensuring Avery can't return to wreak havoc, and fully healing the wounds of our past. Still, as she drifts to sleep, I watch her steady breathing, hand resting protectively on her stomach. I'm reminded of the second heartbeat we're guarding together. A baby. Our baby growing from the love we once denied. I lean my forehead against hers, lips brushing her ear. I love you, I whisper. She stirs slightly, half awake, returning the words in a drowsy mumble. Warmth spreads in my chest. Maybe we don't have all the answers, and the memory of heartbreak still lingers. But tonight, we're building something precious, a sanctuary of trust and tenderness. Tomorrow we'll face new challenges, but for now, with Lena drifting to sleep against my shoulder, everything is perfect in our little world. And I won't let anyone tear it apart again. Chapter 20. Graham. We've settled into a comfortable rhythm in our new condo, making breakfast together, bickering cheerfully about who hogs more blankets at night, and planning for our baby's future one step at a time. Each morning, the sunlight spilling through our living room window feels like a promise of fresh hope, and for once, I believe in it. Even the news has turned in our favor. Word came out that Kyle was fired from his law firm, likely due to the assault charges looming against him and the scandal of blackmailing us. I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel a grim satisfaction at that. Yet ironically, everything else seems almost perfect. I never imagined we could taste normalcy again. But here we are, Lena, me, and the quiet joy of building a life that's finally ours. Today, Lena and I plan to box up the rest of her belongings from her old place. She's insisted on clearing it out, wanting to fully embrace our new start together. Though I've offered to hire movers, she's determined we do it ourselves, for closure, she says with a determined spark in her eyes. Late morning, we pack the trunk of my car with empty boxes and tape. Lena hops into the passenger seat, a cheerful smile lighting her face. I can't resist leaning over to press a soft kiss on her cheek. "You sure you're up for this?" I murmur, recalling the panic attacks and fainting spells of recent weeks. She squeezes my hand. "Absolutely. I'm feeling stronger every day." Her voice quivers with the faintest echo of fear, but steadies. I want to pack up my past on my own terms. I nod, heart twisting with admiration. This woman, braver than she realizes. As I pull onto the city streets, I reach across the console and gently intertwine my fingers with hers. We cruise through the familiar route, talking about small things. The best color scheme for a nursery, new clients at her design firm, the weird cravings she started experiencing. Pickles with peanut butter, apparently. For an hour, it's bliss. Just us, laughing and bantering. By the time we arrive at Lena's old apartment building, the skies turned a hazy mid-afternoon gray, as if foreshadowing trouble. I wave to the doorman who greets us with a polite nod. He doesn't know she's moving out for good, just thinks we're here to pick up more boxes. So we head up the elevator, arms loaded with cardboard and tape, chatting about how many dusty items we might uncover in her closets. We exit on her floor. The hallway looks the same as always, muted carpets, bland walls, but a small chill runs down my spine. Focus. Pushing aside any lingering paranoia, I follow Lena to the front door. She fishes out her key and unlocks it, flipping on the overhead light. The apartment is silent, the furniture half wrapped in plastic from an earlier attempt at packing. Dust motes swirl in the faint beam from the window. Lena glances back at me with a sheepish grin. Wow, it looks gloomier than I remembered. I step inside, setting a box down. "That's because you've outgrown it," I say gently. "We'll be out of here soon." She chuckles under her breath. "Right, let's do this." We start in her small living room, rummaging through old decor pieces. Lena grimaces at a set of mismatched cushions, shaking her head. "Why did I ever pick these?" she mutters, tossing them into a discard box. I can't resist teasing her about how the top designer can have such an eclectic taste. She playfully elbows me, rolling her eyes. For half an hour, it's nice. We pack, we joke. We talk about how we'll arrange them in the new condo, or donate them if we have no space. Occasionally, I pause to rub at the faint ache in my shoulder. I've been ignoring the lingering soreness from that scuffle at the resort, but it's not so bad. Lena notices once, worry flashing in her eyes, but I wave it off. "I'm fine," I assure her. She gives me a look that says we'll discuss it later. Eventually, we move to her bedroom. We're laughing about how many shoes she owns. There's a veritable mountain of them in the closet. I start piling them into a box. Lena rummages in a dresser, pulling out old journals and personal items. A sense of finality hangs in the air, but it's a good one, like we're turning a page together. Then I hear a soft creak somewhere in the apartment. I freeze, glancing toward the doorway. Could be just the building settling. But an uneasy prickle slides up my spine. Lena notices my sudden tension. "Everything okay?" she whispers, eyes concerned. I force a smile. "Probably nothing." "Don't spook her." We continue packing, but I can't shake this feeling. We head back to the living room, arms full of boxes. Lena flicks the light switch there, but it doesn't respond. Weird. She tries a second time. Still nothing. "Might be a dead bulb," she murmurs. A chill skitters down my neck. The overhead lamp in the entryway was working just fine. Someone might have tampered with the living room circuit. My senses sharpen, adrenaline spiking. "Hold on," I say quietly, setting my box down carefully. Lena stills, confusion etched on her face. Then, in a blink, the lights flick on, not from Lena flipping a switch, but from the corner near the kitchen. We both jerk our heads in that direction. And there stands Avery, looking disheveled and terrifyingly calm, a gun clenched in her hands. She's pale, eyes wild with a manic sheen. My stomach drops like a lead weight. "Avery?" I say, voice hoarse with shock. "What?" She lets out a bitter laugh, stepping forward. Lena gasps, pressing closer to me instinctively. "We thought you were gone," Lena breathes. Avery's lips twist into a sardonic smirk. "Gone? Oh, I'm never truly gone," she hisses, voice trembling with rage. "You destroyed my life, both of you. I lost my father's support, lost everything, and it's all your fault." Her gaze snaps to Lena, hatred burning. "Especially you!" My heart thunders. I edge Lena behind me, shielding her. "Avery, put the gun down," I say, trying to keep my voice level. "We can talk about this. No one else has to get hurt." Her eyes flick with a manic gleam. "No one else? You're the ones who ruined me. I had everything planned. You, your success, your future." She waves the gun erratically. "Lena was an obstacle, and you let her win, Graham." I clench my jaw, glancing at Lena, who stands stiffly, one hand over her abdomen protectively. "Whatever twisted grudge you have against us, let's handle it calmly," I plead, mind racing. She's unhinged, cornered, desperate. This is how tragedies happen. Avery snorts. "Calm? After all you did?" Her voice crackles with fury. Then her focus narrows on Lena, features twisting with malicious glee. "I'm going to take her down. She's the reason you never loved me, the reason my father disowned me." Her finger tightens on the trigger. Before I can shout a warning, the gun fires. Time slows. I see the muzzle flash, hear Lena scream. Instinct roars through me. I lunge sideways, pushing Lena to the floor. A searing pain knifes through my shoulder as the bullet slams into flesh. The impact staggers me back with a ragged grunt. My vision spots with agony, but I force myself upright, heart pounding. I have to keep Avery from shooting again. She points the gun once more, but adrenaline surges. I hurl myself at her, ignoring the fiery throb in my shoulder. We crash into the kitchen island, a sickening thud of bodies colliding. My head spins from the pain, but I grip her wrist, forcing the gun away from Lena. Another shot rings out, burying itself in the ceiling. Avery howls with rage, flailing. "You traitor!" she screeches, eyes wild as I wrestle her arms. My blood drips onto the floor from my wound, each movement sending lances of agony through me. But I can't let go. If she fires again... Finally, the gun clatters from her grasp. I lunge for it, but Avery scrambles away, grabbing a kitchen knife from the counter. Panic spikes. I'm losing blood, half dizzy from pain. She brandishes the blade, face contorted with hatred. She lunges, aiming to stab me. I manage to sidestep, though pain flares up my injured shoulder. My vision wavers. Another wild slash. This might be the end. Then a sudden crack of sound splits the air. Boom. Avery jerks, the knife slipping from her fingers. She staggers, eyes wide with disbelief, then collapses to her knees, gasping. My heart clutches in shock. Behind her stands Lena, trembling, eyes huge, the gun in her hand still pointing forward. She fired the shot. Silence crashes down. Avery topples sideways with a whimper, fury and hatred etched on her face. Blood seeps across her shirt. My mouth hangs open, reality spinning. "Lena!" shot Avery. Footsteps thunder from the corridor. Suddenly, a neighbor bursts into the apartment, hearing the gunshots. She stares at the scene with wide-eyed horror. "Oh my God, Avery!" she cries, fumbling for her phone. "I'm calling 911. My shoulder burns fiercely. I stagger back against the wall, pressing a hand to the bleeding wound. Lena stands frozen, gun slipping from her grasp to the floor. Her face is ashen, tears already tracking down her cheeks. Oh God, she whispers, voice thick with shock. I force myself to push away from the wall, ignoring the dizzy swirl in my head. "Lena," I rasp, stumbling toward her. My secretary's voice on the phone is a distant buzz. I wrap my good arm around Lena, gently prying her from her catatonic stance. "Are you hurt?" She chokes on a sob, shaking her head. "No! But you're bleeding, and I..." Her gaze flicks to Avery, who's gasping on the floor, clutching her side. "She was going to kill you!" Lena stammers. "I didn't know what else to do!" Despite the searing pain, I cradle Lena's face. "You saved me," I breathe. "You saved us!" My own tears threaten. The reality that she just shot her ex-best friend is staggering. But Avery left us no choice. "It'll be okay," I promise, even though my voice trembles. "I swear." Her eyes brimming, she nods once, clinging to me. "Don't you dare bleed out," she pleads, pressing a trembling hand to my shoulder wound. "Don't you dare leave me alone." I lean my forehead against hers, breathing ragged. "I won't." The neighbor's frantic voice calling an ambulance echoes behind us, but all I see is Lena's tear-streaked face. The wail of sirens approaches fast, paramedics and police flooding the apartment. Everything becomes a whirlwind, paramedics checking Avery, who's still alive but in critical condition. Another paramedic ushers me to a stretcher, tearing open my shirt to examine my shoulder. I hiss at the stabbing pain, head spinning. Lena stands beside me, refusing to let go of my hand. An officer tries to question us, but our statements are short, jumbled. "She attacked us," Lena says in a shaking voice. "She had a gun. She shot Graham, tried to stab him." The officer nods solemnly, grim-faced as they eye the chaos of bullet holes and blood on the floor. Within minutes, Avery is rushed away on a separate gurney. As they wheel her out, she stares at us with hatred blazing in her eyes, though her strength is fading. My stomach twists. This is how her obsession ends. The paramedics whisk her to the ambulance, leaving a swirl of police detectives to photograph the scene. I slump on my own stretcher, leaning heavily against Lena, who still clutches my hand. My shoulder throbs, but my relief is overwhelming. She's safe. Avery can't hurt us anymore. We lock eyes. Lena's pale, tears streaking her cheeks, but a determined set in her jaw. We'll face the aftermath together. The next hour is a blur of sirens, statements, and more tears. I ride in the ambulance, Lena at my side. A paramedic wraps my shoulder, reassuring me it's not life-threatening. Some officer jots down notes, promising to handle the self-defense angle. Avery attacked us. We have the bullet wounds and the forensic evidence to prove it. We'll face no charges. Lena cradles her stomach protectively, relief flooding her expression as they confirm she's physically fine. Throughout it all, I keep my gaze locked on Lena's. She's trembling with shock, eyes distant. But every few moments she squeezes my hand as if to confirm we're still alive. Eventually, the ambulance quiets as we pull away. the flash of red and blue lights painting the dark street outside. She turns to me, voice quivering. "Is it really over?" Pain lances my shoulder, but I nod, forcing a tired smile. "Yes," I say, voice rough. "Avery can't hurt us now. The police have her in custody. She'll face the consequences." Lena exhales, tears spilling. "I can't believe I shot her," she whispers, voice thick with horror. "I never thought I could." I gently brush away her tears with my free hand, ignoring my own throbbing wound. "You had no choice," I murmur, pressing a trembling kiss to her forehead. "She would have killed me if you hadn't acted." She clings to me, sobbing quietly. "I hate that it came to this, Graham." My own tears threaten. "Me too," I admit. "But we're alive. That's what matters." She nods, resting her head on my uninjured shoulder. For a few long seconds we say nothing, letting the hum of the ambulance fill the silence. All the horrors swirl around us. Kyle, Avery, the revelations about our parents. Yet in this moment we hold on to each other as if it's the only anchor we have. "I'm so sorry," Lena mumbles. "You're hurt and—" I cup her cheek, shaking my head. "Don't. You saved my life. It'll heal," I say, a shaky laugh escaping. "We'll move past this, together." Her eyes spark with fragile hope, though tears still glisten. "Promise?" I lean in, pressing a tender, lingering kiss to her lips, despite the ambulance bumping along. She melts into me, the metallic scent of blood and sterile bandages overshadowed by the sense of relief that we survived. I pull back, gazing into her eyes. "I promise," I whisper, voice thick. "It will be okay. I swear." She nods slowly, her tears easing. And for once, despite the swirling chaos, I believe we'll find a way to mend our wounds. After all the twists, Avery's obsession, the gunfire, the heartbreak, Lena and I remain standing, battered but unbroken. That has to count for something.
Chapter 21. Lena. 5 months have passed since that terrifying day in my old apartment, when Avery's obsession nearly robbed me and Graham of our future. In the aftermath, the police investigation and legal battles played out. Avery remains behind bars, awaiting a lengthy trial for attempted murder, while Kyle's own criminal web unraveled under multiple lawsuits and assault charges. We've shed tears, healed wounds, and slowly reclaimed our lives in the process. And now, on this bright summer afternoon, I'm walking down the aisle, 6 months pregnant, heart hammering with a mixture of excitement and disbelief. The hush of the small private chapel wraps around me, the gentle strains of a string quartet drifting through the warm air. My bouquet trembles in my grip, delicate white roses and baby's breath. This is it, our real wedding, not a charade, not a rushed vow in crisis. A wedding we chose, built upon truth and unconditional love. My footsteps echo softly against the polished floor. Close friends and a handful of family members from his side line the pews, faces brimming with joy and tears. My old design firm colleagues, Kevin and Mary from Graham's corporate team, even the Merkle CEO Gunter, who flew in quietly to show support. Each smile I see sends a wave of gratitude through me. We survived. We earned this moment. But it's Graham who draws all my focus. He stands at the altar in a tailored suit of midnight blue, gaze locked on me like I'm the only person in the universe. The softness in his eyes ignites a warmth in my chest, making me forget any fear. My lips quiver with unshed tears, because after everything, our heartbreak, his parents' hidden role in my tragedy, Kyle's blackmail, Avery's final attack, we're here. I can't help but cradle my baby bump with one hand. The white gown I wear is styled to accommodate the gentle curve, elegant yet comfortable. I insisted on that. No corsets for a 6 months pregnant bride. The lace detailing sparkles in the overhead light, the train trailing behind me in a swirl of ivory. My heart thrums with every step, love blooming fiercely at the sight of Graham's tender, awed expression. Time seems to slow as I traverse the aisle. My bouquet's trembling intensifies. A little laugh escapes me at how silly I feel, like a giddy teenager. My father isn't here to walk me down, but I feel his spirit. A pang of sadness mingles with joy, tears pricking at my eyes. I wish my parents could have seen this day, but I know they're with me in spirit, and that's enough to keep me steady. Graham meets me halfway, surprising me by stepping down from the altar. He wraps a gentle arm around my waist, guiding me that last stretch. There's a collective sigh from the small audience, an emotional wave that threatens to break my composure. But I cling to his arm, leaning against his shoulder for support. We reach the front. The officiant, a kind-faced woman, smiles at us both, eyes shining. I hand my bouquet to my friend Felicia, my makeshift maid of honor. She beams, tears rimming her gaze, and I bite back my own sob of happiness, focusing on Graham's reassuring presence. The ceremony is simple. No over-the-top decorations, no extended readings, just a small arch of flowers, the hush of the chapel, and the heartfelt vows we wrote ourselves. Graham goes first, clearing his throat nervously. "Lena," he begins, voice wavering. "From the moment I laid eyes on you in college, I believed you were destined for greatness. Over the years, we lost each other, found each other, faked it, nearly ruined it, and in the end, discovered something truer than we ever dared hope." Tears blur his ocean blue eyes as he grips my hands. "I vow to guard your heart, protect our family, and never again let secrets or guilt tear us apart. I love you, always." My breath catches at his raw sincerity, tears slipping free. "Graham," I whisper, voice trembling. "When we first reconnected, I thought we were stuck in an impossible story, a tangled web of heartbreak and lies. But you shattered that darkness with your unwavering strength and the love I felt from you, even when we both stumbled. In you, I found not just a partner, but my safest place. Today, I vow to stand by your side, to nurture the family we're creating, and to believe in our shared future with all my heart." Our audience sniffles en masse, a few quiet sobs echoing in the stillness. I see Kevin valiantly blotting tears with a handkerchief, and Felicia looks about ready to melt into a puddle of joy. Gunter nods approvingly, lips curved in a faint smile. Felicia passes me Graham's wedding band, a simple platinum circle signifying an honest, new beginning, so different from that first ring we used to fake an engagement. Graham slips the ring onto my finger, eyes misty with gratitude. Then I slide the matching band onto his, a trembling laugh escaping as I realize my swollen pregnancy fingers almost bungled the process. He winks, letting me know it's okay, and that small gesture dissolves any leftover tension. "By the power vested in me," the officiant declares, voice resonant, "I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may seal your vows with a kiss." Graham doesn't hesitate. He tugs me gently forward, pressing his lips to mine in a soft, lingering kiss. A wave of applause and cheers breaks out. The baby in my belly flutters, as if sharing in the moment, and I can't stop smiling against his mouth. We did it. In that blissful instant, everything else, our tragedies, the shadows of the past, fades behind the radiant love brimming between us. We move to a small garden outside the chapel for a brief reception. No paparazzi, no extravagance, just a scattering of tables under twinkling string lights. Lush flowers drape the arbor, and soft music plays from a hired quartet. I spot Mary from Graham's firm, wiping her tears as she congratulates him, while Felicia fusses over me, bringing non-alcoholic champagne for a toast. We toast to love, to survival, to forging a real family out of the rubble of betrayal. Graham and I share a first dance on the grass. His hand rests protectively on my hip, mindful of my rounded belly as we sway in a gentle waltz. The melody is hushed, the scent of roses drifting on the evening breeze. I let my head rest on his shoulder, eyes half closed. We've come so far. My chest aches with a gratitude that words can't encompass. Eventually, the well-wishers give us space, drifting to the tables for slices of wedding cake. Graham tucks a strand of hair behind my ear, gaze shining. "How are you feeling, Mrs. Lancaster?" My lips curve in a watery grin at the sound of that. "A little overwhelmed," I confess, voice low, "but mostly happy." He leans in, brushing a tender kiss to my forehead. "Me too." When the reception winds down, the guests fade away, leaving only the memory of laughter and twinkling lights. Graham helps me into a car waiting by the chapel entrance. We drive in companionable silence, hands entwined, hearts brimming with excitement for the night to come. We arrive at a boutique hotel on the outskirts of the city, a quaint villa draped in ivy, lanterns glowing warmly along cobblestone paths. The suite inside is a dream. Tall windows overlooking a moonlit garden, a plush king-size bed strewn with rose petals. A low gasp escapes me at the romantic surprise. Graham locks the door behind us, turning to me with a soft, searching look. "All day I've been thinking about this moment," he murmurs. "Just you and me, no more crowds, no more chaos." My cheeks flush, heart thrumming. "I've been thinking of it too." A shy smile curves my lips. "Though we need to be careful," I add, glancing pointedly at my baby bump. "Doctor's orders." He laughs softly, stepping closer and slipping his arms around my waist. "Careful, yes. But we can still enjoy each other, right?" I nod, tears of joy pricking my eyes. We stand there in the flickering lamplight, gazes locked, the hush of our breathing filling the room. Slowly he leans in, capturing my mouth in a gentle but lingering kiss. My wedding gown rustles as he grazes his hands across my back, sending a warm shiver through me. I let him unzip the delicate lace, breath hitching as the fabric slides away. 6 months pregnant, my body's changed, but in his arms I feel cherished, beautiful. He kisses each new curve, each sign of the life we're bringing into the world. My tears threaten to fall at his tender reverence. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. We lie entwined in the aftermath, the moonlight silvering the edges of the plush duvet. I rest my head on his chest, inhaling the faint trace of his cologne. He strokes my hair, wordless contentment radiating from him. Outside, crickets sing a lullaby to the quiet night. A thought stirs. "Our child," I murmur sleepily, voice muffled against his chest. "They'll be part of a real family, not one built on lies." Graham's hand stills, then continues its soothing caress. "They'll know love from day one," he says, confidence lacing his tone. "No secrets, no shame." My heart clenches with relief. I can't wait to hold them, I admit. To show them the life we fought so hard for. He tightens his arm around me. "And I can't wait to see you as a mother. You'll be incredible." The raw admiration in his voice touches something deep inside me. I blink back tears, pressing a gentle kiss to the column of his throat. And you'll be the best dad, someone who never runs when things get hard. His silence acknowledges the mistakes of the past, but the resolve in his posture assures me he won't repeat them. We drift in that peaceful hush, lulled by the certainty that we're forging a new path. Through heartbreak and drama, we arrived here, together. Eventually, I feel sleep tugging at me. Graham's breathing evens, but just before I slip under, I sense a soft movement. He presses a final delicate kiss to my temple. "Rest, Mrs. Lancaster," he whispers teasingly, rubbing gentle circles on my back. I let out a contented sigh, not bothering to correct him with my official name or some playful banter about modern surnames, because for now, I love the sound of it, Mrs. Lancaster, and I love that we earned the right to call ourselves husband and wife through every trial and tribulation. Tomorrow we'll wake up in each other's arms, married, expecting a child, the world still uncertain but bright with hope. Because in this telenovela of heartbreak and redemption, we finally claimed our happily ever after.
Chapter 22. Graham. 3 years have passed since the day Lena and I sealed our vows in a quiet summer chapel, and yet each morning I wake up feeling newly astonished at the life we forged together. Sometimes I still catch myself blinking at our cozy home, half expecting the illusions and tragedies to rise again. But they don't. We really did it. We carved out the happily ever after we once thought impossible. And today, of all days, might just be the perfect reminder of how far we've come. It's Lena's birthday, the third we've celebrated as husband and wife, and the second since our sweet daughter burst into our world. My heart squeezes at the thought of the little whirlwind who's waiting in the living room with me, a cheeky grin on her face. "Shh," I whisper, crouching beside the couch to speak to our toddler, Lyra, who is 2 years old and irrepressibly mischievous. She stands on tiptoe, clutching a small card in her chubby fist. "Mommy's sleeping," I add, pressing a finger to my lips. Lyra giggles behind her hand, eyes sparkling. She's the spitting image of Lena, rich mahogany curls, and that same bright, inquisitive gaze. She nods solemnly, trying her hardest to keep quiet, which, for a 2-year-old, is an epic challenge. The smell of homemade chocolate cake fills our open-plan condo, courtesy of the secret baking spree Lyra and I undertook before dawn. The sweet aroma lingers in the air, mixing with the hush of a quiet morning. Lena's birthday cake, baked by her husband and toddler assistant. If anyone had told me this would be my life 3 years ago, I would have laughed in disbelief. I straighten, wincing at the faint twinge in my shoulder, a lingering souvenir of that time Avery nearly tore us apart. It's little more than a dull ache now, a distant reminder of how close we came to losing everything. But each twinge also reminds me, we survived. In the years since that harrowing confrontation, Avery and Kyle both faced due legal consequences. Avery eventually pled guilty to a host of charges, from attempted murder to illegal business dealings with her father. She's serving a lengthy sentence, though we never followed the trial closely. It was enough to know justice was served. Kyle, already weighed down by numerous assault lawsuits, vanished into the penal system as well. The women at his firm who pressed charges found closure, thanks to the legal support we provided. Lena and I parted ways with those nightmares, stepping into a future untainted by blackmail or heartbreak. Sure, we still carry scars from the tragedies that shaped us, but each day we affirm we won't let those scars define our love. We've built an unshakable foundation, one that now includes a delightful, curious, curly-haired daughter who thinks the sun rises and sets on her Daddy G and Mommy L. Stepping across the condo's living area, I move to the bedroom door, heart thrumming with excitement. Lyra trails behind, a card clutched precariously in her tiny hands. It's covered in crayon scribbles that vaguely resemble hearts and stars. She beams at me, whispering in her squeaky toddler voice, "We wake Mommy now." I nod, a grin tugging at my lips. "Yes, carefully." We open the door a crack. Soft morning light filters through the curtains, illuminating Lena curled on her side, hair fanned across the pillow. My breath catches at how peaceful she looks, and a wave of gratitude washes over me. This is our life. With a quick nod, I lead Lyra inside. She pads forward on tiptoe, clutching the card. "Mommy," she says, not nearly as quiet as I'd instructed, but adorable enough to make my heart melt. "Wake up, Mommy." Lena blinks awake, eyes going wide in mock surprise. "Well, good morning, baby girl," she says softly, sitting up. She glances past Lyra to me, a curious smile forming. "What are you two scheming this time?" "Happy birthday, Lena," I say, stepping to the edge of the bed. I place a gentle kiss on her forehead, lingering as my heart flutters with renewed love. "We wanted to surprise you, but your accomplice here might have let the cat out of the bag." Lena laughs, pressing her cheek to Lyra's head as our daughter clambers onto the bed. "She's a good secret keeper for a 2-year-old, Lena jokes, ruffling Lyra's curls. Then her gaze softens at the sight of the scribbled card. "Is this for me?" Lyra nods enthusiastically, thrusting the card forward. "Happy birthday, Mommy!" Tenderness flickers across Lena's features as she opens the card, deciphering the swirling crayon lines. "This is the best present," she murmurs, eyes misty. I crouch beside them, sliding my arm around Lena's waist. "There might be more," I say with a grin, namely a certain chocolate cake waiting in the kitchen. Her eyes widen in mock delight. "You mean you baked?" I smirk, pressing a kiss to her cheek. "Lyra did most of the work, obviously. I just supervised." Lena dissolves into gentle laughter, hugging our daughter tight. "You two are ridiculous," she says, voice brimming with happy tears. "Thank you." By mid-morning, the condo bustles with quiet joy. We slice into the chocolate cake while Lena still wears her pajamas, an old t-shirt of mine that barely fits around her baby bump from 2 years ago. The baby bump is obviously gone now. Lyra's well past her infancy, but we keep all sorts of silly clothes as mementos. We're both a little sentimental that way. After cake, we lounge on the balcony, coffee steaming in our mugs. Lyra scampers around, demanding we blow bubbles or read her a story. Lena obliges, perched on my lap, reading from a battered children's book, her voice melodic. Sometimes I close my eyes and just listen to her, feeling the day stretch blissfully ahead. The afternoon sees a few visitors. Felicia stops by with a gift hamper, exclaiming over how grown Lyra is. Kevin from my tech group arrives with his fiancée, bearing a bouquet of flowers for Lena. We keep it small, intimate, no paparazzi, no lavish party, just the family and friends who stood by us when everything crashed. As the sun dips lower, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, Lena tugs on my hand, leading me into the bedroom with a mischievous glint. Lyra, exhausted from the day's excitement, has conked out in her little playpen. "Now it's my turn to spoil you," she says in a low voice. She gestures to the bed, where a small gift box rests, wrapped in gold paper. "It's not my birthday, but I can't resist giving you something, too." I arch a brow, heart fluttering. "You're the one who deserves everything." A sweet laugh escapes her. "We deserve each other," she corrects, placing the box in my hands. When I open it, I find a sleek new smartwatch, top-of-the-line hardware that I've been eyeing for a while, but never mentioned out loud. My jaw drops. "Lena, how did you know I wanted this?" She shrugs casually, smile luminous. "I overheard you and Kevin talking about wearable AI prototypes. I figured you'd love this until you perfect your own version." Grinning like a fool, I set the box aside and slide my arms around her waist. "I love it," I breathe, "but I love you more." Her cheeks flush, That shy, delighted expression I can't get enough of. Slowly, I lean in, claiming her mouth in a lingering kiss. The memory of all we endured floods my mind, pain, betrayal, near-death encounters, and how none of it could destroy the bond we share now. We stand like that for a moment, tongues dancing softly, the distant hum of city life muffled by our curtains. She breaks away first, eyes brimming with warmth and a hint of heat. "Thank you," she whispers, "for everything, for never giving up on me, on us, even when it seemed impossible." I press my forehead to hers. "Thank you," I echo, "for teaching me that love doesn't have to be built on illusions, but on honesty and resilience." Dinner's a casual affair. Leftover chocolate cake, fresh fruit salad, and slices of homemade pizza we order from a local place. We sit on the living room floor, huddled around our coffee table, letting Lyra nibble crusts. She smears tomato sauce all over her cheeks, giggling wildly. Lena and I laugh until tears, snapping pictures to capture the moment. Afterwards, we give Lyra a bath, her squeals echoing off the bathroom tiles. Lena coos over her curls, massaging baby shampoo in, while I towel her off, planting noisy kisses on her chubby toddler belly that make her shriek in delight. My heart nearly bursts. This is the family we nearly missed out on. We tuck Lyra into her toddler bed, reading her a short bedtime story about a brave little fish in a big ocean. She's half asleep by the end, clutching her stuffed dinosaur. As I tiptoe out, Lena's hand sneaks into mine, a radiant smile lighting her face. "She's perfect," Lena whispers. "Yes," I agree softly. "She really is." The night hushes around us. Lena pads barefoot to the balcony doors, sliding them open. A warm summer breeze flows inside, carrying the city's distant hum. We step outside, gazing up at a sky dotted with stars. My phone buzzes with a new message from Mary. Some update on Lancaster tech expansions, likely. I silence it, wanting nothing but this moment with my wife. Lena leans against me, her hair brushing my chin. "You realize this day was perfect, right?" she murmurs, eyes closed in contentment. I nod, wrapping an arm around her waist. "Couldn't have written it better myself." She gives a thoughtful hum, then turns to me, her expression mischievous. "I do have one last request for my birthday." I arch a brow, heat flickering beneath the affectionate grin. "Name it. Anything." She bites her lower lip, leaning up to whisper in my ear. "I want to dance on the balcony. Just us. No music except the city." Her eyes sparkle. "It's silly, but can we?" A surge of adoration floods me. "You never ask for anything silly," I say softly. Sliding one hand to the small of her back, I begin a slow sway. The night sky overhead and the soft glow of streetlights below create a private backdrop for this quiet waltz. We shuffle to an unhurried rhythm, guided by the faint hum of passing cars and the gentle swirl of summer air. The warmth of her body pressed against mine is more than enough of a soundtrack. She rests her head on my shoulder, lips curving in a tender smile. My heart overflows with gratitude for the second chance we seized in that tropical resort, for the unwavering fight we waged against Kyle and Avery's betrayals, for the miracle of Lyra. Gently I lean down, pressing a lingering kiss to Lena's temple. "Happy birthday, my love," I murmur. "I hope all your wishes come true." She laughs softly, tears hovering in her eyes. They already did. We continue swaying under the stars, the city lights shimmering around us. My mind drifts to the day when our daughter might stand here, older, marveling at the love her parents built from broken shards. We're no strangers to heartbreak, but we rose above it all, forging a future bright enough to chase away old ghosts. Soon we'll face the next steps in our journey, a second child, perhaps, expansions at my tech firm, bigger design contracts for Lena. Who knows what challenges might emerge. But with each new day, we stand as partners in truth and devotion. As the night deepens, we draw closer, Lena's ring glinting in the faint light, a symbol of our genuine vow. My heart pulses with unwavering certainty. Whatever storms might come, we're stronger than any telenovela drama. We're anchored by the love we fought for, the life we built, and the child whose laughter brightens our every hour. I dip my head, capturing her mouth in a sweet, lingering kiss. Her smile meets mine, warmth mingling in the soft hush. This is us, free from illusions or fear.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.